Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show. Everyone's favorite definitely lives in America and is not living in India, Pakistan, or Malaysia, or South Africa. Adam Brendan.
What's up, Sitch? Yes, you can see from my X account that I am, in fact, 100% American from America and have been living here my entire life.
So, if you don't know about this, they finally on X
Get fucked, foreigners!
they implemented some feature, though I think it's paused now. I don't know if they turned it back on yet.
Oh, they definitely turned it back on.
Okay,
I missed all the times they turned it on. Every time I log on, it was paused, and I was like, "Damn, I can't see shit."
So they have this feature that shows where you sign. I believe it shows where you signed up originally and where you're posting from on X, which is oh my god, it's so beautiful.
It
is
so
amazing.
Beautiful.
They need to change it to like back in the day on 4chan. I don't think they still have it. Back in the day on 4chan, they'd actually have like your little country flag next to your name, like right at the top. That's what we need. I think someone made a little add-on for it, but I think it broke already. There needs to be that. You shouldn't have to click a button. I don't want anything. No one should be able to hide this. If you're using if you're using a VPN or something, can detect it. It should put like a giant V next to the flag. Everyone should. It's not doxing. Just say what country you're fucking from. Okay, it's like ridiculous. Everyone needs to know this because when this feature came on live, it was insane. The number of accounts that were these political accounts that were either like very far left or very far right. A lot very far right accounts. A lot of red pill accounts. None of them from America.
Yeah, all conflict entrepreneurs trying to mix it up in America, right? Trying to get us at each other's throats. We've suspected that and been talking about that on the show forever. It turns out we were right.
Yeah, everyone suspected it, and now we all know that at least it seems like almost like half the accounts are not in America. They're all from India or Pakistan or somewhere, in Asia somewhere. Not from America. And it's just disgusting. Screw these people.
All grifting on the hatred of Americans for one another. Disgusting. Disgusting. Can't we all agree? These people suck. Let's hate them.
And it's who I saw complaining about it? I only saw of all the accounts I follow, everyone was turning this on. I saw one account complaining about it. You know who it was?
The new feature?
Yeah.
Ian Miles Chong.
Yeah.
No, did I guess it? Look, Sitch did not tell me that, okay?
You got it right. Yes. Well, everyone knows he's not American, even though he spends 99% of his time talking about American
He said
politics.
He was from Malaysia. He turns out he's in the United Arab Emirates. He's not even in Malaysia.
Oh, he's not even.
He's not even in the place he said he was.
That's hilarious. None of these people are. Oh, God, it's terrible.
It is sad. It's so sad. All these people, there's all these accounts that are like, I'm in Gaza being bombed. No, you're in Southeast Asia, dude. Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
This is amazing. God mode enabled for 13 months. Thanks so much for being 13 months. Real Secret says the quote Iraqi socialist YouTuber Hakeem was exposed on X for living in Sweden. He LARPs as an Iraqi doctor. He's the co-host of the show with Second Thought. Yes, that is one of those guys on Second Thought. Second Thought is the guy who is pro October 7th, and his co-hosts were pro October 7th. When I say pro, I mean like they were in favor of the Hamas people coming in and murdering and raping and kidnapping.
We covered it on the show. It's disgusting. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, totally insane. Hassan simps for them and actively said that he's glad to be part of the radicalization pipeline where he will get people like who are more normie and then funnel them to these people. And this Hakeem guy, who I don't believe has ever done a face reveal or anything, he would always say that he was some sort of Iraqi doctor. And I mean, maybe he's Iraqi, but the X thing shows that he is posting in Sweden.
Right. He ran from Iraq.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure he's working on concocting some elaborate backstory for that, right? So many of these accounts are like, this is fake.
I have to use a VPN. You don't understand. I have to use a VPN through Sweden to access the internet and from Iraq.
So Sitch has not seen this Andrew Wilson clip at all. He has no idea what this is, even though my entire timeline is this Andrew Wilson
I saw
clip.
So many people throwing this clip like around everywhere, but I didn't actually watch it.
Because
I wanted to be fresh. I want to have a first-hand reaction to this here live.
Well, look, I am dying to get your reaction to it. I really am. And people were talking about it in the chat beforehand. Is this right? Did she cross the line? Did Andrew cross the line? Well, look, I think Andrew crosses the line all the time. So there are rules in this game. There are rules in this debate, Sitch. What's going on?
Normally, I would say, okay. Normally, I don't know what she's gonna say here. Normally, there's not like rule. There's like an etiquette for a lot of people about like what lines to cross. Yeah, but I would say that I've seen a lot of Andrew Wilson clips.
What etiquette line does he have, Sitch?
I was gonna say he doesn't have one, at least from the clips that I've seen. He's very much like I don't think there's an issue. I have seen him not afraid to just go full force, punch on. So I would say that was someone like Andrew Wilson or someone like that who's not afraid to go in those directions. There really isn't a line that I've seen.
Look, I completely agree. Yeah.
Though, like, I would say the line, even someone like Andrew, I mean, I haven't seen something like this. I'd say the line would be like, if someone had like a death in the family and you like make fun of that or something, like that would be like, holy shit. Okay, maybe we need to pull back. This is an internet debate. All right, let's pull back from that.
Well, I do think obviously we all watch these things because we're interested in morality, right? We're interested in who's breaking the rules, who's doing the no things.
That's not why we watch this. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
We watch this we watch the whatever podcast to see some guy slap around a feminist and say, you're an OnlyFans whore.
Right. But don't you think that is part of policing morality? Come on. You're slut shaming them. You're trying to knock them into line, right? That's bad behavior. You want to police them. That's exactly what's going on.
That's a very interesting question. Is watching these like horrible train wrecks that is like the guilty pleasure of seeing someone get slapped around? I mean, I guess you could.
It is karma. You want to see, look, they broke the rules. They broke the rules, and you want to see them get their comeuppance. That's what you want to see.
You could bend over.
I am exactly correct.
Like, listen, I'm only enjoying this juicy, horrible train wreck gossip because I'm interested in the moral dilemma that our society, that our culture faces.
Bring up the quote, the Huxley quote, because this is exactly what it is. You want to be able to say these people, they did wrong and they deserved what they got. And you want to be the hangman because it's fun to beat people up. That's right. That's what people are doing here.
It's funny. If I type in the bar Huxley, it already has it like filled out.
Of course it does.
The surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they have a chance of maltreating someone, to be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral
treats. Yes, it's a moral treat.
Give me them treats.
This is a treat. Well, there's a charge of hypocrisy on the table here. Okay. So obviously that's a moral treat.
Well, so it's interesting because I'm assuming now, again, most of these clips that I've seen on whatever podcast are always some guy. Wilson's in a lot of them, but no, there's always some guy slapping around some feminists. I am assuming, based on who I saw sharing this around, that this is an Uno reverse, that this is going to be the moral treat of Andrew Wilson getting slapped around.
Yes. The most interesting thing about this, and the reason that I think it goes viral, is because it's so obvious that Andrew Wilson is trying to make the viral moment happen. Mm-hmm. And then, it completely gets turned around on him.
Interesting.
And then goes viral for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
In his perspective, obviously, in her perspective, now, it's like.
Is this better or worse than the jar clip?
Well, this is much worse than the jar clip.
Worse than the jar clip?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Although I am always amazed at the staying power of the jar clip. Explain what the jar clip is for people who might not have seen it.
Andrew Wilson was trying to open a jar of, I think, olives.
Right. It was actually the guest that was trying to open the jar of olives. The feminist was trying to open the jar of olives and said, hey, can you help me with this? Look, you're a strong man.
Right.
And she gave it to Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson couldn't open it.
Yes. You should never be, listen, who would ever be so tempted? Who would ever be so foolish as to try to open a jar on stream live? Okay. Wait, why did she, now, I actually don't even, because I just see the clip a million times. What, does she just like pull out a jar of olives? Like, why is there a jar of olives?
I have no idea.
At some point.
I have no idea. And the only reason this is a good lesson for you guys. The only reason I know about the jar clip is because Andrew Wilson can't stop talking about the jar clip.
Well, everyone brings it up, I feel like, nonstop.
Yeah, but I heard it directly from him. Why is he bringing it up?
Mm-hmm.
He obviously the jar clip has affected him because he kept talking about the jar clip, and I'm like, well, what's his jar clip? Why does he keep talking about the jar?
Right.
What's the jar? He's saying I'm going to be known as the jar guy forever, and I'm like, well, I got to dig into this.
Well, listen, there's a much worse jar guy you don't want to know about.
Right. Oh yeah. Don't tell me.
We won't worry about the jar.
All right. So you guys are getting this fresh. This is fresh cringe just for PSA Sitch. Let's see his response to this. I've queued it up to the exact moment, but we can go a little bit further. We can back it up a little bit.
People are saying that the host brought it out. It was a test. Okay, so there you go. Backfired.
Ooh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you lick
sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Oh, shit. Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3 baby
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try to...
them that they shouldn't...
You know, Charlie, did I bring...
Women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did I bring your family...
5 years older?
Did I bring any of your family into anything?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that...
I was going to see how long you could go. I heard an audible. Oh shit.
Oh my! Well, like this clip is amazing. I see everyone's
now you know why everyone's sharing it. Holy
it's like
shit.
a roller coaster. Because so it starts off. He's like, "You're stupid," and you're like, "Okay."
Now is he not going for the viral clip there? He totally is.
Yes, 100%. Like you're just a dumb bimbo idiot. And then she's like. She brings up, which first of all, I don't know anything about Andrew Wilson's bio.
I'm learning a lot.
I didn't know anything about
definitely learning a lot.
So he's married to a woman now who has 3 baby daddies. So she has 3 different children at a minimum with 3 different guys.
I think Andrew is the 3rd.
Okay, so 2 different guys. That's a lot. Okay, that's a lot.
That's a lot to take in.
That's one way of saying it. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you taking it in, just the information.
Listen, I don't have 2 or 3 baby daddies, so I haven't taken anything like that in, nor have I expelled anything like that out. Okay. So that's a lot. Like for a normal person, that would be a lot to take in. But then it's worse for Andrew Wilson because so much of the conversation on whatever podcast, so much of the conversation that he's been involved in is all like, oh, these women are all sluts and harlots and terrible people and blah, 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 blah. Why is it like all these red pill guys? I feel like they're almost always hypocrites at the end of the day.
I don't know that Andrew Wilson is a red pill guy.
He definitely is in one of those. I guess he's not.
The like Whatever podcast definitely has a bunch of red pill guys that watch. And look, as someone who's looking for a wife, I mean, do you really? So a woman that has 2 kids from previous guys, previous marriages, or previous boyfriends, whatever, that's not going to be high on your list of marriageable material, correct?
I mean, how hot is she?
Look, that plays in. Obviously, that's part of it.
Question.
That's part of it. That's another thing.
How hot is she?
People tend to marry the person that is the best option that they have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, look, I don't want to disparage anybody, If it was somebody else in Andrew Wilson's situation where they were marrying a woman who has kids from 2 previous marriages, look, I'm not going to frown on that. Look, everybody does the best that they can in the marriage market, the best that they possibly can. And I'm not the type of person to disparage people because I think that because I'm judgmental of their situation. I don't think that's fair. But Andrew Wilson is judgmental of a lot of people's situation, I think.
Yes. Well, that's the issue, because you're right. It was just some like random person. Maybe you'd make fun of it if you're just being like mean.
Mean. I'm not a mean person, right? Like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course we're never mean like that.
only if the charge is hypocrisy here. That's the charge. That is the charge.
The Sitch and Adam comedy show. What do you mean? You've never done anything like this.
Look, I'm happy. I am happy when people can find love, right?
Okay.
People do the best that they can. I don't like it when people check out. They give up. They say, "Look, no one's good enough. Agree. I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life."
I
agree.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
So I just want to make that clear.
Yes.
Right?
You've made it clear. Okay. No, but I agree with you. As I'm saying, like, yes, I think that if someone was like that situation and they had nothing, their politics had nothing to do with that issue whatsoever. Yeah, like you can make fun of it, you could be mean, but it wouldn't be like something. I'd be like, whatever. It's not like a big deal. But I think with Andrew, it's a big deal because we all know that if he was debating someone who had that situation and he didn't, he would bring it up and rub it in their face and attack them with it and be like, "You're living some kind of horrible, immoral lifestyle. Look how cuck you are. You're such a cuck loser, blah, 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 blah." Like this would be red meat for him to go after if it was his opponent.
Yeah, and if he was in a relationship where where this wasn't his backstory, obviously, I think he'd be using it more and more and more. He'd be up on his moral high horse.
Right.
That's my impression of the situation. So
yeah. And then the second element of which again, it's always like, okay, if people have these situations, that's fine. Just don't be so judgmental yourself. The hypocrisy of these people that are like so hyper judgmental, and then you find out like their life story is like marred with all this crazy shit going on. But
right.
And then the second element is that it's so obvious that he gets ultra mega triggered because the second now I haven't seen this rest of his debate, so I don't know if he'd been calling her a dyke the whole time. The second she brings it up, he just is like a switch just flips. He's like, "You're a dyke. You're licking ditches in the dike." Blah 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 blah. It's like, bro, first of all, calm down. Okay. It looks so bad. It's so obviously you got triggered. It looks so terrible, completely that you got so ultra ass mad about this. But then secondly, like, who gives a fuck if someone's a lesbian? Really? That's the big insult? "Oh, you're a lesbian. You've licked a vagina before." Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, lesbians are hot. They don't give a fuck. "Oh, lesbian is so terrible."
Yeah, she accuses him of not living by his professed ideology.
Yeah.
And he turns around and insults her by living by her professed ideology. It's like, what?
That's a good point.
What?
That's a good point.
How dare you go against my ideology and live by your ideology? Well, don't you understand the charge was you're not living by your own ideology?
Right.
That's what makes the charge sting, okay? It's a charge of hypocrisy.
I know.
It's not what you're doing wrong. Because look, I don't see what you're doing as wrong. And I think she even made a follow-up video saying, "Look, I don't see what he's doing as wrong. I think what he's doing is hypocritical." And Andrew Wilson, I mean, I don't think he's a good avatar for Christianity. Not the Christianity that I think is good for society. It's difficult for me because obviously everyone knows I'm an atheist, but I think Christianity is a positive force in people's lives. Mm-hmm. And I do think I was raised Christian, and I think Christianity was a positive force in my life because I think I learned the values of Christianity, honesty, humility, things like that. And I think I do them reflexively because of my upbringing. So I think that's a good thing. I think if people wanted to raise their kids Christian, I wouldn't have a problem with that, even though I don't necessarily believe it's true in the strictest sense. So I don't, but Andrew Wilson, he just, all of those values that I feel I learned from Christianity, humility. Like, humility is probably the biggest one. Do you think Andrew Wilson has any humility whatsoever? I don't think so.
Not that I've seen.
Yeah. I don't think
No.
he's a good avatar for Christianity. I don't think so at all. So
No. Well, it's interesting. I feel like there's like two different, I mean, there's multiple, but there's two like very big vibes of Christianity, which is kind of like the guy who's kind of like embodying the vibe of what you're talking about, like forgiveness and humility, and I would say even like slightly a little bit
selflessness,
more like,
helping others.
I don't want to use the word like hippie,
raising another man's children,
but it's more like I don't know what the word is. Like I feel like it's like the peaceful side of Christianity, like the positive vibe of Christianity almost. And then there's like the aggressive negative vibe, which is like it's funny because it used to be back in the day, you'd kind of have the envisioned of like the church Karen, who is like the naggy woman who's like, wagging her finger in your face and smacking you with the Bible, like,
yeah, exactly.
listen to that rock music and play those video games and look at that pornography while you whack off that weasel. You're going to go to hell for your sins.
You ditch liquor.
You ditch liquor. You those lesbians. They're coming around with their loud rock music and their piercings and their black pants. Ah, these lesbians everywhere, corrupting the children. It's interesting because
finger wagging.
It's so fascinating because I really like the Karen ideal, like the platonic ideal, okay, of the Karen used to be, I feel like in the 80s and 90s, more like I said, like political correctness came up in the 90s too.
It's completely jumped to the other side of the political spectrum.
Right. Yeah. It felt like it was like very much like a Christian conservative lady who would be the Karen. And now it's kind of like flip flop. And it's interesting because like Wilson and I think a lot of these other people are like, they kind of embody that exact spirit of the church Karen. But since they're a guy, it comes off differently. Right. It kind of like it hits you differently. Like they're still saying all the same things. They have the same belief system, but I guess because they're like a male and they're saying it in like a more masculine, aggressive way, people just don't perceive it through that lens of the Karen energy.
Right.
Okay. Well, I gotta go back. I want to hear this. I gotta hear this from.
I know. You want to hear it again?
This is so amazing.
Look at the guy sitting in the background. Look at his face when he
his face.
when he calls her. When he calls her stupid,
yes,
he's like, "Oh," but then she goes and Wilson loses it, and he's like, "Really?" It goes to the next level. It's great.
Right.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Oh no, you gotta back it up a little more.
Oh, okay.
I think it's about here.
In this day and age, I don't know. That gets tricky. I wouldn't trust Donald Trump to.
Are they going to send California agents to arrest the president of the United States, do you think?
We could send the National Guard and start a civil war. Our National Guard, the California National Guard. But that would be treason.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe. And
That's a good performance to hit your head on the microphone like that. So you get that nice little thump sound.
Going to be totally
the
honest
performative,
with you.
I'm dealing with an idiot here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's too bad because like I don't even know what they're talking about, but that looked like that would have been the viral clip if not for
all of these debates, all they traffic in is reputation destruction. That's all they care about.
It's
they really don't
farming,
care. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's hilarious to me. So that's the game you're playing. It's just obviously she's going to play the same game.
I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person.
Boy, the humility. It just wafts off of him, huh? Humble. Can you imagine Jesus saying this? The reason you don't follow me is because you're all fucking idiots. Can't you imagine? Sermon on the Mount, reimagined.
But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you and
Under.
Look at the guy in the background. Look at the guy in the back.
Oh no!
He's like, holy shit.
And you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to
your hatred against?
Do the women
they,
that you try
convince
to
them that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years-
This is like a tactic. He's just trying to get her to stop talking.
I know.
It's like he's terrified of what she's going to say.
I know.
She's like, oh no, how much more does she know?
That's what's so. I mean, it's so bad too because it's very transparent what's happening.
If he wouldn't have done any of this, I don't know the clip goes viral.
It would have, but it would have been much less. Right,
I don't
if you
think
just
so.
dismissed it. No, like people would have just shared it. People would have shared it, but it wouldn't have been like exploded because people would just been like, oh,
If he had no emotional reaction whatsoever,
Right.
you still think people would have shared it? They
Yeah,
would have shared him maybe calling her stupid, but she had no reaction to her being called stupid.
right.
Yeah.
older.
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's
And then he goes to the Anna Kasparian line. What's up with that?
Oh,
What's up with that? That's an oldie but a goodie, remember? Anna Kasparian?
I'm better than
I'm
you.
better than you.
No, Andrew, no. Never say that ever in a debate. God,
You know
It's-
what Jesus often said to people?
I'm better than you.
I'm better than you. That's the
I'm the
mantra
son of God.
Jesus.
I'm better than you.
Jesus didn't die for your sins. Jesus died so he could tell you, I'm better than you, fucker. That's right, you fucker. I'm better than you.
Oh, well, and also it's, when we talk a lot about like, the stereotypical masculine and feminine traits, he's definitely embodying the more stereotypically negative feminine traits of being emotional, getting upset, kind of the narcissism. I'm better than you. Where she'd be embodying more of-
Reputation destruction is
Right.
the signature move of women. Of women. Women are the ones that go out and say, oh, you slut. Oh, that dirty little slut.
Right.
They try to destroy other women's reputations.
Right. And she's definitely more embodying the like stoicism, the masculine stoicist energy.
It's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
What you're doing, which is immoral.
Yeah.
I think that you have been complicit in convincing young men that.
No. My family dynamic. What am I doing? Being married to my
I don't
wife.
think it's immoral.
Then why? So then.
Under my
So all
worldview,
you did.
that's perfectly
So wait,
acceptable.
Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew? You're doing a good thing.
I'm
Hang on,
selling you
Charlie.
on
I just want to
my
make sure I got this
worldview?
right.
Uh-huh.
Am I doing a good thing? Am I doing?
He's doing the thing where, God, we really need a name for this. Or maybe a name for this exists. So a name for this exists, chat, let me know. It's the millennial woes tweet where people pretend like they don't understand the point when they obviously understand the point. They're just pretending they don't understand it so they can, change the conversation to some different subject. Like everyone knows what she's saying. Everyone understands. It's like, well, no, she's saying you're a hypocrite. And he's like, no, what am I doing? I'm not doing anything wrong. What am I doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Doing
By
good thing?
what? Do you think your wife is a charity
By
case?
taking care of children who weren't mine. Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then, Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me? Even though you think I'm a good person doing a good thing.
I'm convincing you of my worldview.
You're very convincing, Chuck.
Under my worldview,
I'm a good person.
you can marry your wife and no one would judge you.
I don't.
Oh shit! This is a great argument. Holy shit! What is this? A fantastic argument she's making. Oh my god! This is incredible.
I wasn't paying attention. What was
I
the
know.
argument
Wait,
here?
go listen to
Doing a
this.
good thing.
I'm convincing you of my worldview.
You're very convincing, Chuck.
Under my worldview,
I'm a good person.
you can marry your wife and no one would judge you, and you can raise the children that aren't yours and no one would judge you.
No, they would
But
still
under
judge me, Chuck.
Under your worldview,
Yeah.
that would not be so. Christian nationalists,
Yeah, what about
isn't
it?
even acceptable.
Do you?
Okay, defeated.
Holy shit!
Completely defeated.
Holy shit!
Completely.
That's incredible. That's a great
Completely.
fucking point. Oh my god.
Yeah. Wow.
Still. Holy shit.
Destroyed.
Jesus. How dare you bring that up? I'm just saying, if you followed me, what you did would be totally fine and no one would care. But under what you preach, the ideology you preach, what you did would be made fun of and thought of as gross. So I don't know. What are you advocating for here exactly? It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Man.
God damn. That's devastating. Holy shit.
Andrew knows why this is considered gross anyway.
Of course.
Yeah.
You understand what Christianity is? Do you think
Yes,
that?
I was
do you
raised
think?
Christian. Were you?
Yeah, I was.
Protestant.
Yes, I was.
Of course. See, this is
You don't. I'm sorry.
because the Protestant spirit is still in you.
Oh, it is.
It hasn't left, man.
Is the Catholic
hasn't
spirit
left.
still in you?
I wasn't raised Catholic.
Then what are you talking about?
I was raised
Wait, he's Catholic?
He is Catholic now, but
Oh,
look,
shit.
I was raised, I was raised Baptist. Baptist is a variant of Protestant, so.
Right. But I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I say this as a non-Christian. Aren't the Catholics a lot more
Snooty?
anti-divorce I thought they're a lot more anti-divorce than the Protestants are.
I'm not sure I could give you a good take on that. In our church, divorce was obviously super frowned on, so I don't know if it was
I think
more or less frowned.
Right.
Like, I don't think any of the churches are in favor of divorce. So
No, he's East Orthodox, says the chat. Okay, I don't know anything about
Oh.
East Orthodox.
it's even more stringent.
I have no clue.
Yeah.
I was raised Protestant.
Okay, you were raised Protestant?
Yeah.
So why would you fucking criticize me for that?
It's the thing that Protestants do when they convert to like Orthodox or Catholic is they get really into the idea.
Look, now he's a peaceful little bear here. She's completely domesticated him overnight.
Interesting.
He's like, oh, maybe I won't call her stupid anymore.
Mhm.
Now that she pulled out the rocket power grenade and shot me in the face, maybe I'll be nice. Maybe
It's
this is
like
the time to be nice.
There's so in the chat. It's so funny. They're doing the exact thing that Andrew's doing. But they're like, "What? I don't understand. I don't understand what you guys are. Why are you guys being so ignorant? I don't understand her point. What do you mean? Why is she criticizing? Why is she criticizing him? She laid it out so clearly. You understand.
Mhm.
You in the chat, you understand so clearly. She said it so crystal clear. Under my worldview, your actions would be acceptable. The ones that you actually live, but under the things that you preach, the actions that you've taken would be made fun of and frowned upon. You'd be called a cuck and a loser. That makes you a hypocrite. Everyone understands this. Don't play games. Stop playing games.
People were already sharing T-shirts that said Andrew Wilson's face and it said third in line. What do you think they mean by that? What do you think they mean by third in line? Do you think it's the feminists that are sharing the third in line T-shirts?
Listen, they mean that there's God, Jesus, and then Andrew third in line. Okay,
my
obviously that's what they mean. That's
You're
the
too
only
nice.
thing that they mean.
You're
all
too
right?
nice, Sitch. You are
Yes.
embodying the spirit of Jesus Christ right now. You are definitely doing that. No, they mean, look, as any guy would rather marry a woman who is a virgin or doesn't have kids, you don't want to marry a woman that's got 2 kids by 2 other guys, right?
Mhm.
There's a hierarchy here.
Sure.
So look, and that's like I said, people do the best that they can in the marriage market,
Right.
and I don't begrudge them that. What she's saying is, in her worldview, other people shouldn't begrudge them that.
Right.
I think Andrew Wilson is arguing, which this is tough because obviously I'm in favor of what Andrew Wilson argues about people probably shouldn't be so promiscuous so that their marriages are more stable, right?
Right.
But a lot of people might argue, and I think a lot of people, there's probably been a lot of psychological research on this, that marriages are more stable if they're like a first marriage over a second marriage or a third marriage with other kids.
Yeah, that is true statistically. Yeah.
Right.
But
it's so interesting because Andrew Wilson is saying, aren't I doing a good thing by taking care of these kids from a previous marriage? And it's easy for me to say, yes, you are doing a good thing, but it really depends upon how you treat those kids, right? And I know nothing about that, right? I've seen a bunch of research that shows step parents do not treat their stepchildren as good as they treat their biological parents. And I think the red pill guys are the ones that are all sharing those studies over and over and over again. Probably a huge fan base for this whatever podcast is the people that share those studies all the time. They're like, if you're bringing children into a second marriage, the stepdad is likely to beat those kids. That's something they say all the time.
Well, wait, to be clear, because I haven't read these studies. I'm assuming they didn't say that they're likely to beat their children, that they're more likely to beat their children than a biological parent.
Sure. There are plenty of great step parents out there.
Like 51%.
Yeah. Thank you for the correction, Sitch, because that's exactly right. 99% of step parents beat the fuck out of that little fucker.
Right.
No, but look, this is where the wicked stepsisters come from in the Disney stories, right?
Right, of course.
Obviously, right? It's the parents that bring in this stepchild. And obviously everyone beats on them. So
builds character.
It does. It's great character building.
That's how you get good musicians and good stories, good authors.
Well, I don't know. Okay? Well, I don't know. We can move on. I don't know how much more of this you want to watch.
We can move on. That's pretty amazing. But yeah, that was good. That was a good clip. Oh my God. Incredible.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. What should we watch should we watch the Trump Mamdani meeting that everyone was so excited about?
Well, I put everything in the playlist, so you got no problem. We can click on the full meeting here. I don't know if you have timestamps for it, if you just want to watch some of it.
No, I only saw a handful of clips. I saw people were so excited about this. So I am curious to see if is it worthy of the excitement? Because like a lot of the conversation was, oh my God, they're so cordial and nice. They're so cool with each other. And I don't know, to me, it seems kind of silly because you know, and I know, and I assume most people watching this know that Mamdani is going to go back to New York, and there's going to be some issue with, New York City is a sanctuary city, and there's going to be some deportation conflict, and Mamdani is going to be attacking Trump and calling him a fascist. And I know that's what comes up in this conversation. And it's just, I don't know. To me, I feel like a lot of these like good vibes that people are like talking about cultivating in this meeting, I think is all just kayfabe, or it's all just going to disappear the second there's some sort of conflict.
All right, let's watch.
Well, hold on. J-Mac, thank you so much. J-Mac for the $20 says, now you guys know me and my money are 100% USA, baby. All those dirty rumors can finally be put to rest. That's right. We know J-Mac is not actually in India or Pakistan.
That's right.
I would recommend everyone that if you follow anyone on X and you've never heard them speak and seen their face, you should assume that they're probably Indian. They're probably an Indian. Okay. That includes me. You should probably assume from now on until you ever see my face that I am actually a secret Indian in India commenting on American politics.
Some people in the chat are super triggered over the Andrew Wilson stuff. So,
well, that makes sense. He was super triggered too.
I don't want to get Andrew Wilson's positions wrong. I really have no desire to bring Andrew Wilson on because Andrew Wilson has shown no level of respect for anyone ever that I have seen.
Right.
So I mean, I don't want to get in some slap fight with Andrew Wilson. And I saw Andrew Wilson did some sort of debate challenge to me where he said in the debate challenge that he watched some debate with me and Sargon where he said, he claimed in that debate that I said that the Mongols didn't have any sort of hierarchical structure. Sitch, do you think I would ever say something like that? Doesn't that sound retarded?
That does sound pretty retarded.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't want to misrepresent Andrew Wilson. I think Andrew Wilson misrepresents people all the time and has no problem doing it. So,
okay. I don't agree. It's hard to want to, and this is kind of why they do it on purpose. There's like the people that do the debates who, we've talked to a lot of people. We've had a lot of quote debates with a shit ton of people, but there are people that intentionally, when they go into these debate conversations, Vosh, I think, was very clearly one of these people on the left
who tries to trigger people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like the
that's
intention,
his goal.
Right. Yeah. The goal is just to be as like fucking rude, as obnoxious as possible, and to get the clip as possible, so that when you criticize them for something stupid they said or did, they go, "Oh, debate me, debate me, debate me." And you're like, "Well, I don't really want to, because that sounds incredibly unpleasant." And then they go, "Oh, how dare you? How dare you criticize me without wanting to debate this person who acts like a fucking unhinged lunatic on the internet?"
Yeah. Not only that, I mean, I consider myself a pro-Christian atheist. So what are we even debating? If he wants to go out and convince people that they should lead a Christian life, that they should marry their high school sweetheart and have kids and stay married forever, I'm in favor of that. Like,
right.
Go for it. So, and I would encourage, look, I consider myself on the left. Sitch considers himself on the left. I encourage people on the left to live a more prudent Christian-like lifestyle, even if they may not be Christians. So I don't know why he wants to destroy my reputation when I'm out there trying to do some good in the world, right? It doesn't make much sense to me. Why does he hate me? What did I do?
Squeeze Louise for $20 says Andrew Wilson is gay, and so are the Packers.
Is he really?
Fuck the Packers. Adam, go to church. All are welcome except Packers fans. Christianity is based and cool except the Packers. What happened with the Packers?
I think Andrew was I think Andrew Wilson was upset that I said he was an authoritarian. Now, I think of an authoritarian as someone who would impose their personal beliefs on people with force if they had the opportunity to do that. Do you think Andrew Wilson would do that, Sitch? Or do you think he would show restraint?
Is he saying he wouldn't? If Andrew Wilson says he would never do that, then I won't call him an authoritarian. Okay.
Look, I don't want to misrepresent people. Sitch and I, neither one of us want to misrepresent people. So
I mean, I like misrepresenting people a little bit.
Oh my God, Sitch. Clip it. Clip it.
Is it funny? That's the rule. If it's funny, then maybe you can misrepresent.
I mean, we did go the tomboy abs was a thing. So maybe we're guilty. Maybe we are actually guilty. I just look.
I'm not saying that I single-handedly made Academic Asia hate the Jews, but
I got no problems with Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson can keep on keeping on. Andrew Wilson is like a much bigger internet personality than either of us now. So he's achieved his ultimate goal. Obviously,
good for
this
him.
clip going viral is going viral because I think people detect a slight bit of triggering / hypocrisy going on.
Of course, when you get triggered, people are going to pounce on it because they know it bothers you. Especially if you get triggered and you're like the person who normally does the triggering. Because then when you're that person,
my God.
You've created like an army of enemies or people that don't like you. So the second you fuck up, everyone pounces, or even just the trolls. The people just love the troll people and just they just get off on him.
Why is everyone saying the chat is so triggered? And there's
only like a couple people. There's like literally only like a handful of people.
So these are just big Andrew Wilson fans.
Yeah, who cares?
Look, we never cover Andrew Wilson on the show. Obviously, this clip is going massively viral.
let them be fat and mad and chat, okay, about the hypocrisy of the boy they want to defend. Okay, they can white knight for him as much as they want. They can get a little triggered. They get a little mad. It's fine. Everyone gets mad. Okay, I've got mad. You've got mad. Andrew Wilson got big mad. It's okay. People get mad.
I love it.
So I don't follow any football, but it looks like the Green Bay Packers annihilated the Minnesota Vikings. So I'm so sorry for you.
Oh, is that what happened? Oh, that's
yes.
That's why they're really triggered.
Oh my God, just destroying them. So there you go.
So is that
Become
good
the
enough?
night.
Oh, go ahead.
Become the night for $20. Says Catholic here who works in apologetics. Catholics do not endorse divorce. Some Eastern Orthodox churches permit some divorces. It's complicated. That's what I thought. That was my understanding as not a Christian.
So then is it okay to marry a woman that's been divorced twice? Or is that like a not Catholic thing?
I don't know. Well, he said if he's Eastern Orthodox, I guess it would be dependent on whatever church he is. When you say you work in apologetics, what does that mean?
I just think Andrew Wilson is a bad representative for the kind of Christianity I believe in. So, but other people, obviously, there's a million different sects of Christianity. So people are saying, look, Adam's a horrible judge of Christianity. Christianity is this. and that's naive. That's completely naive to think that Christianity is one thing. Obviously, there are super conservative Christian churches. There are super liberal Christian churches. So it's a wide variety of people's belief in Christianity. I like Christianity because it stops people from lying, from cheating on their spouses, from killing innocent people, right? For being more, it keeps people more respectful of other people. That hasn't worked on Andrew Wilson. You know, maybe it will sometime. Maybe Andrew Wilson will actually start respecting other people. We'll see. Maybe Andrew Wilson will learn humility one day. He'll be humble about his station in life, about his place in life, his place in life, not his place in wife's.
Okay.
You're not a Christian, Adam. What the fuck are you talking about? See, look at that. Everybody's like,
it's fine. Listen, it's fine. Become Nice says, I produce for a Catholic apologist. I know what the word apologist means, but that's like the worst word. We need a better word, right? It sounds so awful. Like, I know it doesn't necessarily mean something bad. I guess it doesn't really ever necessarily mean anything bad, but it always sounds bad, right? Like, we need a better word for this term, don't we?
Definitely, yes.
Yes.
Well, come up with one.
Just say like, no, you don't want to say simp. Never mind. That's a bad word too.
Simp.
I don't know. You can figure it out.
From apologetics to simp?
No, that's a terrible one. You're right. What am I talking about? Fucking retarded.
I mean, it's hilarious. Yeah,
I know.
I got it. What? Mega simps.
No.
What do you think?
It needs to be like
biblical mega simps.
Like
come
base
on,
supporter, right? Be like, I'm a Catholic, a base supporter. I'm a Catholic explainer or something. I don't know. Do something better than apologetics. This is it's a terrible word.
Oh yeah.
Come the Night says for $5. I produce for a Catholic apologist. Apologetics equals defending a position. Yeah, I know. I know what it means. It just never hits the brain good. You could say debater. Oh, interesting. Catholic debater. I don't know. We'll workshop it. You got to figure it out here. Okay. I got to figure it out here.
Oh, that's definitely
Violet Van Gogh for $20 says the distinction is super simple. Andrew is against promiscuity. His wife is not promiscuous. Her intention was to stay with her two former partners, but one was mentally unwell and the other violently beat her. Ouch. Well, the problem isn't that. And I don't actually believe that that's necessarily the whole picture, Violet Van Gogh. If that was Andrew Wilson's just position, is like, listen, I'm against promiscuity, but if women get into relationships with guys who are creeps, sometimes that happens and that's totally understandable. And, you just have to move away from those relationships. If he said, like, if that clip exists, you could send it to me. Okay. I would be shocked if it exists. I think you are fooling yourself if you're going to tell me that if Andrew Wilson was debating someone and they weren't living his exact position and he was mad at them, he wouldn't immediately throw that in their face and make fun of them. That seems silly to me.
Right.
So anyway, Toxic Mix, thanks so much for the $50. Says, while Andrew certainly looked bad in there, I often disagree with his tact. Quote, you are a simp to raise another man's kids is more of a red pill manosphere take than Christian nationalism. Though there's crossover, they clash on many issues. Well, I'd be interested if you have a clip of Andrew Wilson debating some red pill person about you guys shouldn't call people that raise stepchildren cucks or something like that. Feel free to send it to me. I'd be curious to see.
Yeah, we would never do that.
No, I've defended
stepdads
very strongly on this channel the concept of people, of step parents and people raising other people's kids to and against red pillers.
That's what's
weird.
People.
That's what's weird too, is because I that was like, I don't know, that might have been like 2 or 3 years ago. It was a while ago.
Tamolo Rossi, what was that guy's name? He came on and was talking about the stepdad thing.
Right. But like, and this is, I think this is where like some of the weirdness and why, like, and it, to be completely fair, I know I'm trying to be funny here, but to be completely fair, again, I don't know exactly Andrew Wilson's position, so maybe it's unfair to throw that at him. But the way that a lot of this ecosystem works is that people exist in genres or they exist in spheres, and those spheres have a bunch of opinions associated with them, and you swim in those circles. And so if Andrew Wilson's swimming in this red pill circle, and for years we've heard from the red pill sphere how much of a loser you are if you go out with a woman who, you know, touched another dick, how much of a cuck you are if you're going out with a woman who has other children, blah, 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 blah. And so that's why it hits that way. And, you know, you could say maybe that's not fair to him, but you have to acknowledge that's why it hits that way. Everyone obviously feels that, and that's why the clip went so viral.
Well, the whole structure of the show is going after women who are slutty and claiming that the whole marriage market is destroyed because of all these slutty women.
Right.
That you can't find a woman who hasn't been with 20 other guys that has a high body count that you can marry.
Sure.
Yeah. So I just like, obviously
when having 2 other kids from 2 other men, that probably like having like sex with someone and having a child for someone probably adds to the body count number in different ways, right?
Well, and anyone will point out, they'll say, look, if you're in a situation with a man who's crazy, you're a bad chooser. Your job is choosing a good, faithful husband, right?
Right.
True. You don't marry someone that's going to beat your kids or going to beat you, right?
Right.
That's the second stepdad, right? He's the one that beat her.
Well, that's when you get in the weird, like, anti-divorce conversation, which is a whole nother conversation.
Right. And I don't think Andrew Wilson had 4 girls lined up, right? He had a super hot 17-year-old virgin.
Well, he should have.
And he was saying, or 18-year-old virgin. Let's keep it clean here, right? He had a super hot 18-year-old virgin, and he had someone else in their 20s that had never had sex. He had all these different options, right? And he's like, look, I'm feeling magnanimous. I'm going to go with a woman that has 2 ex-husbands and 2 other kids because I'm feeling generous with my life. That's what I want to do. I want to really help these other people. Do you think that's the case, Sitch?
I would assume not, no.
Yeah, probably not.
Anyway.
All right. Are we moving on to Mamdani now?
Trump with Mamdani. I'm excited. There's this historic meeting, okay? We're going to have the left-right alliance now.
Here we go.
We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good.
Look at how much what's his name? Mamdani. Look at how much Mamdani is just like, God, he's looking at Trump so lovingly.
I know.
What's going on here?
Well, that's what's kind of interesting to me about this conversation is that it really is like the perfect Rorschach test of like the Mamdani fans look at it And they're like, oh, Trump loves Mamdani. Mamdani wowed him. And then the Trump fans look at it and they're like, wow, Mamdani really loves Trump. Trump really wowed him. It's kind of like perfect messaging for both of them.
It is. They've conspired together. So a lot of people seem to be pretty triggered by this. Maybe, maybe not, because they can both go back to their tribes and say, oh, look, the other one simped for my guy. Right. So they both walk away winners.
Yeah.
Do you know the story? A very interesting story about the picture they took together in front of a president's portrait.
No.
Oh, really? You didn't see that clip?
No.
So Mamdani was super excited because he saw a portrait of Roosevelt, FDR. And Trump said, yeah, I got the FDR painting out of storage and I had it hung here. And it super impressed Mamdani because obviously, what, FDR? The New Deal guy, Trump, had the painting pulled out of storage and hung in the White House? The transformational president. You know, Trump was like, which of these presidents are most famous? Who's this one?
Right.
FDR.
You didn't even know. Who's this guy? He's got a nice little wheelchair. Hot Wheels. Let's get Hot Wheels over here.
Exactly. He's just like, give me the most famous ones and have them sent up. Who are the transformational presidents? Send them up. But Mamdani had a picture taken in front of the portrait, and I immediately thought, oh, I got to tell Sitch this story. Because Sitch loves FDR.
I love FDR as my favorite president, obviously. So
yes. Well, look, Trump loves FDR too. He hung the portrait up.
I'm liking Trump more and more every day.
There you go.
It's winning me over.
If I can get prices down, it's good for New York, and we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Look at this. Oh, my goodness. He touched the fascist.
Oh, my God.
How is this happening? Is he going to wash that hand?
He's never going to wash that hand. Okay. I really love that hand.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million.
When he said shared admiration and love, I thought he was talking about Trump. I was like, oh, wow, he's really laying it on. Oh, I guess he's talking about New York City.
And people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for the mayor-elect.
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
This is so interesting because Trump has surrounded himself with a bunch of sycophant reporters, but the reporter is obviously asking a question that is super red meat for the Republican base, but he's asking it in such a timid way because he's like very confused by the situation here. He's like, wait, are we going to beat up on this? I thought we invited him here to murder him in public.
It's like the meme. You see the JoJo meme where they're all like kicking the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, I thought this was going to be that. You're right. Oh my God.
But he's like, but my question. How do I ask this totally caustic question in the most innocent way?
Mr. Trump, you called him a dirty, despicable, degenerate communist. What did you mean by that? Also, he said he was going to arrest the prime minister of Israel. Are you going to allow him to do that?
Yeah. You could look at his paper and see where he's crossed out dirty, disgusting, degenerate. He's like, I better ask this question a little differently now.
Oh my God.
Well, here goes.
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani.
Oh man, super magnanimous there.
Yes, interesting.
Yeah. Have you seen this before? Did you watch this?
I saw some of the clips of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some of the clips of it. It is like it's like, well, we didn't talk about arresting Benjamin Netanyahu, so I'm not going to address that one.
Well, good for him. But I mean, look,
So funny.
he said he's got some views that are kind of out there, but he's not worried about it.
Well,
this is a huge endorsement right here.
It is an interesting framing. It's weird because I don't think it. I guess it's like nice. The tone is very nice, but I guess it's weird. I guess it seemed nice because he's saying I did this, but usually in politics, that would be perceived through negatively. If you're like, well, yeah, he said a bunch of shit while he was running, but now that he's in office, he'll change. He's really saying he'll moderate his positions. And
he addresses that directly. Shit. He addresses that directly in this conversation where he says something to the effect of like, we all say crazy shit during the campaign.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. It's fascinating because usually that's so, like, you don't ever want to say that publicly.
Well, this is why people like Trump. This is why Trump has the authenticity badge, is because he does say that stuff that's just patently true. And I do look, who doesn't think politicians say wild, crazy shit to get elected and then never follow through on it? So yeah.
That's a good point. You might as well
everyone believes that. Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I think Trump can get away with it. I'm not sure many other politicians could emulate that necessarily.
Right. Probably because they'd feel uncomfortable saying it. They would cringe a little at saying it. But Trump is just like, yeah, that's how it works.
Right. Yeah, Trump has such a I don't even know how to describe it. He has a very well cultivated vibe that I'm not sure other politicians could manifest.
Right.
It sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said you would be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. But maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
So it's very interesting. Do you think? Let me see. Did Mamdani just like Putin Trump? Is that what happened? He just is like, I'm going to talk to Trump and like be super nice to him in person, and we're going to be best friends. And then I'm going to go back to New York and do whatever
Did you read Harrison Dill's super chat? It seems like you did.
Oh, no. Wait, did he say that?
Harrison Dill for $5. Trump has no ideology. He just agrees with anyone who is nice to him.
Oh, that's what I'm wondering.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be difficult for me to deny that. I think Trump believes in prophylicity. He really does. He understands prophylicity. Prophylicity is the idea that We together are going to inflate each other's profile, each other's reputation, each other's brand, or we're going to destroy each other's reputation, brand, etc. Right?
Right.
And if Mamdani comes in and is acting like, okay, I'm not gonna say bad things about Trump, Trump's gonna think, okay, well, I'm not gonna say bad things about Mamdani.
Right, which is smart in social situations to behave that way, sure.
It is smart, but I think that is a better way of describing the situation than just simply being nice to Trump.
Right.
Like if Mamdani is nice to Trump in this meeting and then goes out and starts talking mad shit and saying he's a dictator and a despot and stuff like that, Trump is going to turn around and he's not going to be nice anymore, right?
I would assume
it's not about the niceness. It's about the working together. We're going to work together.
But I guess it's weird because it seems to me it's so obvious. Like, I don't think it is actually politically possible for Mamdani to be mayor of New York for the next, 3 years while Trump is president and to not shit talk him. Like, I don't think it's even feasible, which is why this is so interesting to me, this sort of interaction. I mean, this is a guy who, as he said, called Trump a fascist, still calls Trump a fascist, by the way. He does not say he doesn't call Trump a fascist. I wouldn't be surprised if he's called Trump racist.
Somebody came in and told Trump that they called Lincoln a fascist too.
Right.
They called FDR a fascist too.
I mean, from the policy perspectives, and I could have swore that there was all sorts of quotes of Trump saying before this meeting that he thought Mamdani was going to destroy New York City with his policies. I mean, he talks about all these weird, we're going to tax. I mean, Mamdani had that weird quote about like taxing white people.
That comes up in here. That comes up in here. Yeah.
Like, it's also interesting too, because what it does show is how much, and this is again, I think why people like Trump, is that it shows how much Trump is not conceptualizing politics. He conceptualizes it, I think, from his position of like what is beneficial to me at the moment, where a lot of other politicians, they do view themselves as like on the team Republican or team Democrat. Because if you're on team Republican, you would look at this meeting very differently, because the Republicans are all happy that Mamdani won the election because they want to make him like AOC. They want him to be the figure who is doing a bunch of crazy social shit in New York that they can point to in every election, say, this is why you need to elect Republican instead of some weird socialist Democrat, because then you'll get the Mamdani treatment. And Trump doesn't really help that narrative at all by being nice to Mamdani in this meeting. So,
well, he's saying that governing is different than running.
Yes.
And Trump knows that better than anyone. Governing is way different than running. So what gets you reelected is running well, not campaigning well. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's, if Mamdani can say all the crazy communist shit he wants. If New York falls apart, it's just going to make that communist shit look bad. So ultimately, he's going to have to improve the city in some
but I don't think
way.
He is actually going to improve the city.
You think he's going to make it worse?
Of course.
Okay.
Do you think it's going to be better?
I don't know. It's different people are saying different things. They're saying a lot of these proposals that he's thrown out there to get elected will never pass. They'll never be implemented. So if they're never implemented, then they won't destroy the city, right?
Well,
if the federal government comes in and says, look, we'll give you a bunch of money, but we're going to tie it to policing. You got to hire more cops. Then the city might get better, right?
Well, but could he? I don't think Mamdani could take that. Oh my God.
Why? It's government money. They love to take government money. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but if it's government money that goes towards hiring more evil police who are going to go beat up on the innocent black people, that would not go well.
Police are just social workers in uniform with a badge and a gun. Sitch, come on.
It would be hilariously interesting.
Are they not social workers?
If Mamdani like does a flip flop and he goes full like, oh yeah, no, of course I'm gonna like he becomes like total shill. Like, that'd be amazing.
He was a defund the police guy, wasn't he?
He was 100% a defund the police guy. Yes, I don't perceive it. I think the more likely scenario is that he just came to this meeting, was very nice to Trump. He probably said like, oh, I have to say mean things about you to get elected. You understand that? And then they were, I bet you he literally said that to Trump in the meeting. And Trump was like, "Oh, I understand." And then they talk buddy buddy because Trump is New Yorker and all this other stuff. And then then like a month from now or a couple months from now, there's going to be some issue where with ICE raids and New York, and Trump's going to call Mamdani a crazy lunatic, and it's just all going to fall apart. And we're going to be right back.
All this is going to fall apart.
Of course.
You're like, this is the Elon bromance all over again.
This is not going to last anywhere near as long as the Elon bromance lasted.
Right. Did you give it 24 hours?
I said I give it like a month or 2 months.
A month.
I'm going to say 2 months is like the top,
2 months.
I'm not going to go past that. Yeah.
He's got to get the money. He's got to get the funding. They need money.
We'll see.
How are they going to house all those illegal immigrants?
Well, that's the problem too. Is like, yeah, if Trump is like going to sign off on giving money to New York City when all that conversation is going on, it's going to look horrible for Trump.
No, it's got to be tied to some sort of tangible policy goals.
Right.
They can't just give him money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East.
Charlie Brown's teacher's asking this question.
Sure.
You said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position, and Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza.
Should we just fast forward? I can't even really make out what he's saying.
He's saying something about Lebanon, but yeah, you can.
We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and
1 in 10.
And I'm okay with that. I'll do that.
So is that really what's just going on here? Someone was like, listen, Trump, some of your voters voted for this guy. So
1 in 10.
You should try to be nice. I mean, that's not a lot, is it?
That's
1 in 10?
nothing.
Yeah.
10%.
But why did he know that? He knew that right off like, obviously someone told him that.
Yeah, that's what they care.
That's interesting. That kind of really, to me, shifts a lot of the connotation of this meeting.
These are your voters, Trump. Oh,
right.
I love my voters. I got to do good for them.
Interesting. Okay.
Sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
You threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, 2 questions, if I may. One for you.
It's interesting to me how much of politics is so based on not really. This is why I guess maybe it's where our disagreement is, because I don't think politics is that much based on policy in terms of how people feel about candidates. Because if you look from like a policy perspective, no one, like everyone should be hating Mamdani if they're a Trump supporter. I mean, he's called ICE the evil fascist organization that's, deporting all the innocent people and all this other stuff. But it's like, well, he was nice to Trump and Trump was nice to him. And so there's like a good feeling. It's all feelings based, it's all vibe based.
If people want prices to go down, how is that not a policy? I mean, they want a policy change that's going to lower prices. They don't know the policy change that's going to work, but they're voting for the guy who says, I'm going to make a policy change that could potentially make prices go down.
Right.
So that is a policy goal. I mean, that's not a vibe. Like, they don't have I have a vibe. I want prices to go down. They're like, prices are too fucking expensive.
It's both, because yes, people say, okay, you're right. There's like a policy. They go, okay, things are too expensive. So I don't know if I'd say, actually, I don't even know if I'd say it's a policy. It's like a goal. Things are too expensive, and my goal is that I want things to not be too expensive, right?
Yes.
And we both agree it's very difficult for anyone, like let alone that, like it's difficult for economists, let alone for the average voter, to, I think, make some sort of like very reasonably intelligent, informed, decision on like what complicated financial policy is going to actually create the reduction in prices across the board that they want.
People want a tangible change in the future.
Yes.
That's what they're voting for.
Right. Exactly. And so they say, okay, but so then how do you since the policy part, I think, is too complicated for most people to really understand or to,
that's where
to
the
know,
vibes come in. I agree with you there.
Right.
I
so
agree with that.
Well, exactly. So they just say, well, here, I agree with you on the goal, is what Mamdani and all these people say. I agree with you on the goal, which you have to do. That's a very important part about politics. And I think this is where Mamdani succeed, even though Cuomo had no shot because of COVID, and the Republican had no shot because he's a Republican in New York City. But this is why a lot of people, I think, were pointing at Mamdani, and he was doing this correctly, is that the goal he was pointing at was the correct goal, which is that everyone's mad because everything's too expensive and sucks.
Well, and it's the same goal that Trump is pointing to. That's where the trickiness comes in, because both parties want the same goal.
At this
moment, they have a difference of how to get there, which is the policy.
Right. But people aren't voting on that. They're voting on the vibe.
Are they?
I think they are. On who, because it's a question of who you, when I say vibe, it's really like, who do you trust?
Right. Well, they're guessing on the policy, but they trust Trump's policy is going to be better because they're like, he's a businessman. He knows, like, he's got experience. Mamdani doesn't never run a business. Yeah, he doesn't know jack shit.
Yes.
And the other people are like, Mamdani is not one of these greedy capitalists. He knows the policy. He knows the policy that's right for us. Correct?
Of course.
Everyone comes at it. That's where the vibes come in. Look, I 100% agree with you that people vibes their way through what's actually going to work. Where they don't vibes their way is what they want.
Right.
They're like, I want a house that's half, well, if they don't own a house, they want a house that's half as expensive, right? So they can buy a cheaper house.
Right.
If they own a house, they're like, I want a house that's twice as expensive. Anyway, put the button.
From BBC in a second, but first of all, to the mayor-elect, you're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wondered to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that so much of the.
So he said, you're also a populist. Were you inspired by President Trump's campaign, his brilliant campaign of populism?
Great question.
Yeah.
Fantastic question.
Look at
suck
Trump.
Up. Yes.
Trump, sucking up to Trump. And he's like, okay, let's see if this guy's going to play ball.
Yeah.
Focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about
I mean, God, it's hard for me to not see Mamdani. He has like he has a better presentation, but he always, to me, when he talks, and maybe it's my own bias, but he comes off like Gavin Newsom in that.
Really?
Because like what he said, like his answer there, if you like really listen to what he said, he's like, too many politicians in New York want to tell you what they think you should be cared about, and they're not listening to what the voter says, and the voter's saying cost of living. So that's what we're going to focus on. Okay. 4 years ago, Mamdani was that person that he's criticizing. He was the one telling you what you should care about. He was telling you you should care about all the evil white racism in the world. You should care about defunding the police. You should care about Palestine. You should care about every fucking woke issue in the book. And then now, all of a sudden, that he needs something from people, that he needs your vote, he's like, well, I'm listening to what the people want. I would never be one of these politicians that tells other people what they should think or what they should feel about.
Well, Sitch was an activist back then. Now he's a politician.
Okay.
He's changed.
He's a changed man. Everything's different now. Gotcha. All right.
He's got to listen to the voters.
Edison, we have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. You know, if we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You were going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You had a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to speak to President Zelensky about your plan?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy-producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad, so many people. You know, last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something, we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25, think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian. And it's a shame.
What happens if President? I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed.
So we're going to watch sometime today. We're going to watch a video going over the 28. It's Ryan McBeth's video going over the 28-point Ukraine peace plan, which I think is pretty interesting because it got leaked or released intentionally or something to that effect. Because we can kind of look over it.
Got intentionally leaked.
Yes, yes.
Overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. Mm-hmm. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Mm-hmm. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
He says yes, though. He's like, oh, yes.
He does, yeah.
Trump gives him a total out.
I know. What's going on there?
Now he can go back and say, what? I called him a fascist.
He does.
I said he was a fascist.
There's a clip we can play where he's talking to, I think someone on NBC or something. And she asked him that. And he's like, well, I said, yes, he's a fascist in that conversation. Like he said, he does that exact thing.
He said,
yes.
This is farcical now. This is completely farcical now.
Mm-hmm.
The headline at the New York Times tomorrow is going to be Trump admits he's a fascist. It is. You know that's coming.
Well, so what do you think what was the plan? What's the strategy? I mean, it's weird because it seems like
there's no strategy in that.
You think it's just Trump's just whatever?
Just Trump fucking around. Yeah, just Trump fucking around.
Because it's weird. It got him a lot of good play from Trump's
the MAGA crowd, yeah, because the MAGA crowd knew that he was just fucking around. But the left is going to look at that and say, Trump admitted he was a fascist. Look, he's not even keeping it a secret anymore.
Interesting.
Look, Mamdani, I think, knows that too. Mamdani knows that Trump, the left is not going to take this well.
Mm-hmm.
Is this important though? I mean, I think it's just hilarious, but But I don't think Trump is a fascist. And the people who do think Trump is a fascist, I think are losing their minds.
Yes.
Well, no, I think they're hurting themselves. I think they're hurting their mental state by constantly focusing on that.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of
he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember, right in the Oval Office, not so long ago, I said, "You don't have the cards." Don't forget,
Don't you love going back to that? Don't you?
Oh, he doesn't have the cards, Adam.
I told him
the cards.
That meeting triggered the fuck out of me. I hated that meeting. I hated that meeting with a burning passion. That meeting made me lose all respect for JD Vance. He's won me back a bit, but that was, have you said thank you? Have you once said thank you? Why not just say thank you?
That's the meeting that spawned all the
meme. I know. Yeah, I love that meme. I love that meme to death.
Well, it's crazy the meaning?
How the left always puts that meme up thinking they're making fun of JD, and it's like, nah, it's so cool.
Was that meaning, okay, like, you hated it, but it brought you the meme, okay? So was it worth it? Was it worth it for the meme?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Maybe. Okay.
I mean, how many Ukrainians died over that meeting?
That's a good meme.
Are the memes really worth it?
Are memes worth dying for? Maybe.
No.
I don't know. They could be.
The memes are great, but I don't know if I want to lose one life over a meme.
Mm.
Is it worth other people dying for the meme? No. No. Bad Adam. Don't.
Look at this party pooper here. Don't die for memes, everybody.
You know the memes that I really liked?
What?
The eating the dogs, eating the
Oh,
pets.
there you go. There you go. Yeah.
That got me in big trouble though. Jeez.
That's true.
You hated those memes.
That's a good point.
Someone was
I mean, the songs are pretty funny. I have to admit, this is pretty good songs. Okay.
They were, yeah, definitely. Someone needs to do one with Andrew Wilson licking the sniz.
No!
licking the sniz.
No!
Licking the sniz of all the people who live there.
He's licking the sniz.
Exactly.
He's licking the sniz.
That'd be great.
I'm gonna be real. I'd never even heard that term before in my life.
She didn't, and she's a lesbian. She was like, "What is that?" She's like, "What does that mean?"
Is that a new? Like, am I old? Is that a new thing? The sniz? Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Inherited this war. I would have never. This war never would have happened.
I'm bored of this. I'm so bored of this. Trump needs new material. He really does. The whole, that war would have never happened. Never. How many times have you heard that? I'm going to guess 1,000.
I'm pretty sure if you've ever have a clip of him talking about the scenario, is that it's like his go-to response.
It is.
It's like programmed in his brain. I'm sure you guys have. So you have like a friend or a family member that whenever you bring up a topic, they always have the exact same thing they have to say about it again and again and again. Now, obviously, when you're president or a politician, I mean, you're speaking to multiple different audiences, so it's a little bit more acceptable. But I agree. I don't think it's very persuasive. Well,
there's a subtext here, though. The subtext is anyone who voted for Biden, you killed all of those people. If you would have just voted for me, all those people would be alive now.
Right. I think it could be persuasive to some effect in that a lot of people, I don't know if they still are, but a lot of people, were operating under this idea that Donald Trump is such a wild card, which is a pretty reasonable belief to hold, actually, if you think about it. Donald Trump, with the whole Kim Jong-un and my buttons bigger than yours, and him talking, him dropping the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan, and him now trying to invade Venezuela, maybe, and can we nuke a hurricane? Like all these things. Like Donald Trump says like crazy shit constantly, right? So it is a reasonable thing for a person to believe, while if Donald Trump is president, him being president is so unpredictable or crazy to other countries that they would be like, oh, like I don't really want to fuck with America or get on his bad side. Something bad, he could do something crazy, right? Like that makes sense that people thought that before the election. I don't know if that idea will continue to hold up depending on how the Ukraine situation plays out, because it does seem like we keep getting in this pattern where Trump is like, okay, Ukraine, here's some deal. You don't really want to take it, but I'm going to force you to take it. Ukraine says, no. And they eventually say, okay, we'll take it. Right. That's what happened with the mineral deal. Okay, we'll do it. Right. And then Russia says, it's not good enough. And then Trump, goes and he talks to Putin. They have all sorts of meetings, and he's like, "Oh, our meetings went fine. We went so well." And then Putin turns around and bombs something in Ukraine, shits on Trump, by action. He'll say nice things to Trump in his face, but then his actions will totally shit on Trump. Melania even brought this up, like, "Oh, every time you have a good conversation with Putin, he immediately goes and blows up a city." And then Trump will come out. He had come out and he had said this, said, "Oh, Putin's like keeps doing these bad things. It seems like nothing I say really matters to him, blah, blah, blah." It seemed like this sort of cycle, which we had seen with every US president with Putin, where they go, I like the guy. And then they turn out, oh, this guy's a fucking lying piece of shit, asshole, evil person. It seemed like it was finally coming to head with Trump. He had made several comments about realizing this. And then this new deal comes out, and it seems like we're right back at square one again. With just this, well, we're just going to try to keep giving Russia what it wants and force Ukraine into some situation that's unfavorable to them. And it's like, why? It's just the worst negotiating strategy in the planet. Because like, even from why is Russia's not really incentivized to take any plan? Because they could just feel like, well, we can just keep pushing America again and again and again and not accept anything, because Trump is so thirsty for this war to end that we can get some kind of hyper favorable deal. We'll just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing.
You don't think Putin believes that Trump is a wild card who could launch a nuclear strike on Moscow at any second?
Way in hell, no.
So he's lost all his wild card cred. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. He's lost all that energy.
Pushover. Total pushover now.
Not good.
Lame.
Inherited this war, and I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too.
Well, I'm sure you would have taken that fucking deal. Right? Holy shit. Can you imagine if they offered Zelensky the deal? How about this? We won't invade. Okay, deal.
If you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
It's only if you guys would have voted for Trump and not Biden.
I know.
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that to be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President,
you know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were. You know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. He doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law and local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
So you were with ICE? We were with ICE then?
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime, more than ICE per se. We discussed crime, and he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime, and I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, the anti-Israel protest.
So he says they disagree on immigration, but they agree on building more houses.
Right.
He throws them a bone.
Sure, but the way in which he's going to advocate for building those houses, sounds like Trump is saying he does not agree with that.
Right.
Through more public housing.
I want to know, one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your
Whitey's got to pay.
didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
Look, he gives him like the tap. He's like, "Oh yeah, I got this. I got this." Trump goes, "You take this one. This one's all about you."
Wow.
They got this jocular, energy going between them.
I mean, Mamdani must be a very smooth operator, I guess, to get this.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our city.
To be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear.
What you said.
No, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
What do you think, Sitch?
Obviously, just a total dodge pivot. You know, he said the thing, and now he's like, "Oh, I mean, I didn't say the thing. What do you mean?"
Catering to the racist base of the Democratic Party.
Of course.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being set. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
okay.
I mean, it is smart, and I think it's good branding for Trump to put this out there like this, because then ultimately when he does get into some sort of fight with Mamdani and has to shit talk him, he gets to say, I was open-minded. Okay. I tried to work with him. You guys all saw the meeting. I said that I want what's best for New York. Everyone, maybe not everyone, but I think most people believe that Trump as a New Yorker actually does want what's best for New York City. So it's a very believable idea for him to put out there, so that ultimately when he turns on Mamdani, people will kind of give it more credibility.
Right. And he's doing that because it's good politics or because it's good television?
I don't know if it was a thought process. I'm just saying it's going to happen that way. I think it's going to end up that way, but
it's interesting that it's kind of both, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. It
is
good television.
It is. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. This is a reality television show here.
Right.
When do they do the standalone interviews? That's when things get real.
Mm-hmm.
I could barely stand sitting next to him. Oh my God.
About you. Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would, especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, you know, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
That's got to chill a bunch of people out.
Yeah. Interesting. That's a pretty big endorsement.
People.
Yeah.
So many rich people were talking about moving out. They were terrified of Mamdani. They're like, "Oh my God, our property taxes are going to triple."
Florida and
Holy
Texas,
shit.
not very happy about that statement. They were like, they wanted all the people to move. They're
I
like,
saw
no,
a video of
Trump,
real estate agents who were like, "Oh yeah, we got tons of business. Everyone's calling us."
Right.
Yeah. We'll see. We will see. I think it is smart for Trump to kind of endorse and see what happens. Like you said, it gives him some room no matter what happens, right? If he just snubs him immediately, everyone's going to say, "Oh, you didn't even give him a shot."
Right.
You prejudged him.
Yes. Makes him look a lot more magnanimous, a lot more trustworthy on the issue.
It does. Yeah.
I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
Hypocrite! Oh my God, he doesn't even believe in climate change.
Wow,
this hypocrite. Yeah, he should have bicycled.
True.
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. You know, I mean, he's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you.
Look, all these sycophants have got to be just so pissed right now. They put together all of these questions to berate him in the Oval Office, and now Trump is taking his side on everything.
I know. So
How
sad.
painful. How painful.
So sad.
You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
I think yesterday.
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful.
All of them with giant swastikas right on the side. They're beautiful.
Listen, there's a lot of Buddhists in the Coast Guard. Okay, we're taking back the symbol. Why should the Nazis get it?
Right. The reporter asked if the Coast Guard is taking the Nazi symbol off of some hate symbol list. So people might not have actually heard the reporter in that exchange.
Right,
so
right.
That's why we're making all these swastika jokes.
I don't even understand. I mean, the Coast Guard. Why does the Coast Guard have anything to do with like hate symbols? They have like a I mean, I guess was it they have a policy that if you have like a big swastika tattoo, you know, you don't have a big swastika tattoo or something. Like, what is the Coast Guard dealing with hate symbols? Right? It's just a strange thing.
Yeah, yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? But I'm sure. Look, come on, it's probably the Biden administration probably sends out a ton of stuff like that, right?
Are they worried that there's like sailors on the boats? They got like, well, listen, you have the swastika fucking Nazi flag in your room. They're like, well, you don't have to take it down anymore because we reclassified it on the internal documents as not a hate symbol. Like, strange.
Carl's in the chat.
Magnificent ship. They look.
Carl's in the chat asking where his invite is. We can talk about Carl next at Cinnamon Invite.
Sure.
Yeah. He's more than welcome to come on, obviously.
Like we got with lots of guns.
We'll take him out. He knows how to have a debate respectfully.
So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Mr. President, and you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide.
Hey, did you watch Carl's video first?
Yes.
Okay, so you've watched it. So if he comes on, we can talk about it.
Yes. Actually, yeah. And there's an X post that he posted we could talk about too.
Okay. I just didn't want to invite him on if like you hadn't have done it. Well, I would invite him on, but obviously we couldn't talk.
Well, we can just talk about the topic. Yeah, sure.
Genocide in Gaza, why President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made to New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump didn't do a peace and work hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, have...
I love Trump's reaction to that. He asked, do you view Mamdani as the leader of the Democratic Party?
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if people can understand what the reporters are saying. I can barely understand it.
It's very quiet, yes.
So, but Trump loves this question. Is he Sitch? I mean, it kind of seems, it's got to be AOC, right?
Well,
AOC
there's going to be
like the tip of the spear.
Right. There's going to be some big dust up 2028.
AOC is running. Gavin Newsom is running.
Right. Is it going to be the
Shapiro's running?
Centrist liberal tards, or is it going to be the commie tards?
God, I hope Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are both running. Oh, please. Oh, God, please let it happen. Please. The comedy.
Oh my God. If Kamala runs again, I will 100% agree with you that she's the biggest retard on the planet. She just has like idiot. 10 IQ points, that she's just a total fucking idiot. If she honestly thinks she stands a ghost farts chance in a snowball's hell of winning in 2028, she's delusional.
Rumor has it she's not running for governor of California because she thinks she can she thinks she can be president.
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh my God. How could
I'm telling you.
How could you be that out of it?
It's so interesting because obviously I said Pence was going to run. And you were like, nah, he has no shot. They all think they have a shot.
I know.
They all think that they can compete in this arena. It's complete self-delusion.
It's true. It's true. I hope she runs.
Hope they have great.
I 100% hope Kamala runs, and I hope she gets like 2% or something. And it's something horribly embarrassing in the primary, and it just shatters her spirit forever.
And she commits.
No, I want her to live. She must live with the shame. Okay. She must be in the grocery store and people go, hey, it's Brat Summer. Hey, it's Mamala. And she just like hides her face in shame of the fucking cringe that she's inflicted upon the world.
Mamala. Yes. Mamala.
People see her on the street and they go, coconut tree. And she just, oh God, she just puts her coat up right around her face. Doesn't want to be recognized. Pulls her hat down.
I listened to the 5-minute intro of her audiobook. First of all, she narrates her own audiobook.
No!
Which I'm like, yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no fucking way I'm going to listen to 10 hours of this shit, right?
You
Not
can't
only-
listen to I can't even do it. The Kabbalah voice for 10 hours.
It's terrible. And not only that, the first story in the book is a story about the bacon and eggs and when she got the call from Biden.
That old chestnut.
The thing that the bacon and egg story that we've heard 1,000 times before. Obviously, she doesn't have a competent editor because the editor would say, okay, you want to open with something no one has ever heard, right?
Yes.
Some juicy fucking dirt. Not the moment you got the call that we all heard 75,000 times already. There's no hook in that.
It's not. Yeah, that's 100% true. It's really bad that the one story she points to that's like, this is the story of me being a human being. I'm a normal person too. I cook breakfast. Wow. So
What's
exciting.
Up? It's Carl. Carl's here.
Hey man, hang on a sec.
Oh, hey, what's up? Oh wait,
Carl,
I have to go to the bathroom before we have some
I don't think that's okay. You go to the bathroom. I'll talk to Carl for a second and then.
Hang on a second. This is louder than I was expecting.
We're loud.
Okay, try now.
How's it going? How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, I've got a really annoying fucking cough.
Oh, okay. Well, don't cough into the microphone.
I'm afraid I'm not.
Look, I didn't hector you to come on. You wanted to come on, so
I did.
But I did put the bat signal in the thumbnail. I thought, if I put Carl in the thumbnail, there's no way he can resist. He's gonna come talk to us about this shit.
Yeah.
So what's up? Why are you always bitching about liberalism? What's going on, Carl?
I'm currently streaming on my little gaming channel.
Are you?
Of Change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Totally what's up, everybody?
Yeah, the chat is saying hello.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
I'm just gonna make sure that everything's working right. I think. Say something again.
Hey, right. Hey, everybody. Trump,
my
2028, right?
Sorry,
Trump 2028.
I mean, I doubt it. Like Trump's looking quite tired these days, man.
Yeah, I saw this one interview on CNBC where the CNBC hosts were super serious. Obviously, CNBC here is the financial channel. All they do is talk about stocks and bonds and the market all day long. And Trump was on there, and one of the hosts put the thumb screws to him about running in 2028. She did not like all this joking around about running. And Trump said, she asked point blank, are you planning on running in 2028? And he kind of laughed it off and said, probably not. And then after that, I just realized, oh yeah, he's just trolling people. He's not serious about it.
You were like, sold.
Yeah.
I mean, he's nearly fucking, isn't he like 79?
I don't know. I'm not sure how old he is, but look, he seems in good shape to me. So
yeah, he's very compos mentis for a chap his age. Don't get me wrong, but he's fucking old. I'm sure.
Look
he's
at you,
80.
ages. Jeez,
I know. God.
Yeah, I am pretty ageist.
You've turned on Trump. I thought you were a big Trump supporter.
No. I'm obviously a supporter of Trump still, although he's not perfect. But I do support Trump. But it's just one of those things. It's like, guys, can we not get someone of about 50? That would be ideal, right?
Right, sure. No, I agree. We need someone young. Mamdani, right? He's young.
He's isn't he in his 40s? Is he 30s?
He looks like he's in his 40s. I'm sure JD Vance is going to be running on the Republican side. So
yeah, how do you guys feel about JD Vance?
I mean, I want to see him campaign. I'm not opposed to voting for JD Vance. So
cool.
Zoran Mamdani's 34. He looks older, doesn't he?
That's racist. Jesus.
Interesting. So he's younger than me.
We were going to watch your video on the woke is the problem, or no, the woke is not the problem. It's the left that's the problem. That's a video that we were going to watch.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree.
So now you've gone completely woke. You're saying woke is not even a problem now.
Well, no, that's not what I say in the video.
Well, lay it out. Lay out your argument. Since you're here, we don't have to watch it. Just tell us what the argument is.
Sure. Well, woke is a lens. So it allows you to see things that you otherwise wouldn't have been paying attention to. But it's not itself a normative philosophy. It's a descriptive lens. So, you can look at the world through the lens of woke, but if you don't have the liberal left types the philosophy of them to inform what you're seeing, then you don't. I mean, frankly, a lot of the time, a lot of people just don't make head nor tails of it because they're not leftists, right? So a lot of people are like, well, so what? It requires the leftism to be the problem, to actually inform what ought to be done, because that's the normative component of the woke left. And so, really, it's the left part that is the problem, like it always has been and always will be. And so, like, complaining, oh, the woke is the problem. No, that's you defending the left, when it's actually the left that's the problem and it always will be. Because the left is the section of politics that actually has a goal. They want to bring about a certain future in mind.
I don't like any of the woke right framing, so I don't know if this keys into that. I'm assuming you're against the woke right terminology as well, Carl.
I mean, I just think it's lazy.
Okay.
Frankly, I spoke to James Lindsay at ARC last year, and he, said to me, "Well, yeah, I know, like, a lot of people are being called woke right who aren't like anti-Israel or not even like they're not actually. You can be anti-Israel without being like a fucking online Nazi."
Can you
But
turn your mic up just a tad, Carl? You're a little low, so
I don't know if I can.
Oh,
I'm still painting as we talk,
Okay.
so I'll lean into it more.
Oh, nice. Doing the figures.
Yeah. So he admitted to me that he knew that he was being cavalier with the way that he was describing people who are not like, anti-Jewish spurgs online in this thing, because really what's being categorized here? I mean, it's just, I don't want to sound mean, but online Nazis are not new. And that's all that James Lindsay is trying to identify. And fair enough, I don't see a problem with trying to identify online Nazis. But suggesting that anyone who's not liberal falls into that camp, which is what James is doing with the woke right, well, I'm sorry, that's just wrong. And that forces people to kind of attack you on the grounds that, well, you're defending the left here now. And so James Lindsay is the, forever the leftist infiltrator on the right, which is the problem the right has always had, frankly. Allowing, renegade leftists to come in and start telling people how right-wing thought ought to be. And shock and surprise, it ought to be liberal, guys. What a shock. Oh, my goodness.
So are you saying someone can be woke right and not be a Nazi? Because doesn't he just mean woke right is a Nazi?
Well, I mean, a Nazi is a Nazi. Like, they have a particular worldview. They have.
No, I completely agree. Look, I don't like the terminology because we have a term. It's called Nazi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so James is actually being, and what it is the left has made calling people Nazis very unfashionable, because of course they have applied that term to literally everyone. I mean, like, Mamdani is literally being like, oh, I did call him a fascist, but Trump's like, yeah, you can call me a fascist, it's fine. Because everyone knows he's not a fucking fascist. So, like, James is like, oh, well, the woke right are actually the problem. It's like, well, no, they're just online Nazis, mate. And actually there is like, James has never read a book by someone who would describe themselves as post-liberal, and it shows, because there's actually a huge amount of thought that's gone into these people. Like, Patrick Deneen is excellent. There are a couple of others. I can't remember who they are offhand, but I've listened to the audiobooks that they've written, and they're very good, and they're in a very similar sort of headspace to a lot of people, where it's clear that it is liberalism itself that is incapable of actually solving any of the problems, because it's the source of the issues. And so it's just one of those things where it's like James spurging out because of his personal commitment to liberalism is just him calling people a bunch of Nazis under a new guise. And it's like, okay, thanks, James. That's exactly what nobody wanted.
So when you say, I was trying to clarify, when you say James is saying he's calling everyone woke right, someone who's on the right but is not a liberal, right? So someone who's not, when you say that, you mean someone who doesn't believe in liberalism.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So are you arguing that there are no people on the right that believe in liberalism, or there shouldn't be people on the right that believe in liberalism?
Yeah. Liberalism is itself what the left is.
Okay. Well, it's a lot of people in America would not agree with that at all.
Yeah, they wouldn't, but they'd be wrong.
Like 50 years of Republican policies on the right would not.
Republicanism itself is a liberal project.
Well,
Well,
that made
all
it
yeah,
easy.
yes. I mean, both parties in America since the beginning were liberal parties.
Yes,
Yeah,
the United States itself is the great liberal experiment in
right,
governance.
right. And
So,
so you're
like,
so
to say that
mhm.
the right, what is actually right wing, is struggling not to be liberal is totally fine. It's just James Lindsay doesn't want to hear it. But the problems that we have are problems that stem from liberalism. So, there's just no other governing philosophy that you could point the finger at, frankly, to put the blame on them.
Right. Well, before we get into that, what does how are you conceptualizing left versus right in at all, I guess nowadays?
Well, these days, I think really the proper conceptualization between left and right is the amount of how to describe it, the amount of credence that reality has in a person's worldview is really what defines the left and the right. But the left and the right are explicitly liberal frames. It doesn't make sense to say there's like a left wing of Islamists or a right wing of Islamists. It's out of context and makes no sense whatsoever. Because the frames left and right come from the French Revolution, come from a liberal revolution. So
Mm-hmm.
the frame itself is a liberal frame. And so if you talk in terms of left and right, you are speaking in the terms of liberalism, and you have accepted that liberalism is the determinate creed of the conversation.
Well, I think generally, I understand what you're saying, but I think generally, like the term, like it means something. Like left and right means something. Usually, there's some kind of vibe of like tradition versus change, or moderateness versus not being moderate, or being more textualist or literalist, especially when it comes to religion. So if someone says like, oh, they're more like a left wing Islamic, generally people think like, oh, well, yeah, they believe in Islam, but maybe they don't necessarily keep halal, and they're probably not, running around making people wear burqas. Like it means something. Like
Well,
there's an
you
idea
notice that
there.
we don't apply we don't call them left wing Muslims if they're just not very good Muslims. We call them moderate Muslims.
Right.
We don't ascribe a point on the political compass to them because it doesn't make sense. It's not as we would
Mm.
define it a left and right issue.
Okay.
It's one of
So
personal conviction.
sure, sure. So it's just okay. So left. Let me think of what you're saying here. So left and right is a liberal framing, but you understand what I'm saying, right? That people definitely do interpret left and right versus in that way. That it does mean something to people.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah,
concept there. It's not like illusory.
yeah. No, I'm not saying there's nothing relevant there.
Hmm.
There's a reason these terms persist, obviously. But the issue is um, the reason that liberalism came into existence is to oppose what I guess they would call like the true right, which is a non-ideological form of politics, right? So it's a form of politics that doesn't actually begin with a theory and has been actually begun with a practice, whereas liberalism begins in a theory.
What
And
it
it's
what do you mean by beginning with a practice?
well, as in it's the result of what people have just been doing naturally over time. Um, excuse me.
So like monarchy is something that like you would say monarchy is something that exists as a practice, not an ideology.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, you have kings long before you have writing, right?
Uh-huh.
You've got kingship is something intrinsic to human beings, and even now, like I think there's a fairly good argument that Trump basically is the king of America. I think a lot of people do kind of no, even if like not necessarily in a legal sense, but in like a spiritual
I know
sense,
what you
right?
mean. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he has, and the thing with Mamdani was amazing and actually really highlights the point. Like, it doesn't matter what you call me, I'm the guy in charge, by divine right, essentially. Um, you know, so and his magnanimity there to concede, to let Mandami like essentially defend himself to his friends, like I know your guys are going to demand that you call me a fascist. Go ahead, it's fine. It's I don't mind. We'll carry on afterwards. I know what this is about. Like that's the kind of thing that would happen in a royal court. And this whole thing, this whole visit from Mamdani to Trump it's got like echoes of like feudal allegiance to it. Like
You're
Trump
so
deals with.
British. You're so British. No,
Well, it
stop.
does. No,
Mm-mm.
it really does.
Americans did
And
not see it that way.
no. Well, I think you should look at it with fresh eyes, right? Stop,
Okay.
try not to have an intrinsically American prejudice about it, and look at it with fresh eyes, because like Mamdani is like Trump is like a mafia boss in the way that he deals with his politics, right? He's concerned about loyalty, honor, and respect, and these are the primary things that you have to show Trump in order to make him like you. And the second that you do that, oh, he fucking loves you, and he thinks you're the bee's knees, and no matter what the ideological differences between you are, he doesn't care. He thinks you're fine. Mandani understands this clearly because he has been respectful to his elders. He's been respectful to the president, and he's gone there and been on his best fucking behavior. And it's really funny to see, Frank. Yeah, bend the knee basically, as my chat point out. You're essentially bending the knee there. And that's fine. That's just what feudal politics is. It's the politics of relations. It's the politics of respecting the person who is superior to you. And there's no doubt that Trump is superior to Mandami. I mean, like, in what way could you argue that he's not? He's been more successful. He's richer. He's older. He's got a higher office. Blah blah blah. Like in every way. Mandami's only 34 years old. He's at the beginning of his political career. He's actually playing it very smart, frankly, to concede all of this to Trump, and it's won him over completely. Trump's thrilled with the guy.
I don't think that the respecting of the people more powerfully. I think that's in almost every, if not every, political hierarchical system. I don't think that's unique to monarchy.
That's something human, right? Is to respect people more.
Well, it's just pragmatic. You got to respect the people above you if you want to keep moving up.
Yeah, but the nature of pre-modern politics was based in relations, and so there was a political valence to the relationships. So
sure.
it's important for political organization to have these kind of firm relationships, and that's what Mandani is demonstrating now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think that's true for. I mean, all politics.
I appreciate that you're trying to universalize this, but it's not universalizable.
Okay.
It's not a given that actually there are accepted hierarchies in a political movement. I mean, there's a great example in Britain at the moment with a party called Your Party. It's a leftist alliance between a communist and an Islamist, and Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana, and they've basically been fighting over seniority in the party. Excuse me. Jeremy Corbyn is probably in his 70s, and he is a very famous communist grandee in this country, basically. Zara Sultana is probably about 28, 29, something like that. And she is doing the opposite of Mandani. She is not showing respect to the person who has accrued more than her, because ideologically, actually, the words and the thinking and the logic doesn't require you to have any greater experience than anyone else. If you can articulate the proposition and derive the conclusion, the logical conclusion from it, then in any ideological thinking, you are actually the equal of someone else. I mean, that's, anyone can do it as long as they have sufficient intelligence to be able to understand it. And so actually there is a kind of politics, and usually we think of it as like family politics. Like you might know that your granddad is wrong about something, but because of his station in life, you have to just kind of bite your tongue, go, yeah, okay, granddad, I guess we'll see, won't we? And then when the computer breaks or whatever, because he didn't know what he was doing, you have to take over and just go through the experience. And it's that kind of politics that Trump is applying to the actual political world.
That's interesting. But okay. I want to go back to what you're saying about the monarchy thing. So I understand what you're saying. Monarchy started as a practice. It's something that I assume naturally just kind of occurred out of people controlling land and kind of, grew out of that. And then obviously there's an ideology afterwards that was sort of imposed upon it with divine rights of king and all this other, it was all different forms of monarchy.
Exactly right.
Right. And all this other stuff. So are you laying out the idea that like the right, anything that's like on the right is something that begins with practice, and anything on the left is something that begins with an ideology?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the right way to look at it.
Interesting. Okay.
Because most rational thought is a description of what's already being done, right? It's actually very hard to conceive of something that isn't real.
Right.
And even like you need, like, then, and this has been known for centuries. Sorry, I mean, like Descartes is the one who really sort of, I think, first articulated this. And he was like, yeah, I can't think of anything that doesn't exist. Like, and even things that don't exist are chimeras of things that do exist. Like a unicorn is a horse with a horn on it. You know, a horn is a thing, a horse is a thing, and someone's just smushed them together. You know, so we actually are completely bound by our sensory inputs when it comes to our imaginations.
Sure, like democracy didn't exist, but you could conceptualize it by rearranging things that do exist.
Yeah, but you can't conceive of something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, that's completely not even like nothing is completely 100% new. Yes, right.
Well, nothing's new at all. Actually, if you think about it, like think of something that
Well,
doesn't
you wouldn't
exist.
know because you can conceptualize it.
Well, that's the point.
Right.
You'd, and if you saw something, and this is like what the heart of Lovecraftian fiction is about. It's about trying to imply there is something that can't be conceived of because you've got no sensory experience from which to contextualize it, and so it drives you mad, right? And so the point being, this is what the problem with ideology is that it takes a series of ideas that are not directly drawn from the experience people have in the world, and it imposes it on a political or social environment, whether it's useful or relevant or important or just or good or valid or not. And that's the problem with the left, part of the woke left. The woke part is just the ability to see where the application of leftism should be, which, I mean, okay, don't get me wrong, not great. You don't want them applying leftism anywhere. But the real fundamental normative problem comes from the leftism itself, because that's the ideology that has descended from heaven to earth and is ruining things.
Right. And when you say that, because what you're saying is the real problem is that people have a belief system that's based on ideology as opposed to a belief system that's based on a practice, right?
Yeah, like when you have a belief system that's based on a practice, you are located in a time and place, and there are real agents and events and resources, material, you know, whatever you want to say, like real things that you are speaking of in a node of a web of relationships. Each thing that you speak of is a node in a web of relationships that actually maps onto a real thing, like a community, like an actual community, rather than like a hypothetical categorical community. So you've got the, you know, if you'd say I'm important in local politics in my city, and so like you're a local councillor or something. So you know the other councillors, you know the regions of the city, you know the particular like direct issues that the city has, whether it's, you know, potholes or sewage like overflows or something like that. You know what seem to be deeply mundane things. It would be wholly inappropriate to take an external ideology that has already come to a series of conclusions in the abstract and apply it to that job, right? Like you don't, what possible use could that be? Especially if that ideology was created like 200 years ago by someone in a foreign country who had never personally been actually a politician themselves. You'd be like, why would I ever listen to you? It's like, well, he's making a really persuasive case. His logic is airtight. It's like, okay, but he knows literally nothing about this situation. He knows literally nothing about how these things, how these moving parts interact and how the wheels, the cogs like move each other. And he doesn't know like what budgets are, what the people are going to vote for, what people get angry about, how that's going to affect how they move or don't move out of the town or city. So the tax revenue, he doesn't know any of these things. And so ideology becomes basically, in essence, a tool to program people who do not know what they're doing to do something that is destructive.
Right. Well, I think in the example that you're laying out, I mean, I would agree with you. I think almost everyone would agree with you that it's always better to have a person who's been in a situation that has experience with a situation. I mean, this is why we generally tend to give people whose opinion we give people weight for their opinion if they've actually experienced whatever they're talking about. Not just, I mean, forget politics. You can be working any job anywhere, kind of what you're saying, and you could have some new person come in and they could say a bunch of shit. It's like, okay, well, you don't really know how it works. You don't know how the permitting works. You don't know what the on the ground situation is. Blah 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 blah. Right. So, like in terms of that, like 100% agree. You need to understand the reality of a situation. You can't just run in there and say, okay, I have some idea in my mind I already come up with that I'm going to try to force on every situation, because obviously that's not going to work.
Yeah.
I think where I disagree would be in sort of conceptualizing it along like a pure like a political level that's automatically good, because I feel like if you go down that track, you kind of get into sort of the naturalistic fallacy of, well, something came to be through a natural state, so therefore it's good, when that's not really the case. You can have lots of systems or lots of things in nature that are fucking horrible that we want to get rid of.
I think that's something of a straw man though, right? Because like it's very unlikely that anyone's actually ever going to take that position, right? I mean, if you've got a local council and you've got three people who take over the council and then start siphoning money out, no one's gonna be like, well, I mean, they took over through natural processes, they got voted or whatever. Like, we have different standards for other things like corruption and just other standards to circumscribe the behavior that we take. You're going too far and people aren't happy, then it doesn't matter what, like, ideology or appeal to a fallacy or whatever you make. If people aren't happy, you've got to do something. You've got to be personally responsive to that because of your position. So I don't think worrying about, like, an extreme hypothetical fallacy is actually a refutation of it.
Well, I don't know if it's a refutation. I'm just like, because a lot of your critique of liberalism, I would say, is you saying, okay, I've identified some sort of like base level of what like the base framework was for liberalism, and every problem that comes from that we live in under a liberal society comes from this like deep down base thing. And I could see that the exact same thing if we lived in some sort of hypothetical other world where we were living under the sort of right-wing conceptualization that you're framing. You could make the same argument, say, well, at the base level of the philosophy is this idea that as long as something is a practice first, then that elevates it morally when it shouldn't.
Well, you know what's interesting? That's exactly what liberalism did. that's exactly.
That's your argument, right? Yeah, exactly.
So you're not wrong at all. Like you're exactly correct. And I'm not saying that we should have no reflectiveness in how we approach politics or society or anything like this, right? The problem is when you take a suite of ideas that begin in the abstract in a different time in a different place, drawn from a different time and different place, and you apply them, you're saddled with their faults as well as any benefits they provide. And
right,
I'm just to be clear, I'm not saying there's no benefit to liberalism either. Obviously, liberalism has actually done some tremendous good for people. The problem is that because of liberalism's own success, it's becoming pathological. And so we are having trouble admitting where it's wrong. And the real problem with it is it's actually wrong in its fundamental constitution of what a man is. It believes fundamentally that men exist prior to society and aren't intrinsically formed by social bonds. And that's just factually inaccurate. And it was the thought experiment that created the state of nature that justified a lot of the attack on the heavily socialized politics of its own day. And when I say socialized, I don't mean socialism. I mean the sort of personal politics like Trump is doing at the moment with Mamdani, right?
Right.
And it was justified in its day because the society was a lot more oppressive than it is now. But the problem is that liberalism's success has been so runaway that it can't stop.
Well,
and now it's doing real damage to society Oh, excuse me, this fucking cough's insufferable.
I don't want you don't
It's
have
doing
to.
real damage
You
to
can go.
society.
I don't want to like kill you on stream if you're dying from a cold or something. I
No,
feel
I've
bad.
had it for a few days now. I don't feel bad or anything like that.
I know it just
It's
makes you
just that
cough.
every now and
Yeah.
again I'll get a tickle in my throat, a really annoying
Right.
tickle, and I just have to cough.
Sucks.
And
Yeah.
it's just a dry cough, as you can hear as well. So
Right.
it's so insufferable.
Yeah.
But otherwise everything's fine. But yeah, so the issue is basically admitting when we need to stop being liberals and where we need to stop being liberals. And there are lots of real questions that are being raised here at the moment about the nature of a state, right? What is a civic polity?
Mm-hmm.
And the liberal position falls on the line of it's a social contract.
Right.
But,
Well,
but
I
that's
kind of want to hone in on this practicing because I mean we've talked about this a lot. I think this is the first time either that you've mentioned it or maybe it's the first time I've realized it. So it seems like this is like a key element here is just like practice versus the ideology thing. Because and because I understand what you're saying and I agree with this. Like you have a practice that comes into being. There's going to be benefits and there's going to be negatives to it, and it's going to be rooted obviously in the time period of where it was crafted. But I think that's sort of part of the difficulty of, or maybe even I'd say the downside, even conceptualizing politics in that way, because then you get in this kind of sticky situation where it's like, okay, you're trying to get rid of slavery. The practice side of it is very much in favor of saying, well, that slavery was built on this long-standing tradition of things that evolved non-ideologically, rooted in human nature. And then you have some ideology come in, like liberalism or heck, like Christianity comes in and says, hey, we should get rid of slavery because of this ideological reason. And so how do you actually abolish slavery if we're going to label the ideology as like the negative aspect?
Well, this is what ideologies are actually good for, is when there is an intolerable institution, an ideology provides the kind of intellectual justification to abolish it. Especially as in England in particular, there wasn't any slavery. It was William the Conqueror that outlawed slavery in, I think it's 1089 or something like that. I can't remember exact date, but like he abolished the slave trade because he wanted to tax it basically as a revenue, a source of revenue. So it's not like he was doing it through personal moral means. Although I can't remember the name of the Archbishop of Canterbury who was really against slavery, who was constantly banging on about this to William. So there may have been a moral component to it, but I would just assume there wasn't, right? Just for the sake of argument. But he did it anyway. And so for 1,000 years, England, well, not 1,000 years, 500 years, England and lots of other places in Europe didn't have slavery because of Christianity. And so when slavery begins in the New World, this is actually outside of our sphere of experience. The English-speaking peoples, wherever they are in the world, aren't natural slave traders. And so for slavery to have persisted for such a long time is actually quite strange. But it's also one of those things that really could only have happened because it was so far away from the heartland. And when you have then, huge black populations brought over from Africa, and lots of people who are personally, financially invested in the thing, and you have the same thing with the slave trade in Britain, it took a great effort of will to get it done. But there was also a huge amount of popular support for abolishing the slave trade here. So it was just one of those things where it's like, you are right that there is a use for ideology, but the time has come to understand where that use has overstepped its welcome and where it's actually doing harm rather than good, I think.
So, because when you were talking about like the woke is the problem, the left is the problem, like the way that I was hearing it is that it sounded like you were laying out that the left conceptually is not just the problem now, but seems like it's always the problem. And are you not saying that? Are you saying that sometimes?
Oh, I'm definitely saying that.
Okay, so if the left is always the problem, and then that translates to that means the ideology is always the problem. How do you have the ideology ever come in and get rid of these oppressive practices that you're talking about?
Ideologies are actually drawn from times and places, but they're put into an abstract doctrine, and then they're taken to other places, right? So one of the reasons that the American Revolution didn't turn into the French Revolution is because American political practice had for a long time been informed by the ideas that end up crystallizing into liberalism.
Right.
Like, for example, you didn't invent the concept of a Bill of Rights. You didn't invent the concept of constitutions.
How fucking dare you say
You
this?
you inherited all
How
of this
dare
from
you?
England.
No, we did not. Americans created all of these amazing things. Okay, you guys didn't do shit.
Sorry to burst that bubble, but
how dare you?
But that's the point, right? Like these ideas are from a time and a place. And so what happens essentially with the American Revolution is a bunch of Englishmen tell themselves English political philosophy makes sense to us. Why don't we enact it? And they do.
Right.
But then when they when a bunch of Frenchmen are like, hey, these English guys seem to be on something. Why don't we enact this in France? Well, they don't have any of the social structures required to actually make it make sense. And so suddenly you've rendered the entire civilization essentially evil, right? The French revolutionaries essentially rendered their entire civilization to be evil because of English ideology. And this is one of those things where it's like, when it's outside of its time and place and jurisdiction, you realize how much damage an ideology can do. And it's the same thing with the Russian Revolution and the Mao's Chinese Revolution. Like it's all the same problem from what is essentially the same ideology.
Should the Americans have said, fuck ideology, we're just gonna be our own monarchs? Like, would that have been the better alternative?
I don't have an answer as to whether that would be better or worse, right? I mean,
well, it sounds like that's what you're laying out.
No. I'm not saying there isn't a use for ideology. There are times and places where ideologies can be useful. I mean, like for example, in the abolition of slavery. I mean, obviously, as an Englishman, I think slavery is bad.
Right.
So, duh. But
yeah, but wouldn't that be the left then being useful or good or necessary?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that the left has never done anything useful or good, right?
Oh, I thought that's what I asked you. I said you want to get. You think the left is not just bad now, but like always bad. I thought you said yes.
Well, okay, how to say it? Like what I mean when I say it's always bad is that it is always in every case trying to pull the civilization to the most ideological interpretation of its own philosophy, right? So this is why like leftists sound like fucking lunatics, because they're trying to get to that sort of final stage of whatever it is that the ideology is promised. And a lot of the time that's nonsense because, like, for example, liberalism itself, like it begins in some quite good ideas, actually, which is maybe we should have limited government. Maybe that's good and normal for the English-speaking people, and it's what we personally accept. And that ends up transmogrifying into children should be liberated from their parents and sold to gay guys or something like that, right? So it becomes really, really extreme because it begins with the idea that the bonds between people are actually not valid at all, and in fact are a form of slavery themselves. And it's in the conservatives that the resistance to that comes. And this is why the left is the problem in all times, because they're constantly trying to pull to the most extreme interpretation of the ideology.
I mean, it seems to me that you always have people who are always trying to pull to their extreme philosophy, which is usually a bad thing. I mean, you're going to have extreme, even under your conceptualization of right wing, you're going to have some people.
I'm not
that are
arguing
pushing
for absolute monarchy or anything.
Well, I know you're not. That's exactly my point.
Which would be the extreme of what I'm saying.
Right. There are going to be people that are going to be pulling for absolute monarchy at all times, and that, society should be pushing against that, even if they're pro limited monarchy.
Yeah.
Right.
There's always going to be what we call, say, the left of any ideology, even if the ideology isn't liberalism, and therefore.
The people pulling for the absolute monarchy, you're going to say are on the left too.
Well, there'd be, I guess, again, this is where the terms left and right.
I know, that gets very confusing. Yeah, right.
But we could say they're the sort of hardline extremists, right? Whereas the left are the hardline extremists of liberalism, and the right are those people who still pay credence to reality. Whereas the left, frankly, it lives in denial of reality, as we all know. So it's, like I said, the terms left and right are not actually very useful when talking outside of liberalism. But yeah, essentially, I think you're spot on there. Like there are extremists in any way that if you want to just have the most pure application of the ideology, regardless of the circumstances in reality, then you are what the left is to the right
Yeah. Well, but that's why, I mean, regardless of whatever we call it, left or right
in
or whatever,
liberalism.
like if we just call it extremist, I guess would be neutral.
Sure, yeah.
This is why.
Actually, you know what? I think actually literalism would be a better way of describing it because what they're
Sure,
doing is
okay.
taking the ideology before it
Right.
hits the reality, and they want to interpret it literally.
Right. No, I like that. Yeah, because reality is always messy. You can't
Yeah,
always have
yeah,
it be like this perfect system that's like literally
yeah.
written down somewhere. There always have to be give and compromise to some extent. But so yeah, I agree with all that. And I guess my issue then is because I feel like so much of your critique of liberalism is rooted in that there are these people that are the literalist as opposed like, and that's why liberalism is bad, instead of just saying, well, okay, well, that's why that form of liberalism is bad, even if you look into it and say that at the root of something there's something there, right? Because you could say the same thing about slavery, or the root of any system is going to have some
Yeah.
fucked up shit attached to it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So the problem with excuse me, the problem with liberalism at this point is that it's been, like I said, it's been too successful. And so now it's only got its own mythos and telos to work with. Um, prior to the modern era, like say prior to say sort of 1800, basically, um, there was always another non-liberal philosophy that had massive amounts of power in public and political intellectual life. And so there was always a bulwark there. But now liberalism only has its own two primary values, equality and liberty. And we really struggle to find an ideological position outside of that or an extant political practice from which to draw from.
Mhm.
So when you have what is essentially a purely negative ideology in liberalism, you find that it just keeps destroying stuff, and this is a genuine problem. But moreover, it ends up looking like not a morality instead. It ends up looking like a kind of game theory or something like that,
Mhm.
where you've got, well, if I don't break the social contract, you don't break the social contract, then we'll all live in peace. It's like, okay, now be a good person. Because, a terrorist, right up until the point where he blows himself up, was a good person the day before by your standard because he hadn't blown anyone up. And he only becomes a bad person the second he blows himself up, right? And so, a guy who gets up at 6 a.m., goes down to the local charity, feeds the homeless, walks a bunch of, like dogs for old people, and all this sort of stuff, goes constant charity. He is morally no different to the jihadi the day before he blows himself up in that framework, because it's just about adhering to the social contract and protecting a series of rights using rule-based morality, which actually doesn't really tell you if you're dealing with a good person or not. And so
I don't,
that's really
right.
the problem with liberalism on its own.
I don't think people interpret it that way though, personally, or even societally.
They
Because like
live
if
it.
you had, if you, well,
They
yeah, but
live
if you had
it.
like two people and neither of them are like doing crimes or not like interfering with other people's lives in any way, so they both be adhering to sort of this liberal principle of non-intervention against
Yeah.
people. They're doing the nap or whatever. Um,
Yeah.
and one of those people is, as you're saying, they spend all this time, they donate to charity, they help build homes for the homeless, doing all these like good works. And the other person is like, I don't know, they're just making a bunch of money
Indolent
through
dole scrounger.
online gambling, and
Yeah.
they're spending it all on OnlyFans and legal prostitute in Las Vegas, and they're just
Sure.
doing pot all day. Like, and you'd ask people like, okay, who's more moral here, right? Everyone's going to say, well, the guy doing all the charity is more moral than the guy
Yeah.
not, just being completely self-indulgent.
But they're not going to be applying a liberal lens to come to that conclusion.
Well, they don't have to.
That's the point. There is another lens that we actually should take into
Right. But
consideration.
isn't that good? I don't know if you really want society to be have like one lens of interacting with each other morally that has to, encompass all behaviors.
But that's the problem with liberalism, is that it has become the one lens that is used to judge all behaviors in society.
Well, I think the problem is that liberalism seemed like it was supposed to be, and I think it for most of America, it was it was a lens that was like, okay, this is how like the government interacts with the people. And now obviously there were elements that would then go into personal morality, like that individual people are worthy of individual rights and not being people being biased against them and all this other stuff. But I agree. Then on top of that, there was a deeper personal morality that went beyond that, because a lot of people will always think and agree that there are behaviors that people consider moral, immoral, but don't feel like should be illegal.
Sure. And there are lots of things that are wrong that shouldn't be illegal, obviously, because the question of legal and illegal is more about the relationship of the people to the government, right? Yeah. The question of right and wrong on a personal moral level is more an issue of people living next to each other as neighbors.
Right.
But the problem that the liberal establishment has is that it's not willing to accept that there are other moralities outside of itself that are valid, because it doesn't understand them or recognize them, because they are themselves positive rather than negative, as in they're not just rule following, as in you don't have a series of rules, and if you don't break the rules, then you're a good person, which is what liberalism interprets morality as being. Actually, it seems that the sort of morality that Trump and Mamdani are displaying here is an affirmative morality, as in if you didn't do something, you can't be a good person. So you get up, you make your children breakfast, and that's in itself a moral act that makes you a good person, and is the persistent practice of these small moral acts that someone like Aristotle would call virtue. And this kind of virtue ethics is what liberalism has basically deliberately displaced, and they need to be returned, I think, to the public sphere.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't 100% disagree with what you're saying. I'm just,
I hope not. I think I'm right.
Well, that's good. That makes sense. But why should we not have a system where we go back to sort of the conceptualization we used to seem to have, where I was like, okay, this liberal framework, very important in terms of how an individual interacts with their government to prevent authoritarians from taking their rights away, from doing all these horrible things to them, but then also understand that we need a code of ethics, of virtues that goes beyond the way that we interact with our government, because we all agree there are behaviors that we would consider moral or immoral, but had nothing to do necessarily with whether it should be legal or not.
Because you've got two conflicting codes of ethics that have to essentially decide between each other. One is discriminatory and one is non-discriminatory. And the non-discriminatory one is the one that we adhere to now, but that's not really sufficient for a comprehensive moral code. And it's being applied as if it's a comprehensive moral code. And we see this all the time with the random schizophrenic black guys murdering or burning women on the trains.
Right,
that's the problem of a negative code of ethics. Where it's like, well, he hasn't actually killed anyone yet, so back out into society you go because you're an oppressed systemic loser or whatever. And it's like, no, the affirmative thing to do would have been to put him in a mental asylum.
Well, I think it depends. Like a lot of those guys, they were doing lots of crime that they had already violated the law and the morality of the society, but then there were these people that were even against that. I wouldn't even say from like a liberal perspective. They were bought up into the woke identity politics framing of, well, because they're minorities, it's not nothing is their fault.
But notice how that's an intrinsically negative perspective, right? As in, they couldn't help themselves because they aren't really agents.
Yes.
It's an entirely negative view of morality. So he's not bad because of a negative reason, whereas the affirmative sort of virtue ethics perspective is he did something repeatedly, bad actions, therefore he is culpable for what he did.
Right. No, that's fine. Listen, I like that. That's a good framework.
I know.
Right.
I know.
But what I'm saying is like,
it's obviously true in some ways, right?
Yes. But I don't think that, and maybe if you have one, you could tell me, I don't think that there is a moral framework that exists that we can say, okay, this moral framework works for your interaction with your parents, your children, your wife, your neighbors, your mayor, your president, and everything. Like, it seems like you need different moral systems of how different systems interact with each other. And I think that the moral system where a government interacts with the people is always going to be different than how I interact with my girlfriend or my parents.
Well, not necessarily. In many, I mean, literally feudal politics, it really wasn't. I mean, the rule of law is something that came relatively late to English civilization. I think Bingham puts it around 1500, right? That sort of time. So for literally thousands of years, all over the world, all politics was personal. And
Well,
so
let
this
me
is
let
why.
me put an
And
addendum here.
hang on,
I know
this
that
is
it
why you
like
have.
I know
Sorry, go
that
on.
it existed, like, but I'm saying I don't think it will exist well or good or
Sorry,
morally.
say again.
I understand that, like, because your argument is that that one framework of morality of liberalism has dominated everything. So I understand that, like, conceptually,
It does now. It didn't used
yeah,
to.
and I understand that conceptually there was a time period where the more monarchical system existed on personal relationships too. What I'm saying is, so I understand it did exist. I'm saying I don't think it would be morally good to exist, to have a moral system that encompasses both your family life and your interaction with the government.
Sure, I mean, and that's an entirely debatable point, right? You could definitely advance that argument
Well,
and
would
have
you
a
agree
strong
or
case
disagree
for
with
it.
that?
Sorry?
Would you agree or disagree with that?
I mean, I obviously agree with that
Mm-hmm.
in that you don't want to have to be a supplicant of a bureaucrat, right?
Right.
You don't want to have to, and it's always, a personal humiliation to place the bureaucrat or the official above yourself, especially if you hold the conceit that you live in a free society. Like, you've got to placate Sandra at the DMV or something, she won't stamp the fucking thing that you need. Like, that's always a personal humiliation. Obviously, it'd be better to avoid that. So if there were a set of rules in place that she had to follow for her job, that would obviously be better. But it's not always been like that in all times and places. In fact, that's a
Mm-hmm.
very recent invention. And one could argue that basically what we're doing is struggling to know where it is appropriate to have that. Because I do agree with you there, obviously. But then it drives it back to the question of how do we circumscribe it? It's good in that circumstance, but it's
Mm-hmm.
not good in every circumstance. So how do we circumscribe that and teach it to learn its place?
That's that's the hard part, because it seems people don't
Right.
want to do that. They want the easy way to just kind of have a blanket lens that they can apply to everything. And I don't think that ever
Yeah.
works out in a good way for anybody.
Well, no, exactly, and this is what the Ukrainian woman being stabbed on the train. That's basically the problem is what we're describing now. That guy should have had some kind of affirmative intervention. It's not like there weren't enough chances, and yet somehow he's still on the street. He still sees a random white girl, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to murder her. I got that white girl." It's like, Jesus, man, that is a series of just systemic failures. But the failures are not just like in the law. In fact, a lot of the time they're not to do with the law at all. They're to do with our moral code. And so we've got a we've really got to have a think about this. Otherwise, this sort of stuff is going to keep happening, as the girl getting burned, 60% burns or whatever it was on the train the other day showed. These are problems that are going to keep cropping up, and so
No, sure,
we need
sure.
to
But
know.
then shouldn't your focus then be on we need to have a personal or a familial moral system that exists outside of the government moral system, as opposed to just saying the liberalism bad for everything.
Not really. Liberalism is bad for everything. It's good for some things.
Right.
And like the personal code is bad for everything. It's good
Mm-hmm.
for some things.
Right.
Right. And it's this that is the issue. And so the liberal, I mean, what I think would be better is to approach these things in a non-ideological way, right? We can actually at any time just stipulate we like having the rule of law. We can just stipulate that. We don't
Mm-hmm.
have to make up a story that how mankind came to be and how government came to be to justify that, right? We can just
Well, you
say
kind
we
of
like the
do, don't
effects of
you?
this. Sorry?
You kind of do, don't you?
What do you mean?
Under the idea that like things have to come from practice, then you have to create the story of how the practice came into being.
Sure, but the problem with the things like the rule of law is that it doesn't come from a story of practice. It comes from a total fiction.
I agree.
That doesn't represent the world at all. I
I
mean, I'm
understand
happy
that.
to,
Yes. Right.
if we want to draw from some, I mean, we absolutely can draw from the history of England and the constitutional battles that the English had against the monarchy to justify the rule of law. We absolutely can do that. But liberalism doesn't do that. Liberalism makes up a fiction because we like the idea and then just make you have a series of logical conclusions that must be drawn from the fiction, and I think that should be avoided. I don't see why we would do that, and that's the problem with this sort of propositional ideological approach to politics. We don't need to just derive from propositions. We can say, what do we think would be good for human flourishing, and actually having the rule of law is a useful and good thing. Having a bunch of hyper bureaucratic Karens in every HR department to make sure they're micromanaging microaggressions or whatever, that's not good. And we can actually divorce the two things by abandoning the ideology.
Yeah, but if the framework or the idea is, okay, what would be good for human flourishing, aren't you then straying into the left's version of ideology instead of practice?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there are all sorts of things that we think are good. I mean, at no point is there going to be a political environment in which people don't have an idea of what they think will be good for man, right? This is, perfectly ancient and normal way of looking at politics going back to Aristotle and before, right? So it's completely normal to have a conception of what human flourishing should be like. And we agree, basically everyone agrees that that's what politics should be actually for. The left are like, yeah, give us money. They're just, but they do it because of human flourishing. They think that they'll get along and do better in the world if they have it. So that's all fine. We agree on that. The question is, what does that look like, and what is a reasonable compromise to be made? And this is why the ideology itself is a bit of a problem, because it doesn't broach compromise, actually. Whereas the relational politics is actually all about compromise. And so, like I said, I'm not saying that we can never have ideology and it doesn't have a place, but I think it probably should be secondary to the relational politics. I think Aristotle might be right on that.
I mean, I think you can, and I would argue, I guess you wouldn't agree. I would argue that one of the benefits, at least of liberalism has, or at least American politics and American liberalism, was that the idea of compromise was baked into the ideology.
I mean, they were optimistic about it. But I mean, in the Federalist Papers, it's actually really funny where they're like, yeah, there'll be all these little local parties and no one party will have this giant majority and everyone will have to work together. And then fast forward 250 years later, it's like, do you want blue or do you want red? Make your choice. It's like, for fuck's sake, man.
Right. That's what always happens. Everything gets dumbed down to the most low resolution, simple way.
Yeah, and I don't begrudge the founding fathers or anything. They were very smart men, and I think they did the best that they could in the circumstance. But I think we've got to admit that, not that the experiments failed, but that it wasn't capturing the sufficient. I mean, to be honest with you, right, predicting the future or creating a system that can be predictive of the future for any amount of time is hard enough, right?
Sure.
Thousands and thousands of businesses go bankrupt every year because they fail to predict the future. And so to get 250 years out of a republic without having, well, I mean, okay, the Civil War, you could argue is a major overhaul, but not necessarily in a foundational structural way. To get that out of it is actually very, very impressive. But I think we're at a point now where we have to admit that actually some kind of foundational changes need to be made. And that might be going back to a quite literal version of the Constitution in some ways, frankly. Or it might be accepting that these were ideas from 300 years ago and the world has changed.
I think this concept of practice versus ideology is going to cause you way too much trouble in terms of.
Well, I'm not worried about that.
Well, okay. I mean, in terms of maybe then you shouldn't conceptualize things that way because because as you said, everything's going to end up being rooted in ideology at some point. You kind of get into the problem of how long does a practice have to exist before how long do we as a human society have to practice rule of law that it merges or evolves away from a ideology to a practice? Like I feel like it just makes things way
Well,
too
the
more
thing is, the rule of
complicated.
law was a practice before it was an ideology. It just
Sort
wasn't a
of,
practice. It just
not
wasn't a practice in America before it was an ideology,
um
because America didn't exist when it became
no, but
a
right, but that's what I'm
practice.
saying is like because then you had like rule of law in England and it had lasted for some extended period of time, but before it was put in place, it wasn't practice. It was some ideological consideration to say, well, we need this, we need something new here so we can all survive without killing each other.
Yeah, but you didn't have anything new in America.
No, 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 no. I'm not talking about America. I'm saying even
Oh,
with you guys, if you had rule of law for however many hundreds or thousands of years or whatever, it had to start from some ideological point
no, no, it started with
wherever
it
it
started
came
from
to
a war.
be.
It
Well,
started from
Law,
that's
war.
law constraining the elites was like the big upgrade.
Yeah,
Because
right.
they had law long before they had law that constrained the elites. Obviously, the
yes.
aristocracy could
Yeah, you're
completely
completely right.
shun the law.
Right, exactly, exactly.
But the thing is actually kind of more ridiculous the more you think about it, right? So it begins essentially in the Magna Carta, but there are other developments along the way. But the idea of putting the king underneath the laws his sovereignty is responsible for
Hmm.
is intellectually a bit silly, right? Like that doesn't make sense. He's the king.
It makes sense. What do you
You,
mean?
well, he's the authority that gives the stamp to the law that makes the law valid.
Well, I guess it if
It's
you
like
view it as
asking you to
like
sign a contract that you couldn't personally change.
if if the conceptualization is that the king is the ultimate sovereign and everyone else is just their tool, I guess,
Well,
then
no,
yes,
it's
that
not a
would
tool,
make
but
sense.
they owe fealty to the king.
Right, but like if he's viewed as like everything is for the sake of the king, including the existence of the laws or just to facilitate the king's wills, then I would agree with you. It doesn't make sense. But
Yeah,
if it's
that's what
more
it was.
along the lines of like, well, no, there's a country or a people here, and the king is just the sovereign who maintains it or keeps it going, then it does make sense that the king would be underneath the law.
Yeah, that's the justification they gave for imposing this on the king. That's
Well, there
correct.
you go. They
Like,
they
this is
figured
all.
out long before I did. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
but the point being is that it becomes a compromise, right? So we will accept the authority of the king
Well, everything, yeah,
on the
everything can be a
condition that the
compromise.
king is
Sure.
bound by his own laws, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
what you have is an intellectual inconsistency because of this practical compromise
Well, it's not
that comes out of the Baron's War with King John,
it's not an
right?
intellectual consistency if you think of it in the way that I said. That makes complete sense.
But it is an intellectual inconsistency because the king is the source of the authority for the law. So how could he be bound
Yeah,
by it?
if you view it, you can view people can view a situation in multiple ways, right?
Yeah, but I
So
mean that's
yes,
still the case now. It's still
of
the
course.
crown court, right? It's still the king's law. We just have a lot of particular legal
Well, I guess
fiction.
you guys, I don't know what to tell the Brits. Okay, I don't know. You
But
guys are
you
inconsistent.
guys have these
To tell you.
fictions too, right? You just
Right.
don't have a king. You have a president and a
Yes.
judiciary.
Yes.
The
But
independent. But these
you
are all fictions, right?
sure, but
And that's fine. It's not wrong that we have
uh-huh.
these stories or anything
Of
like that.
course.
Every society works on stories. Um, the point being though is that this wasn't an ideology before it was put into practice, right? It was
Well,
put into
no, isn't
practice.
it it must have been an ideology to say that the king should be subject to the laws. That's an ideological constraint. As you were saying, didn't exist
No,
before
no,
that.
because it didn't exist prior to the Civil War, right? So
Hmm.
it's not like someone like Karl Marx had sat there thinking up something in 1840 or whatever that then in 1950 is applied in China, right? Like that's not what happened.
Okay,
It
so
was the
are
real
you are
that's what an
you
ideology is. A set of ideas that are drawn from another time and place, abstracted into a doctrine, and then imposed externally from another one. It could be imposed internally, but you need the foreign ideology to be imposed upon the society in some way that then causes the society to essentially. It's kind of a civil war that you end up invoking with ideologies. So this wasn't an idea that had come from elsewhere. It was just people were trying to find some kind of rationalization as to why the king couldn't keep tyrannizing them. And that you landed on exactly the rationalization they had.
So, okay, so maybe, so when you say ideology, what you mean is there is a person or a group of people that exist somewhere and they sit down and they think like, we don't like the way the government, the system, or the moral structure works. So we're going to kind of like think about this and write down all of our thoughts and feelings and kind of create some framework, right? That's ideology.
Yeah,
But you're
an
saying,
ideology is because remember we talked about how all ideas are drawn from reality, right?
Mhm.
So every idea has to have originally begun in sensory input that
Right.
comes through a person's senses into their brain. And it's in a person's mind, the rational mind, where they can organize these into a set of interlinking propositions from which you can draw definite conclusions, right? Which is, Marx being like, well, we need to abolish private property to restore equality. We need to, whatever the ideology is, right? Hitler,
Sure.
we need to kill all
Right.
the
Yeah.
Jews to save the German people. Whatever the ideology is, it exists as a series of logical propositions from which you have to derive definite conclusions if you believe the propositions, which is what makes people who are like possessed by ideology so mental. Like this is what Peterson is talking about when he talks about ideological possession. Like you can see it in their faces. They're not thinking, they're not being reasonable. They are following essentially the inferential commands that they've been given because they believe the propositions, even if the propositions are for some other people somewhere else. And it wasn't even propositional when that happened, as in the rule of law and the Barons' Revolt, right? This is actually a really great example of that. And so it's one of those things where you can see how this can be so destructive. Now, like we covered, it's not that it can't be really good either, right? Abolishing slavery is a product of an ideology, and it's a good thing, right? So, like the making sure that the rule of law is a product of an ideology in America, anyway, and elsewhere, like across Europe, for example, and it's a good thing, right? So it's not that the only good thing is from the practice, because like you say, there can be unwholesome practices, obviously.
Sure. Sure.
Um,
Let's go back to this King Civil War, just so I can like conceptualize this. All right.
Sure.
So we have, so like when there's a civil war in England, and in order to end the war, the compromise is that the king now has to be subject to his own laws, essentially, right? And
yeah,
you're saying that that's not an ideological constraint or something that was created from ideology. You're saying that that's something that was created out of like a pragmatic compromise situation. Is that the
it was out of the
difference?
personal desires of the people who defeated him in
Okay.
war.
But I mean, do you get into the problem where it's like, well, what they, even if no one sat there and thought like, well, ideologically, I'm going to write up a moral system where the king is subject to his own laws, they're still, all those people that create that compromise that the king is subject to his laws, they have some idea of how they want to live, and isn't that their ideology that's guiding their principles?
No, I mean it doesn't have to be propositional. It doesn't have to be rational. Like you've got like armies of barbarians who know how they want to live, but they're not people who can read or write, like, and if you want, I mean, you could extend the idea of an ideology into any kind of conceptual worldview, but I think that makes it really rather useless because it doesn't actually tell you anything about anyone then. Because if it means everything, then it doesn't really mean anything constructive.
Okay, so what is, so I guess now, okay, now I'm lost then on the what, how is an idea, so an ideology is something that is purely rational?
It's purely propositional, right? It's a series of propositions. So this is why with all ideologies they have manifestos.
Yes.
This is what an ideology is. It is presented to you in a manifesto because what it boils down to is a series of statements about reality that it proposes are true and then derives logical conclusions from these propositions. And I'm sure you've read many a manifesto in your day, like, anyone who studies any of this has the Communist Manifesto, the Fascist Manifesto, blah, blah, blah.
So is the argument or the feeling, maybe, because maybe this is very vibe based, is that the problem is when you have these propositions, you write down very clearly X good, Y bad, blah, 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 blah. And it can be too difficult to to deviate from those things if the on the ground circumstances require to deviate from them or to compromise from them. So you would prefer a moral system that doesn't have these very clear propositions in it, but is more just a vibe base of someone says like, well, I know on a vibe level, I want to be able to get married and have children and not have like the Lord fuck my wife. Like I don't need to write that down a proposition. It's just like a thing I feel.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd say vibe based. I would say more empirical, I suppose. I would think that if you have it, I think it's more of a commitment to virtue, right? So if you have people who are practicing an affirmative morality, then that requires a good deal of judgment on their part every day, right? You've got to make judgments. And you've got to be the person who decides what right and wrong is in any given circumstance. And you're going to be held to your decision. So you practice the skill of prudence. And this is you bringing into existence a moral order slowly by each tiny decision. And so you are paying attention to the things around you and you are making your judgments based on what is real. And you have, personal views of right and wrong, and you compare those to the relationships that you have with other people. So, for example, you might have a neighbor who there was that's fucking like Seinfeld or something, where the guy wakes up every morning and his neighbor, you can see him across the street in his hotel, in his block of flats, singing in the shower or something, right? And so you get these sort of strange relationships that build up. So, they might sing the same song or something. I don't know. But the point is that works for that neighbor because they have that relationship. But if it was me, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I don't like being up this early. Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
And so, there's no one rule that answers every point. And so,
yeah, well, I guess the way that I'm looking at this is like, okay, we have our little spectrum here, which I know we hate spectrums, but I feel like we can never get away from them. And then, on the left side spectrum, we have our ideologies, or things rooted in ideology. And then on the right side spectrum, we have our things that are rooted in practice. And I understand, like, I guess to me, I really do see the importance of what you're saying, that if you just, you have Karl Marx, sits down and he writes his big fucking grand thesis of the world. But what does this fucking guy know? He was, he didn't really have a real job or anything, right?
A fat useless parasite.
Right, exactly. And if you have and that's a lot of people. There's a lot of people like that. That's, kind of what, Adam always talks about with the overproduction of elites that all think they, can solve every fucking problem in the world. And yet they've never really lived in the world or lived in the situations that they're trying to fix and implement their fixes on. And yeah, if you write a bunch of bullshit, you never really been down in the mud, it's probably not going to work. And it's probably going to lead to a lot of bad situations and outcomes. And so there is a huge benefits and I think there's a huge benefit in terms of like saying, okay, well, things need to be rooted in some form of practical experience, and that's important. But I don't think that ideology is like the great evil either, because there are lots of things that exist for very practical reasons, as you said, slavery or whatever, or at one point in time, the king not living under the rule of law and all these other things. And you do need, whether it comes about because people murder each other or whether it comes about because someone says like, well, maybe it's better if we live this way, to sort of combine those things and say, well, let's try to do things that are moral, that we believe are virtuous, but also we have to merge them with the practical solutions that exist on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you can have moral injunctions that are not rational or propositional, right? So, if you go into you're Indiana Jones and you end up in the Temple of Doom or whatever, and you're being held hostage by the weird Indian tribe, don't smash one of their idols. Like they're not going to give you a logical argument as to why they're about to flay you alive for doing that. They'll just respond on instinct. You violated something sacred and we don't like it. So it's not that you need an ideology to do something. You feelings and impulses are also an important thing that people do. And this is what fighting words were, right? They used to, didn't America have it codified that you could respond physically to fighting words in certain states?
I mean, I guess I don't know. I would because I'm thinking, and maybe we're just conceptualizing ideology differently. Because I would assume
Yeah.
that the tribe that has a very high feeling of sacredness, and you smash some sacred idol, so they're going to kill you. Like that's the ideology that they're living by, is
Well,
to
it could
act in
be. I
that
mean,
way.
it depends, but assume it's it could be a very primitive tribe that doesn't really have rational thought. They
Well,
would
everyone's got
still,
rational thought to some degree.
well, I mean, there are definitely people who don't.
Maybe
But
there's a lot, listen, a lot of NPCs out there. I guess that's fair.
well,
But
it's not just that. It's just like there is a bell curve of IQ, and there are definitely people on the
sure,
lower end of it.
I'm saying if there's a tribe of people that can exist in the world without killing themselves, right? I think there has to be some sort of
But you don't need a high
intelligence.
IQ for that.
Carl,
That
you got to
doesn't.
give us a heads up before you want to leave because there's a bunch of super chats. People have questions for you. So
I am
just let
actually
you
going to
guys
go
know.
because it's 12:30 now.
No, we
Um,
got there's at least there's like a $50 super chat here. See, we got to
okay,
at
go on.
least let us read
Let's do
that
the
one.
$50.
I'll ask the $50 one. The Wooster for $50 says, "Hey Carl, now that Lol Cow, Pied Piper, and Dark Wizard wannabe academic agent is undergoing his center left rebrand, will you follow him off that cliff? Will the Schmidt frenemy?"
Interpretation of it is that okay, this is my interpretation. John, what are you saying?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
So
Are you there?
I think that ideological politics, because it's not based in relationships, it's based on consensus. Sorry, it's not even based on consensus. It's based on abstract agreement, right? As in, I agree with you on these 5 principles, and therefore, if you don't agree with these 5 principles, you're a dangerous enemy. Because technically speaking, yeah, you are a dangerous enemy, right? You are if voting in Trump is going to destroy human rights, then he is 100% an enemy. But you'll notice how Mamdani isn't engaging in ideological politics with Trump. He's a great example. This is such a good example. I'm so glad it's come up. Um, he has actually declared Trump a friend because of his personal relationship rather than the ideology that he follows. But with ideological politics and the social contract, it's very easy to reduce politics to merely are these people in the constituency my ideology cares about or not, and therefore. And that means that basically the enemy group is perfectly ripe for exploitation. Who cares? Why would I not exploit them, right? It would actually be kind of bonkers not to exploit these people because they're my enemies. And I think the 20th century really was the century of ideology. If you think about the great powers of the era, it was the end of the old feudal, like relational powers, like the empires of Europe, and the rise of the Nazis, the fascists, the American liberals, the Soviets. Like you've got purely ideological politics, great power politics, racking the world. And so, from Carl Schmitt's position in the ideological world, it does look like it's just, are you with me for ideological reasons or not? And it doesn't have to be that way, obviously. But I think in his time, it probably was like that. And I think it's something we should probably avoid. I mean, I'm very much against ideological politics. I'm very much against it because I think it is, I mean, in this time now, I'm not saying there can't be a time where we might need ideological politics, but right now, I think we're being destroyed by ideological politics. And I think we need a return to the relational politics.
PFS for $20 says, "Can't miss the chance to say hi and thank you to Carl. Been along for the Sargon ride since the OG Gamergate videos. Very grateful for you walking the philosophical path for all those starting with the same 90s precepts."
My pleasure, man. It's been a long, long fucking journey.
That's true. And Fondue for $20 says, "Some very important questions while you have Sargon on. I've been having arguments with my play group about the D&D alignment system. Are you for or against it, and why? And how do you conceptualize the grid?"
I mean, I don't mind it, but it demands a sort of objective, universal morality that is. I mean, it's fine in D&D. You know, if you want to be like, yeah, every goblin is chaotic evil and every paladin is lawful good, and I can see why the left are like, well, it's quite rigid and constraining because yeah, it is rigid and constraining, but it also allows certain things that can't be done with a subjective morality, as in it allows a truly pure and objectively good paladin to vanquish a truly pure and objectively evil demon, right? So it's that is actually not possible in a relativistic moral framework. So, if you actually want a true hero that destroys a true villain, then you can have that.
I think people should use the alignment system like as guidelines, not really,
Well,
you can never move outside of this framework.
That's up to people's choices, isn't it? But I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of tired of relativistic morality at this point. It's, getting sick of it.
There you go. Well, we should continue this conversation because I think this is very interesting.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I'd love to. I'd love to. Yeah, to be honest with you, I was just painting this thing and streaming, and my chat's like, "Oh my god, you're on Sitch and Adam's thumbnail." So I was like, "Right, I'm going to abuse Adam by DMs."
You can't abuse me, man.
I know.
I love having you on. So thanks for coming on.
Yes,
my pleasure, guys. So always good to join you. But yeah, send me a DM and we'll arrange like another stream. We can start earlier and go longer on because I've got to go to work tomorrow, man. So
yeah, working, man. There you go.
I know. That's right? Good. Take care of yourselves, guys.
Take care.
Later.
All right. That was fun. Let's go round and round with the chat.
Do people? Let me know, chat or comments, because I like talking to Carl about this stuff. I don't know if people get like bored and we're like getting like so I don't know, like up in the clouds and not like talking about something more grounded. So let me know if you like that. Let me know if you hate it. I don't know what, but I enjoy it. I don't know if other people enjoy it, but I like it.
Let us know in the comments. I read all the comments and I'll pass them along. So
yes,
we can get a good read.
Look at that. Well, people in chat are saying they liked it. So
yeah, people seem to be interested. So
I'm interested.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's finish.
It's an interesting. I mean,
yeah, it is an interesting framework. It's a very alien framework to the way that I look at things.
There's a back and forth between ideology and material conditions that exists, but I really do think material conditions are more prime, have more of an impact on society.
Yes.
So I think a lot of what's going on now is this elite overproduction. I've kind of been sold on the idea of you have all of these elites who feel entitled to some sort of prominent place in society and they're not getting it. And I mean, look, the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing perfectly falls into that category, right? She's this big wig in Texas, but she's not that big, and she runs for Congress, and now she's quite a bit bigger, right? She's quite a bit more prominent. She's trying to weasel her way into some sort of prominent space. So,
well, now she's quitting, which is kind of interesting.
Right, but I do obviously look. She's raised her profile. That was the goal. She's raised her profile as much as she can being a congressperson, and now she thinks she can raise her profile more by starting a podcast or who knows, whatever she's going to do, right?
Right.
But I think people adopt these ideologies the same way Hassan adopts the ideology. It is a means to bludgeon someone for a space in the hierarchy. More than it is, I believe in this ideology, and this ideology will make the world a better place. They're using it purely for selfish means. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, look, I think she's using MAGA for purely selfish means. She doesn't believe in that ideology.
You don't think so?
No. All of these. I think very few people believe in the ideologies that they espouse.
Right.
Especially if they're in the elite tier.
I think going back to sort of the Pirates of the Caribbean reference, so same with Carl. It's more of a guidelines than strict rules. I think that's how most people's ideology functions. Is that like they do have a belief system. I don't think there's some people out there that are like totally just grifters, right? I think that's in the minority. Now, there could be overrepresented in politics because that would make sense, that people with that feeling would gravitate to positions where they could cultivate power. But I do think most people do have a belief structure, but it is a set of guidelines. And, it's interesting because we're talking about Carl about this kind of distinction between ideology and the practicality, is that once they get into the practicality of politics, into the mud, into the place where the sausage is made, it's impossible for anyone probably to move forward and maintain a strict ideological or strict adherence to their ideology. And so they do have to bend and make a bunch of rationalizations and all these sorts of things in order to gain power or do whatever they're going to do. But
yeah,
I think in their heart of hearts, even if they're not acting in a way that would mesh with their philosophical belief system, if you could give them a magic truth serum, I think they would still believe that they believe in whatever the ideology is that they're spouting.
Yeah. Nobody wants to believe they're just a fraud. No, of course not.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. They convince themselves. But I do think the it's inherent in the flexibility that you see the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
The main goal, the important thing is to maintain their position of status. That is the important thing. And if they have to do a complete 180 on their ideology, I mean, we've seen this so many times in YouTube. How many people start a YouTube channel and then realize, oh, I can get this huge status boost if I just completely do a 180. I'm going to be the complete opposite.
Right.
What makes that happen?
Well, they think that was, I don't know. It's hard to say. It can be very difficult to sort of disentangle people's material interest from some sort of actual ideological shift. Right.
People are saying the trigonometry Hassan interview dropped. I didn't watch it. Did you watch any of it?
It dropped today, so no.
Okay.
Yeah, we might. Maybe we'll cover it on Tuesday.
We're only going to stream on Tuesday, so
we're not going to stream Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you want to stream on Thanksgiving.
No, I do not.
I assume you're going to be doing something.
I am going to be doing things
right?
With family members, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, but anyway, the thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, going back to that for a second before, because we will watch the rest, or we can move on from the Mamdani thing. But the thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene is, I don't know, her quitting it's interesting, but it's also kind of weird to me because to me it would make sense if she says, okay, I don't want to run again because, whatever reason she doesn't like it, or she feels it's not helping her career or whatever. She thinks she's better off as a podcaster or something, right? I don't know. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I would think that quitting a year before your term is over sends a negative signal. Like, just hang in there for the year and then just don't run again, as opposed to just quitting a year early.
Yeah, but you got to strike when the iron's hot. She may be nobody in a year. Are you kidding me? It's all about timing. Obviously, Tucker Carlson has a hugely higher status than some congressperson. She's already as high status.
Okay, you're right. You're totally right.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You're totally right. Yeah,
she's climbing the status hierarchy. It's not about she's never going to get legislation passed. Same with Jasmine Crockett. Right. She's playing the same exact game. She's not in there to play the past legislation game. She's in there to get famous, to play the I'm famous. Now everyone loves me and I'm going to cash out and make a bunch of money off of my celebrity.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah. Because when I heard she was quitting, I thought like, oh, that's weird. I did listen to her video. It's like 10 minutes. I don't know if it's worth watching because basically
it's boring.
It's really boring.
Shit. Yeah.
And it's kind of funny in a weird way because she spends like 10 or 11 minutes and she spends like 95% of the video talking about like how awful it's been ever since she was elected to Congress because all everyone does is be mean to her and harass her and her family. And it just causes her nothing but strife. That's like 95% of it. So I'm listening to this. I'm like, this is the worst I'm quitting video I've ever heard in my life. Because the whole thing is just like bitching about how horrible it is to be a fucking congressperson. And then at the very end, she's like, and then I'm quitting. It's like, oh, okay. And so I listened to that. I'm like, okay, I don't know. Like, I didn't really know what to make heads or tails of that in terms of like why she was doing it. But And so when you're like, well, she's just doing it purely for sass, I'm like, okay, maybe. But then now when you said like, well, yes, because the timing of it is you have to strike when the iron's hot right now. You have this coalition on the right that MTG could slot into as a podcaster very easily and make a shit zillion dollars or get a bunch of e-fame or whatever. And that might not still be here in a year from now. That makes perfect sense. And now I think that convinces me that you're right, that this is probably heavily status driven.
Do you think it will be there in a year? I doubt it. Are you kidding me?
I have no clue.
He's like,
yeah,
she's got to continue to make waves in Congress for a year.
Well, it depends. I think it all is going to depend on kind of the, I hate to use the word material conditions because it's social studies use, the on the ground conditions of the Trump administration. So if all these people are super afraid there's going to be some economic downturn next year, if there is some big economic downturn, if we do get into a war with Venezuela, if China does invade Taiwan, if Russia and Ukraine doesn't sort itself out, if things continue poorly for Trump, then yes, the right that doesn't like Trump online or that is critical of Trump will continue and become more prominent. If that doesn't happen and things chug along fairly well, then that side of things will lose its power.
And what does this have to do with her starting a podcast?
Well, no, because
her star will rise and fall according to Trump.
Yes,
or rumor has it she was offered a spot on The View.
Things will rise and fall according to how well the country goes, regardless of whether it's Trump's fault or not, because he's going to get blamed however it turns out, or rewarded however it turns out.
Isn't she going down the Liz Cheney route here?
No, because she's not, because Liz Cheney was like on the whole like neo-conservative, like classical conservative route. MTG is like the populist Tucker Carlson route, isn't she?
Right.
It's more like Epstein files. We have to talk about the Epstein files and all that stuff.
She's anti-Trump on the populist train.
Right. I don't know where she's at with Israel, but
she's anti-Israel.
Okay, well then that would make
sense. She wants
to
defund Israel.
Tied in together, so
wants to send Hamas more human shields.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because
that's probably unfair for all the MTG fans out there. They're shuddering right now.
So. Well, no, because like to me, from my perspective, I would like if I was a big right-wing populist or I was a big MTG fan, I would view this move very negatively because I would be like, well, why is she like, especially if she pops up on The View or doing a podcast like a month from now, because then it's like more clear, like, oh, she just ditched this to do something more profitable for herself. And it's like, well, like, how can someone talk about politics, and that is sort of how they make their living, is complain about politics, when they used to be in a position where they actually could affect change politically, and then they quit it just to be like someone like us who just complains about it. It seems like that should like hurt your reputation.
No, because people actually believe that podcasters have far more influence on policy than any of the one congressperson does. Right. People think Joe Rogan has a bigger influence on getting things changed than one congressperson does. So, and if she can be the Joe Rogan of the left, then
well, not the left, but I mean, there is some truth to that. I do think that Tucker Carlson probably has more sway, and Joe Rogan more sway than like a random individual congressperson.
I think there's a good chance Tucker Carlson will be in that lot running for president in 2028. I think there's
maybe
a better than 50% chance he'll be in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Though I will say,
will be interesting, right? Because Tucker Carlson might be the instant favorite.
Right. To push against that idea about like the podcasters really having more power, because you have the whole thing with like pushing of the Epstein files and Trump, signing off on releasing it. And when I was listening to a lot of people talking about this, they're really saying it was like Massey and I forget like one other guy. He said like really like 2 or 3 senators that were just kind of like really pushing this, and like getting up, like kind of forcing other senators to go on board with this. And that would be a huge example of like, okay, well, there you go. You have one or two people in Congress that are really forcing the change and making, something go through because everyone's too embarrassed to vote against it because it looks so fucking horrible, where it doesn't really matter how many, podcasters are complaining about the Epstein files.
You just said senators, though. She's a representative. She's in the 465.
Well, I know that would dilute her power more than being a senator.
Giantly, yeah. Senators have fucking immensely more
but
power
still,
than...
But still, I still think
if she was a senator, maybe she stays.
Oh, okay. You think?
She's a representative of some...
You're like, Adam is over here like, oh, those fucking reps. They're nobodies.
Everyone's saying AOC look, they all know the hierarchy, okay? Every single representative is looking at their Senate spot and going, how do I get over to the big house?
Right.
And then how do I get from the big house over into the presidency? Or how do I get on the Supreme Court? That's all they think about. They're climbers. That's what they do. It's what they do.
Well, unfortunately, that's what a lot of politics is. So,
right.
Listen, does Walt's Delivery for $2 says, I keep reading MTG as Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it's funny when I typed in like MTG to see when her, like, was she leaving early when her term was up? It was like going to Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering.
Yes. Okay. Well, anyway, let's move
I
on.
put a poll up. I don't know. This poll might be unfair, but I said, would Andrew Wilson impose his ideology on others by force if given the opportunity? So we just take the word authoritarian out of it. I just jumped to my definition of authoritarian. 63% say yes. Let's say yes. So
overwhelmingly said yes. 16% said no, and 22% or 15% said no, and 22% said who dat? I don't even know who Andrew Wilson is.
Who dat?
Who dat? So there you go. Okay.
So are we moving on? We can move on from Mamdani.
We can move on from Mamdani.
We're not going to skip Carl's video, are we? Oh, I guess we are.
We can. I mean, we just because we're gonna have a long conversation about it too. Because I do want to get back to, because he's basically just, I think, defining woke as identity politics, and he's saying, sounds like he's saying
he defines it as intersectionality in the actual video,
right? Which is essentially identity politics, with more steps or more language. So he's basically sounds like he's saying identity politics is good. It's just the left-wing version of it is bad, right? So I do want to talk about that. I
don't think that's what James Lindsay's saying, though. James Lindsay is saying that woke means authoritarian, that it's the by force part that is the same.
No, he's saying, I think they're saying the same thing. I think he's saying woke is identity politics.
I mean, he's got some of that mixed in there, but you can't say a bunch of Nazis are like in favor of gender reassignment surgery for minors.
Well, they have their own, they have a different identity politics.
Right.
So it sounds like Carl and James Lindsay actually they agree on what woke means to some extent. They just disagree whether it's like good or bad, which is, I guess, what I want to ask them, but we'll ask them in the next conversation.
Right.
So.
And I disagree with them on what woke means.
I know you. I know.
Vehemently.
I know. And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay. So what should we have this going over the Ukraine plan. We do have Candace Owens being insane. Okay.
We got to go Candace Owens and Tim Pool.
Okay.
They're both in the thumbnail, so
that's what's important.
All right, you got most important.
So
to be honest,
we're gonna watch, I think, about maybe like 20-ish minutes of this video. This is very interesting in terms of, like, I've been hearing that Candace has all sorts of thoughts and conspiracies and theories about the whole Charlie Kirk situation, all this stuff, and I've heard like some of them, but I haven't heard like all of them. So I clicked on her most recent video. I think this is her most recent, or maybe this is the second recent one. And I was like, okay, can I watch this video and understand the conspiracy that she's laying out, or will she just sound insane?
Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
Right. And so
such a low bar.
Well, that was the bar. That was the bar here. I had a very low bar.
She just has to sound sane.
Yes. So before we watch this for like the, it's 20-minute clip here, 20-ish minutes, like what do you think? You think it's going to be like, okay, I understand what she's saying, but I disagree with it, or is it just going to sound insane and stupid?
Well, I'm with Megyn Kelly. Candace Owens is fine. Okay. She's a new mom. She's under a lot of stress.
Okay. Okay.
She is a very, very intelligent person. Okay. She's smart. She is smart, Sitch. You're looking at this all wrong.
Am I?
No, look, I have no idea. I hear so many different things about Candace Owens, but I don't really see clips. I don't watch her show. I keep thinking, well, that's why keep telling us in the comments, we got to watch Candace Owens. We got to get Candace Owens is like going fucking batshit crazy.
Of course.
Like, you got to cover this. It's crazy. So, but look, you and I are both busy people. Time to cover this crazy bitch.
So, let me read something from Candace Owens before we watch this clip here. So as most of you I'm sure know, Candace Owens is being sued by
Macron, yeah.
Or his wife or
by
somebody.
Macron's wife's penis.
Right, he's being sued by Macron's wife's penis. Right.
Named in the lawsuit.
Right, for defamation, for accusing her of being a man and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, which is a lot of people are saying a lot of lawyers are saying they've read the case and that she's gonna get fucking, as they call in the legal terms, ass blasted in court.
She's gonna get ass blasted.
She's gonna get ass blasted by Macron's wife's penis in court.
That's horrible.
Or therefore lack thereof. All right.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
I hope it's consensual ass blasting. I hope it's.
It might not be. It might not be. Okay.
Well,
I don't know if
at least court ordered.
It's going to be a court ordered ass blasting. Okay, but things are going to go well for Candace, supposedly.
Okay.
That's what the people are telling me. All right, things are going to go well, and it makes sense to me. I think that should be able to prove in a court of law fairly easily that Bridget Macron is not a man. Assuming she's not, is not a man, and that Candace Owens should have known better. But
right.
So while that's happening, so she's in the middle of that, okay, she has now made a new accusation towards
of the same people.
The same people, yes, publicly. All right. Let me read this to you.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
You let me know. You think it's going to help her case? I'll read it to you. You can let me know.
It's going to help her case. In some litigation with.
You can.
What is the allegation? I'm sure it's perfectly sensible. Right?
You can all hear this, and you'll let me know whether you think it helps her defamation case or hurts. Okay.
She's saying that they were mean to her on the internet.
No. So this is what she's saying. She says urgent. This is from yesterday. She says urgent. Okay, and she has a little siren emoji, so you know it's urgent. 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government. After determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple, I have deemed the information they've given me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. Okay, so she's received information from an anonymous source who is claiming he's in the French government, and she has somehow deemed that to be credible.
Did she personally vet it, or did she get some sort of fact checker involved, some sort of, I don't know, private investigator? How'd she fact check?
I'm glad you asked that, Adam. Obviously, Candace Owens went to Ground News. Ground News. Code PSA.
Do they even do that? How would you go to Ground News?
I don't know. We have no clue what she did. Okay, you have to like Candace Owens. You have to take most of what she says on faith.
You know, she shared something that was completely ridiculous. Somebody was trolling her and got her to repeat her attorney's office address like 75 times.
Yes.
As some like secret hideout or something.
That really hurts Candace Owens' credibility for trusting anonymous sources.
Did she vet that one first?
If someone trolls her and she says a bunch of bullshit and then they go, haha, you're fucking stupid.
Well, look, how does she know this isn't someone doing the exact same thing, trolling the shit out of her?
I'm going to read this to you.
At this point, trolling Candace Owens is a popular pastime on the internet.
It is an art form, probably, on some place on the internet. Okay.
Okay.
No, so yeah, I'm going to read this and then we're going to go through like the possibilities, and trolling is one of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So she says, okay, so Candace has deemed this anonymous information credible enough. She says,
I can't wait to hear what it is.
In short, This person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination.
Oh my God. Oh, what? They put a hit out on her?
They put a hit on her.
Oh my God. Can you imagine the Macrons on the dark web? Yes, I'm looking for someone to assassinate Candace Owens. Don't you think that might hurt their case that they're about to win?
Adam.
What the fuck? What?
He's the president of France. They don't need to go on the deep web. They just pick up the phone and they say, "Oh, French legionnaire, I need you to do a drone strike on this uppity bitch, Candace Owens."
Oh my God.
He says it just like
we
that,
don't
obviously.
have treaties. We don't have treaties in place about drone striking American citizens.
Trump's gonna sign off on it. He likes Macron. Obviously, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, sure, get rid of Candace. I don't like
Candace
her.
has been a little. Yeah, Candace has been mean to Trump lately.
Yes.
So look, you're convincing me. This is credible.
Yes.
She should have posted.
Listen, it won't be a drone strike. Obviously, she'll get mugged and it'll go wrong, or she'll have a heart attack, or she'll fall out of a window, Russian style, right? It will be, she'll hang herself. It will be some way in which it's believable, right? That
what she described it as putting a hit out on her, though, right?
I'm reading it word for word. She says, in short, the person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination.
Why would they have to pay if it's the French Secret Service? Why are they personally paying for that? That makes it sound like they were on a
fucking question.
That makes it sound like they were on the deep fucking web. They were on the dark web. What are you talking about?
I didn't catch that. You're right. Why would the fucking president have to pay to assassinate someone? How does that make sense?
Trump doesn't say, "Oh, I'd really like to drone strike these terrorists, but I'm all out of money. I need $100,000 to take out another terrorist."
Well, Adam, come on. He can't. Obviously, Macron, he's a good French president. He doesn't want to waste taxpayers' money on a private issue. Okay, he's gonna pay for it himself.
Oh, so he's pulling a Trump. He's like, "I'm doing the East Wing myself. I'm paying for it. I'm paying for this assassination."
Yes,
it's not going to cost the French taxpayer any money.
That way, this is a political issue, and Macron's running for president again, and they're like, "Macron, why did you use taxpayer money to assassinate Candace Owens?" He's like, "I didn't. I killed her with my own money." And then everyone cheers and they say, "Yes, that's my president. Look at him. What a great guy."
No.
You don't think so?
Ridiculous.
Okay.
I can't believe this. Candace has fallen for it again.
She says, "Yes, you read that correctly." More specific.
Thank you.
Thank you. More specifically, that the green light was given to a small team in the National I don't know how to say this French word. Gendemare intervention group. I am told there is one Israeli, because obviously there's always got to be fucking Israel somehow involved with this. Even when France is going to kill Candace Owens, Israel's got to fucking be involved somehow.
There's a huge contradiction there. He's paying for it and the French military is doing it. What the fuck?
I told you he doesn't want to use taxpayers' money. What do you not understand? It's very simple, Adam.
This is ridiculous. Go Candace.
I told there is one Israeli that is on the assassination squad. First of all, also, if say someone like knew that there's going to be a hit on Candace, like how close to the hit would you have to be to not only know that there's a hit, but like the composition of the hit team enough to know that there's a random Israeli person in the French assassination team for some fucking reason.
This is totally an internet troll, obviously. They're making it sound like it's SEAL Team 6 here.
Yes.
Candace Owens is like bin Laden in a compound with 60 guards.
Yeah, obviously. That's what's going on.
This is obvious. Whoever did this is hilarious.
I'm told there's one Israeli that this is on the assassination squad and the plans were formalized. Again, maybe this she'll back out of this because she'll be like, well, once I expose this, they didn't go through with it. Again, this person provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government apparatus. Now, obviously, we'll never see what the fuck that person was, but okay.
They emailed me a picture of their business card.
They emailed me a picture. They had their dick out on Macron's desk, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't his wife because I've seen her dick and it didn't look like it. Okay.
How do you get concrete proof? How do you get concrete proof?
He sent his LinkedIn picture and his link is like, he's like, look, it says like, here's my LinkedIn. It says like, I work in French government.
This
Maybe she checked his Twitter account and like the location said France. And she's like, well, you know,
what do you
boom.
know?
Got him.
What do you know?
Right. Further to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement.
This is the guy who's in custody, or this is the guy that got away?
That's a good question. I don't know. But whoever they were, for some reason, France was also involved in taking out Charlie Kirk because French really not a big Charlie Kirk.
This is really getting crazy.
Yes. Journalist Xavier Possiard, life is also at risk. I think that was the guy who wrote the book about Macron being a man, or Brigitte being a man. This is deadly serious. The head of state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized personal units to carry this out, or professional units to carry this out. Excuse me. I ask that every person retweet and share this. I don't know who in the American government can be trusted, since this source claims our leaders are away. Look at Trump. Trump is signing off on the Candace Owens assassination.
They're all deep staters, aren't they?
Yes. But I have more. But I have more specific information, which is definitively verifiable. Should they care to reach out to me? Okay.
FBI should definitely reach out to her.
Well, who's in on it? Is Trump in on it? Is Kash Patel in on it? I don't know. To the brave.
If FBI reaches out to her, she's going to spin that into some kind of endorsement. I talked to the FBI about this, and they could be laughing in her face.
No, this is what's going to happen. If the FBI does reach out to her, she's like, the FBI tried to silence me. The FBI sent their I tried to talk to them about the hit, and all they did was be very scary and mean to me, and they were like trying to gaslight me and make me afraid for my life. That's how she's going to spin it. To the brave official in France who did this because they were so moved by the evil of Charlie's public execution that risked their own life, may God bless you. Truly, let all be revealed.
This has not passed the sane bar by any stretch of the imagination. Someone in her staff wrote this.
This level of insanity, she wrote this. Come on.
This is complete fiction.
You don't like this fan fiction that the French government's coming after her?
Her numbers are way up. I mean, obviously people are eating this up.
Right. No, that tweet, that tweet she put out, 200,000 likes.
What? Wow.
200,000 likes, 91,000 retweets. Okay. 23,000 comments.
True crime is one of the biggest audiences on the internet. It really is. And Candace Owens is in the middle of a true crime story right now. It's just a matter of time before she gets murdered.
She continues here. Okay. So there's some reply to her about this. And then her reply to that is, exactly 1 year before they murdered Charlie, they tried to murder me. So apparently they tried this before for some reason. Candace Owens is so fucking important. They've been trying to get her for a long time. Americans are being assassinated on American soil, and agencies within our government are aware. We have lost this country. She also says, I am told that the payments for assassinations are running through the Club Descent in France. This means there's a paper trail, and I encourage the patriots of France to do what you can to uncover it. I would again like to stress that there was a French female assassin, but also a male Israeli assassin that was selected to kill me. These are joint state operations.
Israel's involved. Israel's trying to kill her too.
You have to be okay. Let's just think about this for a second. Let's just hypothetically,
Israel and France are joining forces.
Assume this is true for a second. Okay, that Macron is going to kill Candace Owens, right? First of all, why would they need Israel? They can't do their own assassination. But
why bother suing her if you can just murder her?
Well, that's a great fucking
Why
question
fucking
too.
bother?
Yes, that's a great question. Why even bother with the lawsuit? Well, you know why? Because they were just mad about the penis thing. But now that she's uncovering the truth about Charlie Kirk, Adam, well, that's just too far. Okay. That's now they have to silence her.
She read a book about from some guy. She didn't even come up with the penis thing herself. She got it out of some other guy's book.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Now that she's pushing the Charlie Kirk thing, they're like, France is like, wow. Now I never know France was supposed to be involved with fucking Charlie Kirk. Or is this just like everything has to be involved with everything else? Because she has some sort of litigation and lawsuit with France. She's like, well, they must have been involved in killing Charlie Kirk too. Everything's connected.
Yeah. Yes.
But
the insanity of it.
Just think this out for a second, hypothetically. Okay, say it's true, right? So
Mhm.
Macron
Oh, yeah.
is like, he's going to some shadowy organization in the military to kill a private American citizen, right? Which you would assume something like if that got out, okay, it would be so. And first of all, Macron would probably go to jail. It would be so devastating to French-American relations. It would be this sort of insanely like devastating political thing to happen between the two countries. It would have like massive fallout. It would be such a clusterfuck, right?
Mhm.
So you would assume that something such a massive clusterfuck, you would have very, very high level of secrecy and need to know about the situation. So not only would it, to me, be like, okay, how the fuck would some random ass fuck person who's emailing Candace Owens, they're close enough to this like super sensitive information, not only to know that the plan has taken place, but that they know the gender composition of the assassination team. Like, is this the guy? Like, you know how like the FBI will like they'll pretend to be assassins on the dark web so that people then like go try to hire the FBI to do the hit. Like, is this what happened? Is this the guy that Macron like is like talking to? Because how else could the person know the fucking gender makeup of the hit squad?
Yeah, that would make much sense. Because that's not how they usually do the sting operations. But yeah, no, this is ridiculous. Like Macron emails out, "Hey, are there any Israeli assassins in the assassin division? I got a special job for you." And then the email just leaks out, and this guy gets a hold of it.
Macron just sent out like an email to the military.
Yeah, an email blast. He's like, "Oh, here, I'll just add my whole contact list."
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, everybody, I need someone to do a job for me. Not gonna say what the job is, but let's just say it's gonna be something like plumbing or wet work. Wink, wink, wink. Need to, contact me ASAP." P.S. If you have experience in the Israeli military, contact me immediately.
Yeah, no.
You don't buy this?
People are, it amazes me. People are buying this. So many people are buying this.
So do you think this is going to help Candace Owens' defamation case?
No, not remotely. Not remotely.
Now the Macrons get to add to their defamation case. Well, not only she accusing my wife having a penis, but now she's accusing us of publicly trying to murder her.
Yeah.
Great. Wow. Her lawyers, on one hand, they got to be really upset because their case got 10 times harder. On the other hand, they're just counting the stacks of money now that Candace Owens has to be paying them for all the work they're going to be doing for the next year. Holy shit.
Well, she's got to be raking in the money with this whole Charlie Kirk storyline, which is purely disgusting in my.
True, but I don't think she can survive an Alex Jones level hit. Right. Alex Jones had like a whole operation. He had InfoWars. He sells supplements. He had like this like whole business. Now I don't know what maybe Candace does. I don't think she does. I thought she just had like a YouTube show and a podcast, and that's it. If she gets annihilated in court, which it's hard for me to see, especially after this, that she's not going to get just destroyed with this on top of it for defamation. I guess she could still have her show, but it's I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe YouTube bans her. Maybe all the podcast people ban her like they did with InfoWars and stuff. But
Candace Owens' net worth is estimated to be around $10 million to $14 million. The majority of her income comes from her work as a conservative commentator, media personality, and author. She also has earned money through brand deals and other business ventures. Well, I don't know if those brand deals are going to be around for long, right?
Well, yeah. And so let's imagine, let's say she has $10 million. Okay. This easily just from like legal fees.
Yeah.
Like this is at least $1 million of her own legal fees, just paying her own lawyers. It's going to be $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And then she's going to lose, and that's going to be, $6 million, some gigantic settlement, thing that gets slapped in her face.
Oof, that's painful.
Yeah, no, it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. So.
Ouch. Yeah, no, this is not. I think Alex Jones was worth tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Yeah.
A lot more. Yeah. Okay. So Candace Owens, what is the overall? Here are the possibilities. Okay. Number one, she's just full. She knows what she's saying is retarded, and she's just full on grifting. And she's like Icarus flying closer and closer to the sun, right? That's possibility one. All right. Possibility two, Candace Owens is just actually schizophrenically insane and hallucinating things that aren't happening. Okay, she's being gang stalked. Here, possibility number three, what you said, that there's people, maybe she is crazy or sort of crazy, but there are people that are just intentionally trolling her into oblivion to make her as big a lolcow as possible, and she's just falling for it again and again and again.
And then, if that's the case, she is stupid. She is completely stupid. This person is. This is like Chauncey Gardner's levels of stupidity.
Right. Possibility four is that, possibility four, the French government or the Israeli government
are
so smart, that they're fucking with her because they know, like they actually are the ones that are like creating this insane. Like they have. It would be
easier for them to create the.
Yes, they have actually. Because then, by the way, this is something that's definitely happened where you have in America,
so
the FBI would intentionally leak fake information to journalists to have them report it and then get discredited later.
Right.
This happened a lot, actually. And so maybe the French government or the Israeli government or whomever is intentionally leaking fake information to Candace to make her super unhinged and further get annihilated in her court case.
Right? Wow. That could be it. That definitely could be it.
Or the last, number five, she's right. And everything she's saying is true.
Oh, yeah. I'm going number five. No, I believe in Candace.
Right. I think my intuition was your intuition before I even gave out the choices, that it's just she's being trolled by people who are having a lot of fun with her. This is the problem with sort of the outsourcing shit. She's being trolled. She is becoming, I used to think that she was more grifter. And I do think now she's a victim of her own narcissistic success because she's become so popular saying this shit. And I do think she has a kind of conspiratorial mind, and she's always had kind of a conspiratorial mind, even from the beginning with, when she was suing the governor of Connecticut because her son, or his son was left some kind of like racist, no, not even his son, his son's friend who he was in close proximity to left a racist voicemail on Candace Owens' cell phone. And she weaved this conspiracy about how it was their fault and the school's fault and everyone's fault. And then you have the social autopsy thing. And then there's Zoe Quinn attacking her. And she weaves this whole conspiracy with Zoe Quinn and this operation out to get her. She has this idea, this is what she does. She weaves these giant cork boards of connections in her mind. That seems to be the type of person she is. And it's ripe for someone to take advantage of that and to troll her because they think it's fucking hilarious.
It's called paranoid schizophrenia, Sitch. That's exactly what's going on.
Right.
Look, and I think, I think she's being trolled. It would be pretty presumptuous for Macron to be involved in trolling her or to have anyone in his administration involved in trolling her, since they are in a legal struggle with her. So
Right.
I mean, it could hurt their legal case if any of that came out, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
No, I think it's I don't think it's actually the French
Probably,
government. I mean, it'd be
it's
funny,
probably,
but
yeah,
it's
fans
probably
or
someone
haters
from
or
Kiwi
yeah.
Farms or something like that is just really excited to fuck with Candace Owens and have her just repeat the stupidest shit ever imaginable.
They got to be having a good time.
Yes. Yes.
I looked up Alex Jones just out of curiosity. $270 million before his legal issues. Now, 9 million.
Oh,
6 million. 6 million held by his company. So that's a pretty big hit.
Right.
Oof.
Okay. So let's check out this video here. So we're going to give Candace a shot, right? We're going to have our open minds. We're going to listen to the conspiracy.
You poisoned the well for 30 minutes. What do you
How
mean?
dare you, Adam? We did not poison the well here on this comedy show.
Let's be honest here.
We are going to give it the good old shot. We're going to listen.
Oh yeah, we're totally this open-minded. We're going in open.
The evidence. All right.
We're going in. We're open-minded. Okay.
Yes, people have said you got to listen. How dare you criticize Candace Owens as being crazy? You have to listen to the evidence. So here we go. We're going to listen to the evidence.
Open-minded, everyone.
Yes.
All right, you guys. So we received a couple of weeks ago a very thorough tip regarding Charlie's assassination. And
whenever a woman says she received a very thorough tip, run. Run.
How dare you?
Why would she phrase it that way?
How dare you?
A very thorough tip. We received a very thorough tip. Okay. Did you?
To the Egyptian plains. Now, what is even more compelling about this tip is that this individual who works with or for government sent it before I had figured out that the Egyptian planes were tracking Erica and Charlie. Now, the individual also focused on something that at first seems to me to be very micro to the situation, and now it seems quite macro. And it's an answer perhaps to the question, what was the Egyptian military plane, which left Provo on the morning of Charlie's assassination, doing in Delaware? Actually, we should figure that out. Welcome back to Candace.
I know nothing about this Egyptian plane.
So we're always starting off confused because she hasn't really set up what the fuck she's even talking about.
So an Egyptian plane left Egypt the day Charlie was assassinated.
No, an Egyptian plane left the city that Charlie was in the day he was assassinated.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And went to Delaware.
I guess.
To meet with Biden?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and she kind of already fucked this up too, because maybe this is why she's going along this track. She had made this claim all the way back in October, and she had like misread the time zone that the plane had left.
It left before Charlie was even assassinated.
Yes. So, yes. So they had said that she had thought that this plane left after he had been assassinated, and that was somehow connected. But then people were like, no, you misread the time zone. It left 5 hours before he was assassinated. So you're wrong. But I guess she's committed to,
she's like,
once she's made the claim,
just dropped off the assassin. All right. They had a meet. They were going for Starbucks in Delaware.
Yes. Yes.
There are so many elements of this story that as time goes on are clicking into place. Things that initially maybe we don't consider, that you go, oh, wait a second, why didn't I consider that right off the jump, right? I was, of course, very surprised by the 2 Egyptian military aircraft that in general, just why were they there at all? And not even for 1 second did I stop and think, is this even a routine flight path at all? Like, why would these jets, ostensibly filled with government-level Egyptians, right, particularly the yellow jet, tail number SUBTT, which kept overlaying, sometimes even for days, in Delaware, why would they do that? Why would that plane be doing that? Let's pull up that timeline again that I put together of you guys of the blue jet and the yellow jet. And we virtually in all of the stops, you can just scroll through this. Like we kept noticing that that yellow plane was going through Paris. It was going to Wichita, but very often it was stopping in Wilmington. Like what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware, actually? If you fly private, even if you fly public, it's not exactly a hub. People aren't like, let me route through Wilmington to go overseas. It's not a thing. The person who emailed me claimed to be a solid source of what that flight was doing. And he claimed, or she claimed, that he or she was so solid that they challenged me to find other people in government, people that were working in federal agencies and people that work at the State Department to confirm what he had said. And I did.
How do you confirm with someone that you don't even know is male or female? Like I would want to talk to the person and see their face to have any sort of confirmation.
Why are you such a bigot?
Well, look, I just, how do you, it's a challenge. If anyone sends you something and says, oh, this is true, and they give something about their profile to verify whatever claim it is they're making, I immediately think, well, how do I verify this person is who they say they are? And it always comes down to like, well, you'd have to find some image of them on the internet, right? And then talk to them and see, oh, yes, this is the person that's listed on some government website that no one could ever get their picture on, right? Unless they forged the whole website, which could be a thing, right? If it was some government agency that no one ever heard of. There's all these different ways people can fuck with you. But she's like, look, I didn't even talk to this person. I just got their email.
People that I trusted. I went to, spoke with them, waited a while. That's why this email came in weeks ago, but we're just telling you about it now. And they confirmed that what this individual was saying was true. And that's why I am presenting it today, despite the fact that the person who sent this email was clear this information is quite dangerous. Now,
okay, so she talked to somebody else that said, oh, yeah, that person, I know them. And that is a legitimate email. Why didn't they tell him if it was a male or female?
She got an email from a person, and then she's talked to a different person who we don't know that said that, yes, that other person that we also don't know is legit.
Is authentic, yeah.
So we have two people that we don't know who any of these people are. And she's like, well, I asked this other secret person, and that other secret person also said, yeah, oh, yeah, that's definitely legit. Yeah.
It is a challenge to verify anything somebody says to you on the
internet. Many people are emailing Candace?
Oh, I'm sure tons. All of them.
There's like a network of trolls that have all like in a Discord somewhere that have like the master corkboard of like, okay, like here's all of the things we're going to convince Candace Owens to believe.
Yeah, point. Their timeline is completely different. Their timeline is on this date, Candace Owens parroted some retarded shit we sent her via email.
To remind you guys so that you are understanding what we are working through here with a lot of information that is known to virtually none of us. On the morning of Charlie's assassination, the plane that had initially carried over the 12 or 14 quote unquote Egyptians 6 days earlier, that plane departed, the yellow plane departed on the morning at 7:14 a.m. local time from Provo, Utah. And it headed to Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, it arrived in Wilmington, Delaware at 11:51 a.m. Eastern. So that's at around 9:51 a.m. Utah time. Okay, Charlie's going to get shot at 12:23. This plane has.
I don't care about the timeline. Tell me about the 14 Egyptians. Who's contacted them, right? If you know what time they got off the plane, is there a plane manifest? Can we talk to these people?
No. What? This is all internet sleuthing.
Landed into Wilmington at what would be 9:51 a.m. So about 2.5 hours before Charlie is shot. And then, for whatever reason, these Egyptians decided to stay in Wilmington, Delaware for a night until the following day. I don't know. Where did they sleep? Where did they go? Again, what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware? Because They departed September 11th at 7:56 a.m. That means that we can definitively rule out that this was just a fuel stop, right? Nobody's like, let me fuel up my private military jet and sleep on the plane. So there was something in Wilmington that held the interest of our Middle Eastern people that are here.
Are these people real? I mean, she could just be making these people up.
I don't know.
It seems like if they're not, it's better for her if they're not real. Because if they are real people, the internet could easily track these people down.
Yeah.
Dox the shit out of them and do a real investigation,
Sure.
right?
Well, also, I mean, it is weird. It's like, okay, I don't know anything about Wilmington, Delaware, but it's
they could be fucking Mormons. Who knows? They could be there on some Bible.
No, but right,
study.
like I'm looking at it, it looks like a moderately sized city. It has a population of 70,000 people. It's, not far outside of Philadelphia. Like it's not like she's making it sound like they like went to the boonies somewhere. Like they went to some random like buttfuck nowhere place. That does not seem to be what Wilmington, Delaware is.
Here for some reason. Well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip because...
Oh, and it's important too. The reason she keeps saying Middle Eastern friends, which I don't know if she says it in this video, and I only got this because people in X who are her fans were saying this. The reason she keeps saying Middle Eastern friends or Middle Eastern people is because supposedly she doesn't actually think Egypt's involved. She really thinks it's Israel. Because obviously everything's Israel. Do you think it's Israel using like Egyptian planes or something?
Right.
It seemed plausible, right? It seemed plausible to us that what you guys are thinking, maybe this was meant to distract us. We're going to run down this rabbit hole. And no, that's not the case. We vetted it across multiple government agencies and to really the highest levels of government. So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual, who, by the way, I have no idea who this is, but to give him and her even some more coverage. Even though they said that they were very thorough in making sure it wouldn't get back to them, but you never know. They're taking a tremendous risk. So I'm just going to read this to you guys, and I'm going to read it slow for comprehension because I had to read it slow myself for comprehension. It starts out with, Candace, I'm aware that you suspect the government and other entities are involved in the events leading up to and on September 10th. I'm aware that you also tied the plane, SUBTT, yellow plane, to this and that you are receiving tips. You might have been wondering why SUBTT made so many visits to Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places, and I can personally answer that.
Oh.
What I can say about myself is blank, blank, blank. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. Some people may tell you that SUBTT stopped at Wilmington because it was, quote unquote, just maintenance. That is not true. The information I am giving you will implicate the FBI and various other government agencies all at the same time. I am passing this to you because you are honest enough to see this for what it is. You may put this in your notes and reveal this pattern publicly, but this, and then he talks about why this information is dangerous. So I'm going to skip and get to the information portion. The information portion reads this. As you know, on September 10th, an Egyptian government Dassault Falcon 7X, tail number SUBTT, came into Wilmington, Delaware. I tried to pull non-public movement data, and it came up empty. For me, this means that the arrival was processed under a diplomatic and dignitary category, which would not show up in the usual places. That in and of itself wouldn't be odd if we were talking about Andrews or Dulles airports. It's odd at Wilmington. You can't verify this next piece directly, but I can independently. I can confirm that blank uses vehicles which often leave and enter that airport when they do covert handoffs. Now, I have no affiliation with SUBTT, nor am I an operator anywhere near Egypt or its planes, but I do know that only federal vehicles are allowed access to private gates housing government planes. Because of this, I can guarantee you that the vehicles affiliated with this workspace arrived and left inside the same window as SUBTT. Government vehicles either pick up, monitor, or escort every government plane that lands there. So that's the standard. It's every single one. Feds don't just leave foreign government planes unwatched. It's a government plane, not a ghost plane. Someone has to come out, and we all know they're not going to just call an Uber. Given that I know most of the locations that these vehicles visit, I am entirely confident in stating that the plane and those vehicles are connected to 920 North King Street, which is at a place that is marketed also.
Oh my God, this is the email where she's saying her attorney's address. This is the troll thing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. The 920 North King Street is her attorney's address.
As one Rodney Square.
Serious?
That's her attorney's. That is her attorney's address. Yeah.
Oh no.
Everyone was talking about this.
Oh no.
Do you still think that this was vetted properly?
Oh, she vetted it, Adam. What do you mean?
Nearly every federal vehicle that visits the airport will pass through King Street at least once, because that is where the majority of the vehicles are ultimately stationed. We do this because it is discreet. The reason people don't know about this is because assets can be transferred to cars without diplomatic plates. You can't just do transfers with diplomatic plates out in the open, or it would immediately tie assets to government. That's why the fleet is either federal, unmarked, or local. So when I say government vehicles, what I'm really saying is they most likely immediately swapped the plates for local, but they still had federal clearance. I'm going to skip this because I think this could be... The whole idea is they get in, they have a meeting, they get out, the plates are then changed back, and they go back to a designated area. However, sometimes it is decided that they need to have a meeting in a more convenient spot.
They're changing the plates. They don't have that thing that just flips the plate around. You know, the little secret switch.
There's like a little button.
Yeah, exactly. You just press the button and you got a government plate, and then you flips around, and then you got whatever plate you want.
Oh, okay.
That's not in a car. That is what I am telling you happened with SUBTT. It obviously would be impossible for me to show you the evidence of these activities because I obviously can't do that. I obviously can't pull dash cam or cameras, but I am telling you that this is known among insiders. And if you want confirmation, you can ask Intel insiders of yours, and they will confirm that that is exactly what happened. You may ask why this happened in the first place, and I'll give you my best information, and here's where it gets big. In June of 1997, the Department of Justice's own directory lists, quote, Wilmington Resident Office, 1 Rodney Square, Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office that is at that exact address. You can open it yourself in this link and look for a page titled 675. Okay, we did that. We confirmed that. Wilmington Resident Office, Suite 404, 1 Rodney Square. And so we can confirm this is, like he says, or she says, the Department of Justice's own directory list. Okay.
So wait, and this is, is this, okay. Is this actually Candace Owens? Like, is that, she said Suite 404. Is that her actual lawyer's office? Or is it just like they happen to share an office with some kind of federal agency? And it's just a big coincidence.
I'm not sure about the link. I don't know if the link is fake or what. Everyone was saying this is her attorney's address, and
That's hilarious.
They had the address on paperwork from lawsuits and whatnot.
Yeah, you would. Yeah. That's amazing.
Today, if you punch that address into public directories, you will find the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, at 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801.
Pop one of those addresses in. 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay. Yeah, it's got no, that is that 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801 is the law office of her attorneys.
So it's not the DEA.
Well, I'm trying to figure, I don't know if there's other things there.
Mm-hmm.
Her lawyers
I
are in
gotcha.
that building. They are 100% in that building. So it's a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah, she's being trolled. People are trolling the shit out of her.
Right. It's like,
when did this video come out? This is recent?
A couple days ago.
Okay, so she hasn't come back on since this clusterfuck of a video.
She has not come out to give some bullshit explanation about why she read her own lawyer's address on air and claimed it was some sort of proof that
But
Egypt
she
was
totally
doing something.
vetted this Sitch. Oh, wait. Did she come out with the assassination tweet after this? Is that her just to throw people off the scent? That's what's going on.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's okay. That's smart. Don't be too distracted, right?
Is it smart?
No.
I mean, some
fucking
people would
stupid.
say that you're smarter not to read bullshit like this on your show,
Right.
on your number one podcast in America. Some people would say that is smart, right? To actually vet stuff people send you from Kiwi Farms.
Is it though?
Both are live.
Is it more entertaining not to? That's for sure.
Both are at Suite 404. Both also publish phone numbers.
Okay, 404. Is that her attorney?
I don't
suite
see that. It doesn't
404?
have the suite number,
Okay.
which is kind of weird on the thing. But
In the Secret Service case, the agency's own 2025 field office list still shows Wilmington, Delaware. That means the suites that the Department of Justice owned in the 90s never actually went away. This eventually evolved into a multi-agency space in a commercial building. The building looks like if you decided to cut the 33 Thomas Street building in half. Seriously, if you Google image 33 Thomas Street in New York City, that's the building that Snowden leaked. You find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks exactly like a mini version of the thing.
Oh my God, they look nothing like one another.
it's an evil building, Adam. You don't understand. Her own lawyers work out of an evil looking building.
This is an amazing troll because she pulled up both those buildings and they look nothing like one another.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking at the buildings here?
Yes, I know.
One is like tall and gray and the other is short and brown.
Well, and supposedly this law, it's so funny. It's like apparently this law firm, it's like the biggest law firm in Delaware too. That's what the Google box says.
Mm-hmm.
So
did she just hire the attorney on the internet, or is it like a family friend attorney, or
even if, because she said, and she was reading this, that it's some sort of like public, it's a building that has other uses to it, right? So maybe she'll try to say, well, yes, my lawyers happen to exist in this building, but the building is also being used for nefarious purposes. Which, first of all, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you would be like, okay, obviously your lawyers are compromised.
Yeah, that's catnip right there.
Yeah. But then on top of it, how fucking stupid are you? I don't even know how this is fucking possible. How does she have lawyers who she has to send documents to, that she has to contact to, whatever?
Because she doesn't.
Have,
someone else does this shit.
I guess she doesn't have nobody looked at this and they could say, oh shit, like this is your fucking where your lawyers are.
Shit, you don't know how rich people live. Rich people they don't do fucking shit. They don't do anything.
Okay.
Someone else does their schedule for them. Someone else mails their shit out. Someone does their shopping for them. They don't do fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Candace wakes up and jumps in the stylish chair and then goes and reads emails on her podcast.
Right.
She's never mailed that address out. She doesn't know.
Oh God, this is so bad.
The only difference is that 920 North King has glass windows. Now, you saw people on X saying that SUBTT has an alibi because it, quote unquote, aligns with a long-standing Falcon maintenance arrangement out of Wilmington that dates back to 1999.
Probably what the plane really was doing. Oh my God.
You remember that, guys? They told us, oh, they were just doing maintenance. This is maintenance here, maintenance there, scheduled maintenance. That's the part that really sent me, because I know that's the part that really set me off, because I know that you are right about the plane. And I also know the truth about this plane. Yes, Wilmington used to have a Dassault Falcon authorized center, but it shut down around 2021.
Dun, dun, dun.
Then, and this is verifiable, in December of 2024, a French aircraft finishing company called Satys, Satys, announced that it was taking over the shuttered Wilmington Airport hangar. And every Delaware outlet said the same thing. Satys will invest a little over $1 million. And get this. So you see that? We are pulling that up. We have confirmed that that is true. This is a French company.
We looked it up on the internet, and it's printed on Yahoo Finance. So yes, this is the case. It just, obviously the person who did this troll looked all that shit up too.
Yeah.
How does this confirm anything?
That said they were going to take over this hangar in Wilmington. The Delaware River and Bay Authority is the one that is making that deal. DRBA is a bi-state authority, except the key part is that it operates on federally regulated waterways. Its own January 2024 resolution says that it was, quote, acquiring the rights to a paint hangar currently part of a Dassault leasehold, and authorizing the executive director and board chair to execute that lease with Satys. So that is a River Bay Authority, the DRBA, that is executing an aviation lease on a field that sits on a navigable corridor. That automatically puts it in the orbit of a federal system. The chain here that would report from the people who control the rivers would be DRBA to the Army Corps of Engineers, the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense to the President. So now you can say with complete honesty that the federal government was aware of and signed off on the plane and hangar situation. Now, I'm not claiming a direct line of authority for that. I'm saying that anyone who tells you that the influence is not there is either misinformed or lying. I'm also not saying that POTUS himself did this, but the government was undeniably involved with that hangar and the plane that you are eyeing. Not to mention, Representative McBride is the statewide rep for that place. Again, I'm not saying that McBride has anything to do with this because I wouldn't know that, but it is noteworthy. What you can honestly say, though, is this. If SUBTT has been doing this run for decades, it could not have been using a 2024 French finishing lease as its maintenance justification. In fact, your own timeline shows how they traveled to France before the deal was even made.
Are you getting all this, Sitch?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
What does this have to do with anything?
I don't know.
Army Corps of Engineers does... No, not remotely. Army Corps of Engineers does all kinds of shit. Like roads, bridges, all kinds of shit. It's not just strictly military stuff. Any sort of public works projects, they usually bring in Army Corps of Engineers for something or other.
Well, it proves evil shit.
It doesn't mean it's like military related. They do all kinds of projects that are decidedly not military related.
Maintenance story is nothing but a cover.
They're not out to assassinate Candace Owens.
That hangar is undeniably either another site in of itself or it is a front for something else.
The hangar is a front. Oh my God.
She said it was undeniable.
They put their plane in a hangar, in a secret hangar that was a front by the Army Corps of Engineers.
It's undeniable.
Back to 920 King. 920.
Back to 920 King Street. Be sure to say that enough.
Back to my law.
When you Google FBI Wilmington Resident Agency, you should check the address in the Google info panel. You will likely get 920 North King Street with the label Federal Bureau of Investigation, instead of the public FBI address that's at 500 Delaware Avenue, Suite 300, which is just...
Did they plant something in Google? Because you know how you can put someone's address in Google Maps? I wonder if they did that, if that's part of the troll.
Well, I mean, if you Google the address, and I'm sure it's just because everyone's been Googling it, the first thing that comes up is their lawyer's office.
Right.
If you Google the address.
Okay.
It's the very first thing. It's Richards, Layton, and Finger. Oh, listen, what did she say? She had a deep penetrating
Oh yeah, that's the finger. That's the finger guy, right?
She had a deep penetrating source. Yeah, okay.
A bank tower. You can confirm that 500 Delaware Ave is the borough's public-facing spot, but Google will tell you that 920 North King Street is also the FBI. That is not a mistake. The FBI is also stationed at 920 North King Street. They list it straight in the DOJ's 90s directory. Further, the Secret Service...
Did they move since the 90s? I mean, 90s directory.
Who knows?
It's been a long time.
Service is not a part of the Department of Justice. They are the Department of Homeland Security. So this actually seems to be a joint DOJ DHS site, which verifiably houses 3 different agencies and possibly more, all at the same time. I've looked for a while, and to this day, I don't see any other location that does that. I guarantee you've never personally heard of a federal site operating like that either.
You dumb bitch. You never heard of that. I guarantee it. Meanwhile, of course, all these buildings are inhabited with all sorts of government agencies. Can you imagine only one government agency per office building?
Right.
DC's probably got 50 of them in every office building.
Mm-hmm.
Who would read that and think, oh yeah, that's accurate. That's totally accurate. Never would they have 3 agencies in one building.
No matter what anybody tells you, if they say they lease like that all the time, that is not a justification.
Uh-oh,
Adam.
I just said that.
Multiple agents of
Not
multiple different agencies in one suite is not common or typical in the slightest. A joint office is common, but there's a line to draw between a joint office and at least 3 different agencies alongside contractors all operating in one place. Also, take a look at the borough's own press release from December 5th, 2024. Christopher Wray, quote, met with key partners and stressed how critical FBI partnerships are to protecting our communities. They chose to mention partners. They didn't say that he met with agents that were assigned in Wilmington. They foregrounded partnerships. That's the vocabulary that they use when the space is not purely FBI and it lines up with what is actually happening at 920.
This is such bullshit. Oh my God, this is such fucking bullshit.
North
I
King
think
Street,
this is very
which
convincing.
is
This lines up with what's happening at your attorney's address.
Yeah.
the FBI, the DEA, and the USSS, United States Secret Service, and others are working together in a commercial tower. Here is the link for that press release. In that link, Ray confirms that the place houses private partners as well. He says, quote, if you step back and look at how much closer our partnerships are now than they were 5 or 10 years ago, it's a defining trend. I think of significance of this positive transformation. We have an entire generation of law enforcement and the private sector working together, trying to figure out how to help each other and to have each other's backs. Yeah, to have each other's backs. So let's recap these facts. On September 10th, an Egyptian government aircraft with a history of flying to France and the United States lands at a small Delaware airport under a French company maintenance pretext that doesn't actually match the hangar timeline because the French visit predates the French company's deal. Within an hour, federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. The hangar the plane would have used is controlled
And my lawyers.
through a DRBA
Oh my
lease that
God.
itself is nested in federal.
But none of those other agencies are actually at that address. That's just her attorney's address. In this email though, he's just gaslighted her into believing that.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
those
there's
agencies are at that
there's
address.
Other businesses and there are other things in that building. I have no clue what they are.
Just type DEA and the street address. See if there's an office in there.
DEA. Well, for why? I mean, the DEA, like the drug people.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency.
Right. Okay. What do they have to do with anything?
Well, look, they're a government agency, and obviously they're suspect because they're a government agency.
Oh, okay.
Type FBI. FBI usually has their own building. They have an entire building with all kinds of shit going on it.
I mean, they have some. Let's see. They have some phone number for Wilmington. Doesn't say what the address is.
Wilmington, Delaware. That's like a whole fucking city. You want something that's like actually at the address.
Yes. Well, the address in there's a Philadelphia address. I don't see
Okay, so there's no DEA office in that building.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think the email is gaslighting her into believing that those agencies have offices in this building when they don't.
I would believe that.
No FBI office in this building.
Couldn't she have Googled this?
She's saying the DEA, the FBI, and the Secret Service all have offices in the same building as her attorney. Right. I mean, that's a good attorney to get, right? They're definitely close to the action.
I don't know. I feel like they're gonna get compromised pretty quick at that point, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. You might plant some drugs on them and have the FBI come and investigate.
And the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. The hangar the plane would have used is controlled through a DRBA lease that itself is nested in federal waterways. The FBI also publicly talks about key partners in Wilmington.
This is so... Oh, man. I can't believe this. Megyn Kelly was signing off on this shit. Remember?
I know Candace is a smart lady, Adam. Okay. She's a very smart lady. She wouldn't just say things without checking it. Right?
Oh my God.
She wouldn't just randomly say stupid shit.
I'm so glad this is the video that you picked. I'm so glad that this is the video that you picked.
Yeah.
Because I saw so many people online making fun of this. So many people laughing about how crazy this is. And it's insane. Look at all the conspiracy nuts that watch her show are eating this up. They're like, oh my God, you think she's going to print a retraction? You think she's going to go on and say, look, I've been targeted by a troll. No.
On the same year,
well, she should say
she's not going to put a retraction out.
She should say that the government was out to get her and they tricked her into releasing all this information.
Okay.
So, I haven't found a directory for that building, but I did look up like FBI field offices and Secret Service field offices, and there aren't any where I think it's not listed unless they're all secret. None of it's listed.
They're not okay. Yeah.
In that area, yeah.
The building's clean. FBI usually has a local field office all over the place, but they're not going to open a field office in a city with 10,000 residents. They're going to open it in the big city.
I mean, what is 90,000? So it's a reasonably sized city. It's not some podunk
90,000.
Yeah.
I bet the cutoff is 1 million. You don't get a fucking FBI field office in your... Come on. You put an FBI field office in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Miami, Houston.
Right.
Big cities. Yeah. Yeah, come on, let's be realistic here. Can't have Mueller and Scully going out to some podunk town.
Well, here's what I think will happen. Okay. There's probably... just chances are likely that there's some government office in that building to some capacity.
In some 90s directory that they found on the internet from 30 years ago.
No, even right now, there's probably some. I don't think it's going to be the FBI, CIA, DEA triple combo, wombo combo in the office, but there's going to be some government office there. She's like, aha, it's just a front. It's all just a front for what the source was telling me. It definitely wasn't a troll.
Really?
Yes.
I think more likely she's going to be, there's a death threat. I have to go into hiding.
Oh, she's just not even going to bring it up.
I'll see you guys in 6 months.
Maybe.
There's a hit on my head.
Right. That'd be smart. I have
a small child. I'm in the witness protection agency.
She does have a tendency of tripling down. So I don't know. I think she's going to address it. I think she's going to triple down.
What is that a sign of intelligence, tripling down or cutting your
No,
losses?
it's a sign of retardation.
Okay, good. I agree. I agree. Smart people know when to turn around. They're like, holy shit, I've been driving in the wrong direction for 4 hours.
You got to know when to show them, when to fold them.
Exactly.
It's folding time, Candace.
It is way past folding time. She probably didn't even respond to this.
Not yet.
Oh my God, she's so smug.
I wasn't excited to see the next Candace, but now I'm excited.
There is a certain anticipation, isn't there?
Yes.
What's gonna happen next?
Oh, wait a minute. So actually, no. I don't know when the lawyer stuff. She has 2 other videos after this. I don't know if she addressed it. Okay, that's the question. Did she actually address this?
No, there's no way. No way in hell she addressed it.
Portion, because he tells me how I can verify this, and like I said, I did that.
Should we just move on? Because this is going nowhere. She's just reading like bullshit over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll just cut to the end when she stops reading it.
It's almost over.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this smug face. Well, guys, that email was very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Someone did my whole show for me. I didn't have to plan anything but read this nonsense email and just rake in the money.
To tell the truth, and my hope is that you will at least check me on it. Analyze and verify the flight patterns.
I can't help that face. Just that face. She's so smug. That's right, bitches.
So, I think we know why Kash Patel is out, right? I mean, I read this, checked it, verified it, and I just want to know why, Charlie. I want to know why the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk, a decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's so disgusting.
He's very credible, Adam. I don't know what you're.
That is so disgusting. That is just so repulsive to me. I mean, she's probably convinced.
I was reading something. What'd she say?
Oh, really? You weren't?
Oh, the Charlie Kirk's friends were close friends were involved. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah. That she just comes right out and says it, that Charlie Kirk's friends signed off on having him killed.
Well, listen, how dare you say that she implied that Erica Kirk was involved? She didn't mean that. She just meant all of his other close friends, but not Erica. Maybe.
All of his friends had him killed, huh?
Yeah.
Just she probably has convinced herself that she believes it, because I can't imagine someone being this evil to be like, yeah, I'm going to go out and make a bunch of money off of. Well, maybe she just looks at Charlie Kirk like, he was a boss and he was a shitty boss. Fuck that guy. Right.
I wonder if this is sort of like Candace has like this weird pattern of getting into these very personal interactions with people and then going like nuclear and like just going like really against them.
Yeah, I would not.
And I wonder
be anywhere near Candace.
right.
Any reason. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. As you shouldn't. And I wonder if there's a situation where like she was friends with Charlie Kirk and then, maybe they kind of broke it off. They weren't really friends anymore. And maybe now, because in her mind, she's always been like, well, I bet it was his, it was his other friends. The turning point, she would say friends. They poisoned Charlie against me. It's Anakin Skywalker's over. You poisoned him against me. And now she's like, revenge. Obviously, they're part of the conspiracy. They poisoned Charlie against me, and then they killed him.
She's doing it to get at them. She's calling them murderers, the people who
either that
there
or
might
just,
have
like,
been
she could-
people in turning points that were like, Charlie, you got to get rid of Candace. She's
Right.
fucking
No, I'm sure there
bonkers.
was.
She's
I'm sure there
fucking
was.
crazy.
Right. But then if that's true, that would it would completely make sense with her delusions
it would
that
make
those
sense.
people would also be some involved in some sort of,
Because
assassination plot.
yeah, obviously.
Right.
Because people conspire to get you fired, you automatically assume that they're capable of murder.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's all I have. I want to know why. I think we deserve to know why. And instead, we're going to be sued. I guess, is this going to be the pathway forward? You're going to start murdering more people in broad daylight for knowing? Is that our consequence? Is that like the slave consequence? Is that like, catching a slave and cutting off their limbs for knowing that you're evil, for finding out, for us understanding what we have known from the moment that we saw Charlie die and people started peddling out excuses after excuse why we weren't allowed to look into this? I think all we want to know is why. We want to know what that slave did wrong.
He made fun of trans people. It's obvious, right? We have the
I like a
killer
little
in
fish
custody.
face. The sad fish face.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Candace Owens is extremely ugly to me. I don't know how you feel about Candace Owens. She reminds me of E.T. She has the same face shape as E.T.
Oh no!
Look, is that not E.T.? Do you not see E.T. in this face? Imagine the face protruding out.
Well, when you're, what? I would have said no, but when she makes the downward frown, I do see the ET now that you say that. Because ET has that weird down shape to his mouth.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Give us a finger, Candace. Put up your glowing finger.
It's got the little ET face. Interesting.
Yeah. Look, and normally I like women whose eyes are too far apart. I find that attractive in women. I know that's strange. That's a weird thing. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work in Candace. It doesn't work because her nose is too high up. She has a little pug face. Pugs have their nose right between their eyeballs.
Look at Adam here. He's got a pug face.
Yeah. Ugh. Well, look, she's just as ugly on the inside. Well, a lot of people think Candace is popular because she's attractive, and I just think, really. Really? Look, I don't like Hassan, but I can see how people find him attractive.
I've never thought Candace was attractive. I never thought she was ugly though either.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never been on either of those teams.
Right. Look, I like women with longer noses. I really do.
Okay.
And I was never really that into ET, to be honest with you.
I mean, E.T.'s got a certain charm,
if
you look at
Elliot.
Specific. Jesus, do Zoomers even know who the fuck E.T.
I know.
is?
Should I bring up a picture of E.T.?
I don't even know if Zoomers even know
who
the fuck E.T. is. I mean, I know most of our audience is not Zoomers.
Come on, E.T. was one of the most famous movies of all time. Everyone knows E.T.
I don't know if Zoomers have ever seen E.T.
Do we need to put a poll up?
The poll is that she looks like ET, or have you seen ET? Or I guess that could be the question. I don't even know who ET is. Yeah,
you could answer. Who dat? Who ET?
Who dat? Who ET?
Anyway,
there you go. That's a good poll question.
Look, I've kept this feeling about Candace Owens
deep inside
to myself long enough. Okay. Once I see how disgusting this person is on the inside, I feel compelled to say, yeah, she's not really very attractive on the outside either. So,
wow.
God, it's so, oh man, I can't imagine that. If something happened to one of my friends and me go, oh yeah, this is a great opportunity for me to make a lot of money.
Not good.
I'd be like, what have where did I go wrong? What is my life all about now?
Right.
It's about grifting on the internet.
If I'm killed, it's probably not Sam. Okay.
Right.
Probably.
Sam. Probably
not. Okay, so if Adam starts blaming Sammy for my assassination, okay, you guys, you can be mean to him.
You didn't hear him say definitely, guys. And I have an email from a very credible source. No.
I mean, listen. We'll see. We'll see what the we'll see what the will says, okay?
Oh man. This is just crazy to me. All this makes me think she wasn't close with Charlie Kirk. I can't imagine being close with someone and doing this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do this with someone you're close to. She's not even conscious about how horrible this is for the family.
Right.
What a selfish person.
Yep.
Yeah. E.T. just wanted to go home. She wants to wreck the world.
He just wants to go home.
I think that's fair. I think we just want to know what he did wrong, okay? Because that email, that checks out.
No. It checks out. It checks out.
Oh my God. This is the best comedy I've seen in months.
Some anonymous person sends her an email and she has some other anonymous person look at it and say, yes.
Checks out. I signed off on this.
Checks out. Yeah.
Yes. Clive from where's the email from?
Yeah. Secret Service, the FBI, the DEA being involved, why this plane, the quote unquote Egyptian plane, landed into Wilmington. That checks out.
I like how she has pictures of the planes, stock photos of all the planes.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess to our government, what's the next move? Like, are we just going to keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to see how much money can be spent on a psychological operation to convince people not to believe their own eyes and to convince people to accept the Fed slop, to convince people that Charlie ate 3,000 pounds of energy coming at him? Can we know why? We just want to know what he did. I want to know what Charlie did. I think about this. It is like, what did Charlie find out? Charlie found something out. That's it, guys. Charlie found something out and it cost him his life. That's the truth. Okay. Charlie knew something. And whatever it is big and it is.
She is just taking a big fat shit all over Charlie Kirk's legacy.
Oh, yeah.
She has the #1 podcast in America.
Yeah.
This is horrible. This is so horrible. How are people signing off on this? This is like insane. This is crazy.
Candace doesn't just say things, Adam. She has sources to back this up.
A lot of people thought Charlie Kirk did a lot of good in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is just crapping all over that. Oh, how are people doing this? Does she have a conservative audience? How does she still have a conservative audience? I thought conservatives were supposed to have a high disgust response, right?
Well, she might have been able to wrangle up like all the conspiracy theorists.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of the conspiracy theorists have shifted to the right over the last couple years.
Right.
So
they don't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. They don't give a shit about family values or shit about religion or any of that stuff.
Well, they might, but they would just be inclined to believe all this stuff.
Okay.
Ugly. And deep down, I think we know what it is. I think we all kind of know what it is.
It's the Jews.
Well, that's what. No, she's literally saying. Listen. She's literally saying that.
Charlie knew something, and whatever it is big and it is ugly. And deep down, I think we know what it is. I think we all kind of know what it is. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know.
Why does she not just say it? Why doesn't she just say it's Israel? Why is she like, we all know what it is? Wink, wink. We all know it's some Middle Eastern people. Wink, wink. Why is she just like being so coy about this?
She does want APAC on her back. I mean, she probably already has APAC on her back, right?
What? I mean, it wouldn't be APAC. It would be the Israeli government would sue her for defamation or something, right?
They're going to jump in.
Yeah.
Know what to say beyond the fact that we are being ruled by sadistic criminals. All of us, the whole world, every nation, okay? A gang of demented psychopaths rule over us, and their solution to being caught doing psychopathic things is to murder us. To murder us. So, we'll take a quick break and come back. All right, you guys, this holiday season, you can express your love with a very special...
Okay.
Hold on, I want to see what the...
you want to see what the ad is?
Yeah, because I'm never buying fucking anything from this company.
Okay.
This company's on my shit list.
Right.
Fucking
Special kind of
advertising
gift.
on this.
The gift of premium steaks from Riverbend Ranch.
Fuck you. You get mad cow if you eat this shit. Anyway, we can move on.
Okay.
I am completely repulsed by this. And the fact that advertisers will go in and advertise on our show. Fuck you. Fuck you, River Steaks. I hope Mad Cow infects all of your customers.
Oh my God. What?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I did find she responded to this in her last episode. The lawyer thing.
Really?
Yeah, so,
oh my God.
Let's see what she said
what
about
is
the lawyers.
Response?
Right. Okay, let's see. The time code here. 4348. I think it was a viewer question. Didn't get its own segment. Right at the end, tucked away here.
Did she respond to Ye going to the rabbis and begging for forgiveness?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
She should respond, right?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Candace, you're all wrong. You're all wrong about the Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
Lux Lulu writes, stand firm. We see the cardinal virtues in your reporting. What was done in secret will be revealed, especially thanks to your courage and the courage of all of you guys around the world. People have taken real risks like that person did to tell me that a foreign dignitary was being brought to 920 North King. By the way, to their like false debunking where they said Candace's lawyer is in this office. So to clarify matters for you guys, first and foremost, there were parts of that letter that I did not read for a very specific reason. Secondly, my lawyer, as you guys know...
Wait, what did she just say? What?
Lawyer is in this office. So to clarify matters for you guys, first and foremost, there were parts of that letter that I did not read for a very specific reason. Secondly, my lawyer, as you guys know, watching the show, has always been Noah. And the way that lawsuits work is state by state, they have different laws. And so when we oddly got sued in Delaware... Noah then has to attach his license, meaning he's my lawyer on this case, but he has to find a legal firm that will take us and allow us to attach their license to him in order to file paperwork. That's just how it works. So in every circumstance, in every lawsuit that I've been involved in, you will see that it's never Noah that's actually filing or listed on any of the paperwork for that reason. And it can vary state by state, but I've always seen that to be the case. I was not aware of that before this letter, is what I will say. And that is what I will say. I will say that right now.
What a fucking dumbass. Obviously, the person trolling her used the address because it's your attorney's address, regardless of whether or not. Like, she said nothing.
Right.
She said nothing.
She just made an excuse about why she didn't know. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, well, I mean, it was like, he wasn't, my personal lawyer was going through another lawyer. So, blah, 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 blah.
Dude, the level of charity these people are giving to this dumbass offends me at a very deep, deep level. We have never gotten this level of charity from anyone.
No.
Ever.
No one should get this level of charity from anyone for anything that they've ever done.
I completely agree.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking batshit crazy bitch. I despise Candace Owens now.
Yeah, we got him. We got Adam on the hate train.
Look, I can't. It's so disgusting what she's doing. Oh man. All of Charlie Kirk's life work is just being desecrated by what she's doing right now. And that, I mean, someone who works hard and tries to build something, and just to watch someone tear it down after he's so wrongfully murdered. What the fuck?
He's trying to help Adam. He's trying to help his legacy.
This is the ultimate Greek tragedy here. This is insane. This is insane levels of weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So do you want to, because he didn't really explain it. I did watch, because I listened to this, and I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about with all the airplanes. So then I watched her previous video, and I got a little bit more.
Okay, so give us a rundown.
Okay, this is so fucking stupid. This is her conspiracy. Someone somehow looked at some kind of Egyptian planes, and they said, hey, I guess it was the one, because they thought, like, she thought this plane like left when Charlie Kirk was killed, but then turned out it left before he was killed. They're like, hey, well, actually, if you look at it, Erica Kirk had spent a lot, like the last 3 years of her life, she's been going to a bunch of places all over the country and all over Europe and all over the Middle East, doing a bunch of like Turning Points USA shit. Okay. And someone said, hey, well, if you look at all the places, not that Charlie Kirk went, but that Erica Kirk went, you know, there's a bunch of times where she would like go to some location, and then that Egyptian plane or an Egyptian plane would also fly to whatever city she was in. Okay. And so the conspiracy is that this Egyptian plane, or the Israeli military or intelligence pretending to be Egypt, was for some fucking reason tracking Erica Kirk. And they were tracking Erica Kirk by flying an Egyptian military plane.
Just why? Why are they tracking her?
I don't fucking
For what
know.
reason?
I don't know.
Are they taking photos as she's shopping at the mall? I mean, what is the goal here?
Well, you have a lot of problems. Okay. Because number one, you say, why would they be doing this? Because again, this has been supposedly this is something that's going on for 3 years. So long before Charlie Kirk ever had any sort of falling out with Israel or any problem with Israel, right? 3 years this has been going on, right? So why the fuck would, even if it was Israel secretly doing this, why the fuck would they be doing this? Number one, we don't know what the motivation could possibly be. Number two, let's say theoretically, Israel or Egypt or some military or some intelligence agency wanted to spy on Erica Kirk, not on Charlie Kirk, on Erica Kirk for some fucking reason. Why would they send they're going to spend millions of dollars to send a fucking military plane just to track Erica Kirk, because she's so fucking important. She's such an integral person that the military is going to spend millions of dollars just sending a giant fucking plane back and forth to wherever she goes, and also not going to hide it. It's going to be so fucking obvious. Like, why would you, if you were going to spy on her, wouldn't you just send like a person on a normal fucking flight that you wouldn't ever know, because there's a million passengers going to every fucking city all over the world every day?
Yeah, hire a private investigator. And yes. What are you going to tell the private investigator? What are you investigating?
I don't know.
This is so...
Who the fuck knows? It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's people really looking for patterns first. They're like so desperately trying to find a pattern where none exists. And then they say, aha, I found a bunch of patterns. I like knocked over my, alphabet soup and it spelled out something. So therefore the FBI must have put the letters in my soup, right? That's what it is.
No, they want to prove that Charlie Kirk was going to turn away from Israel. He was going to become the defund Israel guy. And they assassinated him for it. That's what they are trying to prove here.
Right.
So you're doing a piss poor job of proving that.
Not great. Not great. Okay. So Candace, totally fucking insane. If you believe her, I'm sorry. This is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Yeah, and I don't see Candace Owens as a smart person.
She's not.
I mean, we covered the debate. between Candace Owens and Blair White 5 years
Way
ago, I
back
think
when,
it was.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that was like our third show.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't walk away from that debate going, Candace Owens, smart, very intelligent.
Well, that's just because you were more attracted to Blair than Candace, and you were bigoted. So.
Oh, yeah, totally. Didn't you know I'm super straight? How dare you say that, Sitch? No, she's, yeah. That was the guys. Guys, you can't control yourself. Look, we need to have a civil debate here, civil back and forth. Guys.
Guys.
Candace Owens. Oh, I weep for America.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are we moving on?
Yeah, here,
Tim
let me.
Pool?
Yeah, but here, let me send you. I don't know if this actually, because this is the part I want to watch. It was in an X post. I don't know if it's actually in the clip I sent you. So you can bring that up. It's like 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess I can.
Let me read a super while you're doing that. Bloody mess for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says Carl has educated himself into retardation. Liberal Sargon would wipe the floor with anti-liberal Carl. Liberalism is far more adaptive than he is currently giving it credit for. Wokeness is illiberal, hence the rigidity. I mean, that's my position. Putting aside the insults, my position is that I would agree that liberalism is an adaptive ideology. It allows compromise. It allows us to sort of work together without destroying ourselves. We've had many conversations with Carl about this idea he's talking about with liberalism being inherent to socialism and all these other things. And I've never really bought it. And I've never really felt that it was very ever persuasive to me, more so than any other.
I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. Any other slippery slope style argument, because you can, and I mean, it kind of came a little bit in this conversation. Like, you can say that any moderate ideology or moderate position can lead to an extreme ideology or an extreme position if people keep pulling in that direction. You can always say that. So I'm like very hesitant to believe that, and I don't know how that couldn't apply to any other position that he would lay out, and that maybe that's why he's trying to make this distinction. Because what I want to talk to him when we talk again would be like, I don't really fully understand the distinction he's making between ideologies and non-ideologies versus like things that come into being through some sort of natural process or through some sort of practical process. Because it seems like almost all political philosophies are some kind of mix of the two things. I don't think anyone's ever just purely pragmatism. I don't think anyone's ever purely ideological, at least in sort of implementation. And even kind of in the situation that we're talking about with like the Civil War and all this other stuff in the Kings, like it is an ideological consideration for someone to say like, well, I think the king shouldn't fuck my wife, right? I think that's an ideological consideration, unless he's just defining ideology in this like hyper specific way, which I'm not sure how useful that is in a conversation. And I'm not sure how useful it is to sort of redefine left and right kind of the way that he's using it, because the whole point of communication is that you say a mouth sound and I say something and then you understand what I'm trying to say. And when I say left, when I say right, I think people have a pretty solid understanding of what that means, even if they can't like 100% be like, okay, let me write down every single step of being a left, every single step on the right. This kind of like a general vibe, a general intuition of what is entailed in that, in left and right. And I think people understand that. And I don't think reconceptualizing as like left means ideology and right means practice, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't think it's a useful definition. Really.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Wasn't hiring Candace Owens the worst decision Charlie Kirk ever made?
Yes. Now.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, can you read a super chat? Because now I have to go to the bathroom.
I can read a super chat, sure.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. Let me get the super chat.
Just go to the top. Go somewhere random.
Okay, I can do it. Don't laugh at me, guys, okay? Reading is not my forte, as they say, right? I'm dyslexic. I can barely read. And there's all these crazy colors on top of that, so that makes it harder. Sex moves from China for $2 Aussie. Wait, hold on, wait a second. Are you from Australia? Or are you from China? You're deaf covering Hassan on Trigger next, right? Okay. Not on this show, but maybe on Tuesday. I think we're going to stream on Tuesday, but not stream on Thursday. So we'll take a look at it probably on Tuesday. Lord Stug, excuse me, Lord Stug for $2 says sniz. I think that's the thing that the gay girls lick, the sniz, the sniz. Pig Venus for $5 says, I'm late, I'm gay, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Sitch and me. Oh, Sitch said that? I should have done it in Sitch's voice. Pig Venus for $5 says, I'm not here and I'm queer. Don't get used to it. I'll show up eventually. Sitch. Look,
I'm back.
Sitch and I talk probably for like maybe 15 minutes before we start the show to do like a warm up. And today I actually pitched the idea that Sitch would come on 15 minutes early so we can just get our like warm up conversation out of the way.
Uh-huh.
If you're going to talk for hours and hours, look, we try to be high energy too. We try to make the show fun. So it's harder to just start dead cold, right? You know, you warm up before you play sports and all kinds of stuff. So it's kind of the same.
I just want to talk to Adam. I'm not trying to warm up. Okay. I just want to talk to my boogie.
Well, I like to warm up.
He doesn't care about me.
Why don't you read the member chat for 36 months? Discipline equals freedom. That's I think second or third tier. I think that's
S class is late class. Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's okay. Sitch is late and gay. Sammy likes it that way.
He likes it that way. That's why she wants me in the dress.
Ooh. So I got the Tim Pool clip up.
Let's play it.
Are we just the whole 2 minutes and 43 seconds?
I mean, you could pause it if you want at some point.
Okay. If you just start talking, I'll pause it on my end.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Singular quotes from Nick that he said. And then when it came to the issue of Dave Rubin, you argued in the extreme of he have to go out and advocate and proselytize this particular thing.
That's what Nick's doing. Nick is proselytizing.
Nick has.
I've never.
How many times has he praised Hitler?
I've never once seen.
How many times has he praised
Dave
Hitler?
Rubin go on a show and say we need more surrogacy.
How many times has he praised Hitler?
More gay adoptions. I've never seen him do that.
How many times has Nick praised Hitler?
I don't know.
Exactly. And Dave has promoted surrogacy.
At least once.
Indeed. And Dave has at least once promoted surrogacy. So what is the
you
moral
really think Nick Fuentes has only praised Hitler
Okay,
once?
I don't think.
Yeah, they're talking about Nick Fuentes. Just that's a Nick. So
what is it? Okay. This is so annoying. Tim knows that Nick Fuentes has praised Hitler more than once. He knows that to be true. Why is he doing this like bullshit gotcha? Well, how many times, first of all, how many times have you seen someone praise Hitler is a weird question. Once is enough, right? Like, how many times have you seen someone advocate for pedophilia? Once is enough. Like, would we ever accept this excuse in another circumstance? Like, well, I mean, maybe he said pedophilia was only good once, right? He said it only once.
that's
Is that
disgusting. Anyone who can say it once, I'm staying away from that person, right?
Right.
I'm avoiding that person from now on.
And then also to make this, you can be against, I'm not against surrogacy, but you can make some kind of argument. Lots of people make arguments they don't like surrogacy. I get it. There has to be a difference in your fucking mind between surrogacy and supporting a guy who is doing a intentional genocide of people based on their religion and ethnicity. those seem like different tiers of things, right? You're like, well, we have the guy who's doing the genocide on people and it's causing this massive fucking world war, and we have people that are doing surrogacy. It doesn't seem comparable to me, at least personally.
It is a kind of weird comparison. They're trying to make it the moral equivalency in praising Hitler and promoting surrogacy. Didn't Nick Fuentes say it's Hitler Friday? How many Fridays are in a week? How many weeks? How many weeks?
How many Fridays are in a week? Well, one.
How many weeks are in a year?
There are 52 weeks.
I mean, it makes look, the way he was promoting Hitler makes me think they do it once a week. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we play. There's multiple clips. There's at least 3 clips that we had of him praising Hitler.
He was saying it was Hitler Friday.
Yeah. There was,
which made me think every Friday was Hitler Friday.
He was 100% agreeing with Ye when Ye was on Alex Jones, when Ye was talking to Gavin McInnes, when Ye was anywhere, who was kept saying Hitler was, praising Hitler, and he even said, like, we need to stop, shitting on Hitler. And Hitler was cool. So it's just, why the fuck is Tim being so, it's a rhetorical question. I know why Tim is being such a soy cock about this situation. It's because he wants the Groyper bucks. He doesn't want to trigger, or he doesn't want to trigger his audience enough. This is a total sellout, total shill moment here. He's talking to Joel Berry, who is conservative. He's definitely 100% conservative, but is on the anti-Nick Fuentes train. And so Tim has to do this, game, this dance where he is like, well, I'm not a Groyper, but I'm going to totally shit all over the people that are criticizing them. Like, it's the most cucked shit ever I've ever seen. Just like if Tim's just going to do this, just suck it up. Just go full Groyper. Stop being a fucking cuck about the situation.
People keep telling me that Nick Fuentes is a comedian and this is all like a Stephen Colbert act. This, I love him loving Hitler is just a Stephen Colbert thing. You know how Stephen Colbert always
The people that are telling you that are lying to you. I don't even believe they're being tricked. The people telling you that are just 100% lying to you, and you should never trust them for anything that they ever say.
Where are they getting this from, though?
From what do you mean? From propaganda, from lying, to trying to make it so that there's some way in which to accept his views.
I think somebody told me Dick Masterson believes this, and I think Dick Masterson is actually friends with Nick Fuentes. And Dick Masterson is obviously a comedian that plays like a super sexist pig. I don't know if you're familiar with his comedy, but he's pretty
Dick Masterson is either lying or a fucking retard.
Okay.
But I think he's lying. The amount of IQ, the amount of mercury you have to drink on a daily basis. Okay.
Mercury is supposedly sweet. So, I mean, it is a good sweetener.
Right. To lower your IQ to the point where you would think that Nick Fuentes has been playing a character for 8 years of his political career, which has caused him a lot. I mean, he's doing well now, but obviously at first he wasn't doing well, right? He was getting banned from all these platforms and debanked and all this other shit, right? And this is all just, he's been playing a Stephen Colbert character this whole time. Are you retarded? Based on what? There's not a single fucking shred of evidence that any people had ever given for that view whatsoever. That this isn't something he actually believes. It doesn't even make sense.
Nick Fuentes is funny though. Like the Hitler Friday coming from someone who wasn't actually a racist, I could see being funny. If you knew they were joking, if it was obviously a joke.
Yeah, that's why people like him, because he's funny. Sure.
Yeah.
But don't lie to me. Don't lie to everyone about what he actually believes.
Right. Yeah. Did you see the follow-up that Tucker Carlson did?
I did. It was very interesting.
Yeah, because I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I thought he's basically making appeal to all these Nick Fuentes supporters and saying, look, this is the wrong path. He's so running for president. Tucker Carlson is so running for president.
I interpreted it as, so if you didn't see this, Tucker, he made a very long response.
Yeah, he talked to Nikki Haley's son.
Yes, but before he talks to him, he makes this very long response about why he disagrees with white nationalists.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Which
like
is the
20
kind of
minutes.
thing you think he should have done while he had Nick Fuentes on.
Yes,
But it's
yes.
good that he's doing it. It's a little late, but it's good, right?
Yeah, better late than never, I guess. It really, to me, felt like he interviewed Nick and was actually so stupid or out of it that he didn't expect the backlash that he got.
Right.
He probably was like, oh, all these other people interviewed him. And the backlash was significant. And I'm pretty sure there was a lot of backlash behind the scenes that was really, really hard against Tucker. And I think that was his way to do some level of damage control, where he tries to save face and say, well, I'm not apologizing for anything I said in the conversation. I didn't do anything wrong. But also, I disagree with the Groypers and white nationalists and Nick Fuentes on all these, reasons, things that he should have said in the actual conversation.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
But it seemed like it was just, to me, it read as like a cynical way to do damage control.
Right. Save
maybe you're
face.
right. Like, to save face. And maybe you're right. So if he wants to run for president, he can point to that and say, look, here's all the things I said where I disagree with Nick Fuentes.
That's exactly what I was thinking the whole time. I was like, he realizes. He probably had well, look, I don't know if he's on good terms with Trump. Trump had him at Mar-a-Lago, and it wasn't great.
Right. Okay, let's continue this clip.
Oh, go.
And I don't think Dave has only posted about surrogacy once.
I've only seen
the point is, I believe your morals are fake. You are. I genuinely do. This is the frustration that I have in my voice is not because I'm passionate about one way or the other, or whether Nick did or did not.
Easy examples like Dave Rubin and
easy examples, because the point is,
let's talk about
in
Trump.
Trying to understand where your moral lines are. I will talk entirely.
Look at what Trump promoted on his reality shows in Playboy magazine.
I'm not a Christian.
All this stuff. Okay, I am.
Indeed.
And Christians overwhelmingly voted for Trump.
And I think your aversion to Nick Fuentes is based on some clips you've seen for which you are largely ignorant of his larger message, and you've ascribed him this position as an evil nihilist without watching anything he said.
Nick is advocating for it.
For what? For what specifically?
It is not something that he's
for what specifically?
Who he is in his personal
What has he
life.
advocated for? Are you going to mention the singular quote from just the other day where he said unite with the left? Let's talk about before that, because you've been anti-Nick for a while.
Yeah.
What has he said that you are against and believe he is a nihilist for all these reasons?
Why are you challenging me on Nick Fuentes? We're all agreed on this. Like we've all seen.
Because I don't think you have an answer.
He says.
Like what?
Yeah, he's advocated for child brides. He's advocated for he's questioned the Holocaust. He's said Hitler is really cool. He's talked about how we need to deport all the Jews and all the Browns and all the blacks. He is. I don't watch his show. I've just seen
the point that I was making is that exactly your view of Nick Fuentes.
I've seen enough. Like, why is this so hard?
Well, Donald Trump also called Nazis fine people. Donald Trump called Nazis fine people.
No, he didn't.
Oh, wait, hold on. Because we analyzed further to look at the full context of his messages.
You think that?
Okay, I'm having trouble here. I'm having trouble on equating this to the fine people thing.
Oh, you don't like that? You don't like?
Well, look,
you don't like
Donald Trump said the exact opposite. I don't think Donald Trump would ever call Nazis fine people. Trump would never say, "Oh yeah, Nazis are fine people." Trump would never come out and say, "Oh, it's Hitler Friday."
Right.
Let's be serious here, right?
You don't think Trump would say that the country would be better if most of the black people were thrown in jail, and if we didn't allow Jews to run for office?
No, Nick Fuentes should know this because he showed up at Mar-a-Lago and Trump was talking about how Kanye could help him get the black vote. Right?
Right. No. You don't like Tim's comparison here? What the fuck? Tim is such a fucking piece of shit. And he's such a cuck too. This is the most cuck shit I've ever seen in my life. Again, if he actually just wants to be like a white nationalist, then just fucking do it. Don't do this cuck shit. We're like, I don't actually agree with Nick, but you're being unfair to him the way the press was unfair to Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's not the case.
What?
That's the trouble I have. Nick Fuentes is a tough personality because it's very easy to be categorized as like a finger wagger. And I do think there's a lot of people in Nick Fuentes' audience that can probably be saved, that are probably on some nihilistic path that is not good for them. But as soon as you're perceived as some sort of finger wagger, you're going to have a difficult time reaching those people. Now, that doesn't mean you should be Tim Pool and fully fucking endorse everything he's saying, right? Or trying to make it seem like, oh, he's just misunderstood, but really he hates Nazis like Trump does. Like when Trump said in that speech that I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis, they should be condemned totally. When has Nick Fuentes ever said we should condemn Nazis totally? When's he said that?
I don't know.
Yeah, see?
He hasn't. Right. But it's the finger wagging thing is interesting too, because like you can finger wag as long as you're, I guess, funny or people like you. Because Nick finger wags like that's like 10%. That's like 90% of his shtick is to finger wag at like bad people doing things.
Really?
Yeah, to say like, oh, it's so bad that we have all this porn, all these, I got to finger wag it at the Jews doing all the porn and all the people controlling us. I got to finger wag at Trump now for all the bad things that Trump has done. There's so much of finger wagging going on there. It's just like there's also a lot of like, well, you're edgy, so the finger wagging is okay as long as you're edgy. Is essentially the kind of the vibe.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's an interesting perspective. But you get it. Nobody wants to be preached at, right?
Well, no. It's people do want to be preached at. They just want it to be.
Well, they want to be preached what they already believe. They want to be preached at with what they're already on board with.
People want two things. They want to be preached what they already believe, yes. But then, especially if you're younger, you want to be like preached at what seems cool and rebellious.
Right.
And so, like, yeah, like when you say finger wagging, there's sort of an implicit idea that this is like normative. And yeah, like not being in favor of Nazis is a normative belief in our society.
Right.
So yeah, like in order to be edgy or rebellious, sure, you would go against that if you want.
Yeah, I guess that is the finger wagging. Finger wagging is just the perfect term because it's like, don't tell me what to do. That's the gut response to any sort of finger wagging. Like, don't fucking tell me what to do, right?
Right. But again, that's the thing. I mean, Nick does tell you what to do. Very strongly tells you what to do.
Mm-hmm. Unless I want you to tell me to do the thing I want to do.
Right. And which is also so disgusting too. Like he's like, what does Nick say that you disagree? What does Nick say that we disagree with? And then he like lists 4 things. He's like, well, he advocates for child brides, wants to get rid of all the black people, he wants to get rid of all the Jews. He said Hitler was cool. He denies the Holocaust. And then Tim just immediately is like, well, those were all out of context. Those are 5 people hoaxed. Like after he kept saying like, well, tell me what does he say that you don't think is wrong? What does he say? What does he say? Then he lists them and he's like, those were all out of context. He got 5 people hoaxed. Like what?
Makes Trump look bad too.
What I'm curious now from Tim's perspective, if all those things are out of context, then why does Tim not agree with Nick Fuentes? Why does he keep trying to say, well, I don't necessarily agree with him? Well, what don't you agree with him? If those things are all out of context, that is.
Tim's supposed to have Nick on the show, so that might be interesting. All right, we got a few 20 seconds left, so
yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
That the media is treating Nick Fuentes unfairly the way they treated Donald Trump unfairly?
I think they're I think they are treating Nick unfairly for sure.
Oh, come on.
His Spotify podcast got banned.
Donald Trump.
You want to make an argument about what he believes, make an argument. The argument we're having right now is that Nick shouldn't be allowed to be interviewed by Tucker Carlson, and Tucker is at fault for having talked to him.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm glad we talked about the Tucker thing. Because the Tucker podcast that you and I both listened to kind of made it seem like Tucker realized, okay, well, maybe I should backpedal a little. Right. Which does, I mean, he didn't come out and say, oh, I'm guilty, I shouldn't have done this. But it does seem like he thinks, I might do it a bit differently if I had it to do over again.
He 100% knows he fucked up. And he framed it in a way that made it sound like he wasn't acknowledging that he fucked up.
Of course. Which is smart politically. Obviously, that's the way you should do it.
Well, also, I mean, yeah, in the longer version of this, Joel says that he doesn't support the deplatforming. But did you notice too, like, there was this, I don't know if there's a word for this. There was this like subtle sleight of hand with the word unfair, because Tim brought up like, oh, these are all like, this is a fine people hook situation. These are all statements that have been taken out of context. So then when Joel Berry says, well, you think that they're being unfair, he's obviously referring to that.
Yeah, the context of the statement.
The context.
But he
and then Tim
switches it to being
switches it sleight of
deplatformed.
hand. Right, to being deplatformed. Right.
Yeah.
So it's
I
just,
caught that
I don't
too.
Tim is such a fucking weasel, is such a despicable. Every day I see another clip from Tim and I'm just like, God, he just gets worse and worse. It's so, there was a time period. There was even a meme that someone made about this. I don't remember who it was about, I made the joke that Tim was Anakin. I was like, he was the chosen one to be like the enlightened centrist and he went to the dark side. Every day I see another clip from Tim. It's just, he gets more despicably disgusting. And I don't know, a lot of people pointed to and said it's like money and ego and maybe, but it's just, he falls deeper and deeper into that dark pit every day. This is,
I don't think he's Candace Owens level for me.
Not quite.
I
not
just
quite. Yeah.
like,
he's getting close to me. He's not quite there, but he's getting close.
The things I saw of Candace Owens tonight just reeked of evil incarnate to me. I just as someone myself who's worked very hard and tried to build something of my life. I can't imagine someone coming in and like undermining everything you've worked for. It's so disgusting to me. And look, Charlie Kirk obviously accomplished far more than I've ever accomplished. So, and to see someone tear that down in real time, my God.
Especially for some like really stupid reason too.
The pain. Yeah. Just for fucking money, for money.
Yeah.
For money. Oh my God. And to stand under the banner of Christianity and do this. Oh, please. The fucking hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
It's really bad. It's really bad.
Yeah.
But no, it's just I think Tim's moralizing. I think the same thing with Candace. She's very egotistical, but Tim's so narcissistically egotistical. Like he tells this guy like you're more. He's telling a person his morals are fake. He's telling this guy that your morals are fake when he's like the fucking fakest motherfucker alive at the moment here. Doing so much.
You really going hard at Tim.
Fuck Tim. He has a very large audience and he's such a fucking coward. He's doing so much sweeping for Nick Fuentes in this conversation. And then just in general, he's so obviously terrified. And every video where he talks about it, you can like, he'll be talking about someone on the left that he disagrees with. And Tim pounds the fucking desk and he's screaming from the rooftops about how fucking evil and bad these people are on the left are. And then he gets Nick Fuentes, who supposedly he doesn't agree with. And it's all like, oh, well, I mean, maybe there's some things I disagree with, but like, you should listen to him. And like, let me just tell you, like, not everything he says is bad. It's just completely 180, vibe shift on everything. And everyone knows it. Everyone senses it. Everyone knows what the fuck is going on.
He's playing the audience game. That's
of course.
Yeah.
And this clip that we watched, by the way, this wasn't, oh my God, Tim Pool got clip chipped by someone to make him look bad. That clip that we watched was uploaded by Tim Pool's official Timcast account.
It says Timcast News right there.
Yes. They whoever works at Tim's place said, I know the clip that will do good, that will get numbers, is the clip of Tim Pool defending Nick Fuentes. Right.
Well, it did get 4,300 hearts there.
You referenced singular quotes from Nick.
What does that tell you? It tells you that Tim and his staff is hyper aware of what they should be saying and what the messaging should be to get clicks and views. That's what it's saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I hope a huge part of Nick's audience is I hope they believe that Nick is just a comedian. I really do. I really hope that we don't have a bunch of these young men that are totally anti-Semitic and hate black people. They're just like complete racists.
That's another thing too, like why the Dick Masterson position is so fucking stupid is like, okay, even if theoretically turns out Nick is doing this like Andy Kaufman Colbert character for 8 years. All right. Does it matter if he gets all these people to agree with the character? Does it matter whether he agrees with it or not? Who cares?
Right.
It doesn't fucking matter if a huge chunk of his audience agrees with it, which they do.
Yeah.
They
yeah.
obviously
I think, look, obviously, yeah, I'm sure there's a huge chunk of his audience that believes it. Maybe it's 90%. Maybe I don't know. And there's no way of telling.
It's what he said himself in some of the clips that we played. I played when we watched the big montage of Nick stuff, was him saying, the reason people like me is I'm not afraid to name the Jews. I'm not afraid to call these people out. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be for a person to keep telling you who they are again and again and again, and you're still like, well, I could be joking. Maybe it's a meme. You have
like, you
will
like
meme yourself into walking off a fucking cliff. You're like, well, the guy who's leading me off this cliff, it's a joke. He's gonna turn back at any second. He's gonna turn back. He's gonna turn back. He's gonna turn back. And you're gonna walk right off. You're gonna be falling to your death. Like, this is all joke. This is all joke. So you splat against the ground.
Yeah. Where's Dave Smith fit in on all this? Because Dave Smith is also Jewish, and a huge Nick Fuentes. What do you call it? A fan? Endorser? Yeah.
Dave
Smith had Nick Fuentes.
What the fuck?
Dave Smith had Nick Fuentes on his show.
Oh no, he has some fake account. Dave Smith responded to Candace Owens. They're her saying that she was going to be killed by France.
Really?
Yeah, this is what he said. He said, this is fucking wild. I'm hoping this isn't true. But if it is, they should know that taking out Candace Owens will turn all of us into Candace Owens.
What the fuck? People are just so thirsty for that audience of crazy, insane people.
I know.
Why do you want to even associate with those people? Those people scare the fuck out of me, Sitch.
Because money.
Is it worth it, though? Is it worth it? To have a bunch of totally unhinged, insane people obsessed with you?
Yes.
I disagree.
Maybe?
No, I disagree. I totally
You
disagree.
can keep the grift going, okay? If you need the money.
MTG got it right. She's like, look, I got my 20 million. I'm out. I'm outie.
I don't know. What do you mean? She's gonna be jumping headfirst into that with her podcast.
Oh, maybe. Nah, she's gonna turn to a life of leisure.
Right.
All right, let's read some super chats. Or is there any more stories? Or you wanted to talk a little bit about Ukraine, but I don't know if we should.
We don't have to. I mean, it's a long video.
Okay.
Maybe we'll talk about it on Tuesday or something. But
we have to. Everyone wants us to cover Hassan and trigonometry.
Oh, stuff. Yeah. We'll see. Okay. What super chat did you get to?
I think I read down to the member chat.
The Ukala?
No, the one you read.
The S class is late class.
Yeah, that's it.
That's Ukala.
I read all the ones above them.
Okay.
I don't have it up. My browser crashed.
Baby.
Fucking, I'm getting it up right now.
Schneider Alexander 54 for $5 says waiting for Sitch because he fell into the toilet while sitting down to pee again.
You still sitting down to pee? You know you can stand up.
Was this ever me? I don't remember ever.
There's a video. I'm sure you can find it. Just go to YouTube and search how to pee standing up. And I'm sure you can find a video.
There was this video I saw of a guy who went to prison, and he was talking about how his cellmate showed him that you should always sit when you pee in prison, or you should pee. They did this weird thing where they pee, where they like literally almost put their dick like on the rim, like on the top, like they get on their knees and pee like kneeling.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the reason for this is because the problem is that when you pee normally, there's always some amount of like splash out, and like normally, if it's in a bathroom and you're in a home, you can just, every week, once a week or once a month, however you're fancy, you can clean the floor, right? You can clean the bathroom to alleviate that problem. But if you're in prison, your toilet's right next to your bed, so you don't want to get the pee everywhere. And I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So
good.
there you go.
I thought they were like peeing sitting down to keep the rapists at bay from
No,
jumping up behind
Oh,
them. Like,
if you're in prison or
ass
you're in a
blasting.
right, if you're in prison or you're in a one room situation where your toilet's next to your bed, maybe you could maybe you should sit down and you pee. That could make sense. Otherwise, just clean your bathroom. All right.
Right.
Sketch XR for 40 months. Thank you so much. Says the Sitch and Adam show channel has been marked safe from the great account based in expose of 2025.
Oh yeah, we're both clean.
It is that there was so many. Now I don't know if it's just my feed. I was seeing almost exclusively two types of accounts that were not based in America. It was right wing accounts that were saying
MAGA,
America first,
pro MAGA, yeah.
pro MAGA, or like some kind of Christian nationalist accounts. There was a funny one that everyone was showing around, which was like it showed like a blonde woman hugging a baby, and then it's like this account is based in Bangladesh. So it seemed like it was primarily a lot of like right wing, sort of like America First grifting accounts or MAGA accounts, and then also there were a lot of accounts I saw that had like Palestinian flags in the thumbnail, and they're like the Palestinian News Organization, or someone saying like I'm in Palestine and I'm getting blown up by Israel, and then it turned out like they were not in Palestine.
Send money. Here's my PayPal.
Right, they lived in India. Or
PayPal
something.
right away.
Yeah, so totally bullshit.
All
totally
those
scam.
stupid college kids sending them money.
Though
I feel so bad.
I know. Send it to some scammer in India. Good job. Though I did see there were a couple of pro-Israel accounts I saw that were also in India. So they're they're doing both sides of it, right? Smart. That's smart. You should do both sides.
Yeah.
But
smart
you guys
in a devious way.
You guys should assume that I'm also Indian. I think. I could be using a VPN. You don't know.
That's the one I saw too, the Native American one.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one too.
Bangladesh.
The Native American person who is definitely not Native American. Yes. Pontimac for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years of Free Will Seeker. It says, I think it's time to save Sargon from the belly of the whale. We will try. Maybe in our next conversation, we'll try. It's the thing he was talking about where he was like against rationality, I guess, or against rational thought. Is that what he was saying? He's like against like rational thought, right? I'm not strawmanning him.
Our last debate on liberalism is amazing. If anyone wants to listen to it, I think Sitch and I were both really on our game, and we were all just kind of doing it conversationally. So,
but no, what he was saying about being kind of like how ideology is based on like rational thought and presuppositions and stuff. That's a position that he's actually had for a long time, because that actually came up years ago. I think we actually covered this conversation, and maybe Carl came on and argued us about it. I don't remember. There was a debate where it was like Destiny and Hassan on one side, and Carl and I think Nick Fuentes or someone like Nick Fuentes on the other side. And a lot of the conversation was like Carl making these arguments against like rationality or rational arguments or something. Irrationalism, yeah. And that was years ago. So this is obviously something that he's been thinking about for a long time.
Is he a rationalist now?
No, he's against it.
Okay, good, because that's like Haidt's influence right there. Rationality is not.
Rationalism, I guess, is the correct term.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a form of philosophy that you can come to truth just through thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
AKA Batosai for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. AKA Batosai does our podcast for us, so thank you so much. And you guys should, major props to him. You guys should all thank him.
Become the Knight for $10. Thanks so much. Says Andrew is a vocal Orthodox Christian. This behavior is completely deplorable and indefensible in his faith. It's pretty disgusting. He needs to repent.
Okay, I completely agree. I just think,
there you
go. Be a nicer person.
Mm-hmm.
We like nice people on our show, right, Sitch?
Yes.
We often invite nice people on.
Another thing, I wanted to talk to Carl again was about if ideology is if you're going to classify ideology as left wing, doesn't that just mean that all religions are left wing? Like, is Christianity a left wing concept? Is Islam, is every religion left wing automatically through that definition?
That is a little hard to wrap my head around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ideology. I look at ideology as what is a good definition of ideology? I think of I use ideology and philosophy kind of interchangeably. I think of it as a worldview. Your idea of how the world works.
Yeah. That's how I generally think of it too. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But there's probably some philosophical, technical definition that Carl has absorbed now. Because I think Carl has a master's in philosophy now. So he's really dived into the philosophical, which is not, I mean, I don't think that way at all. I'm a very practical person. I'm a pragmatist. I think, how can I explain this in a way that everyone can understand it? What's some sort of metaphor I can latch on to kind of explain it? Even in the poll where I'm talking about my definition of authoritarianism. So everyone thinks of authoritarianism as something completely different. So it's just, you gotta hone in on exactly what you mean. Left-wing ideology. All ideology is left-wing. Fascism, left-wing.
No, that's the problem, I think, with a lot of the way he's talking about this is it's very not intuitive. I think easy to understand what he's talking about in his arguments.
Look, if we're defining ideology as a worldview, everyone has to have some kind of worldview. The liberal worldview is you get to pick your worldview. We're not going to be, some worldview is not going to be imposed on you by force. But even that itself is a worldview. Right?
But he's defining ideologies completely differently. That's the issue.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be the closest to saying no ideology, right? Obviously, conservatism is a very clear ideology. It's this idea that we learn from trial and error, and we have to be respectful of the things that we've learned, even if we've forgotten the purpose that they serve. Sometimes there is a purpose that's hidden, and that's why we have this kind of traditionalist worldview. I mean, I can understand that. That's a like a logical way to embrace the world.
Yeah, but this is the issue. He would say, and I've heard, I don't remember the source from this, but I've heard other people say this. This is some philosophy that a lot of these traditionalists or conservative, like the quote, true conservatives say. Actually, no, you know what? I read, oh God, who was it? I remember reading this in reading one of the books that Philosophy Tube was criticizing. They're criticizing some right-wing author. And they were saying this too. The quote, true conservatives don't say that, they say that conservatism is not an ideology. Because they make the same argument that Carl's making, where they say, or they conceptualize that an ideology means that you're sitting in some kind of room using rationalism, right? You're just using logic and thought, to create some philosophy that's not based in like the real world or based in experience, where conservatism isn't an ideology. It's simply just the practice of accepting like what tradition has shown has worked. And they make this argument that means it's not an ideology.
They're defining ideology completely different than us.
Well, then everyone, because if you just Google ideology, most people, the normal, Google Oxford definition says a system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms the basis of the economic or political theory, which obviously conservatism would fit into, but they're defining it in this like very specific way for this very specific reason. to kind of try to circumvent or try to make this argument that like, well, all ideology is bad, and therefore we're not proposing an ideology. It kind of like, it's weird because it's kind of like a leftist argument where it's like we're redefining words in order to win an argument without actually like talking about the concept.
Right.
I'll go back and I'll see which philosophy tube video it was, because I do remember it was some right-wing author that philosophy tube was criticizing, and I remember bringing it up in the stream saying like, oh, well, I read that person and I don't agree with this. This is like kind of wacky.
Everyone needs a worldview, though. You got to have some. But I mean, I would argue you want to base your worldview on something tangible. You know, you want something that is going to work. And tradition is part of that, because you can find things from tradition that work, but you can also stumble upon things that work, right?
Yeah, of course. Everything well, that's why to me it's weird that you separate them. There's gonna have to be a mix of like, okay, you have to figure out what works and why it works, and then combine it with things that aren't yet manifested, but you think should be manifested based on some moral idea.
How do you figure out if it is working? How do you know that it's failed?
Well, that's part of the biggest difficulty people have, is because no one wants to believe that their chosen idea has failed. They want to believe that it will work.
They always talk about how liberalism has failed, but they're saying it's failed because society has too much crime or too much immigration or prices are too high. What are the 5 things that prove liberalism has failed?
You have to ask them, I guess.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
I do think liberalism is the status quo, definitely.
Well, it is in America.
Oh, yeah, obviously. That's what I meant. Is that
the only country that matters?
I know. Do I even have to say that? Is there anything else that matters?
No. Anonymous Coward 2168 for $5 says, can you explain the hypocrisy? He advocates for marriage. He has no issue with marrying single mothers. He's not red pill and believes in redemption. Well, as I said, I know you probably said that before I said on the stream. There's no way in hell that I believe, unless you can show me a clip otherwise, that Andrew Wilson wouldn't make fun of someone who was in that exact same situation he was in and wouldn't call them a cock and degenerate and all these other things. I don't believe it for a second. And I think that's very apparent by the fact he knew that that would be something that in the circles he swims in would be like a line of attack against him. That's why he got so insanely triggered about it. Like if it wasn't a problem to his ideology and it wasn't a problem to his, the circles that he swims in, he wouldn't have cared. He would have just been like, so what? I believe in redemption. I'm saving some children from being fatherlessness. But he didn't say that. He got super.
Yeah. Why did he get so defensive about it?
No.
Also, the hypocrisy for me is the fact that he really calls her stupid to get a dunk, to be the viral moment. So I just think if people are saying she crossed the line when she brought the family into it, how the fuck do I know where the line is? This guy, Andrew Wilson, there are no lines. When I see this guy debate, I don't think, there's a line here that someone shouldn't cross. I think he crosses every line there is. So
yeah, it seems super ultra mega soy cuck to me. If you're like, and it's the hypocrisy is kind of disgusting too. It's super ultra mega soy cuck. All the people that are like, massive Andrew Wilson fans. Like a big part of it is like, oh, he's so base. He's like just all over all these people, whatever. And then he gets triggered.
He gets shit on. Yeah. And it's like, oh my God, how dare you shit on him?
I know. It went too far. He went too far. She went too far. It's like, okay, fuck you. Like live by the sword, die by the sword. Stop being a fucking
yes. Yeah. That's where the hypocrisy is for me. It's like, what the fuck? Look, I don't want to debate Andrew Wilson because I don't want to get in a fucking slap fight with Andrew Wilson. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Our whole show is it's not about that.
Dashman Sandy for $5 says, how does Sitch feel about Twitter exposing people's country of origin? I know it's on his wish list. Based, thank God. Thank God. I will be happier. I think, can you still, I think there's some kind of compromise because I think originally they were saying you could hide it. And I think now you can't hide it, but you can like switch it to your continent, which is kind of lame. Because there were some people that were commenting that like their Twitter, I forget the account. There's some account that was like comments on American politics 24/7. And it turns out they're like in Mexico. so now I change it so it says North America, like on the thing. It's like, or all the people their account says Asia or East Asia or whatever, and it's like India. Like, fuck that. Put their country. Okay.
It's yeah, not, at some level it's like fraud. Let's be honest here.
Yeah. You're not doxing someone, okay? Unless they live in one of those countries with like 10 people in it, you know. You're not doxing someone by saying they live in India. Okay. There's a lot of people that live in India or Mexico or America. So that's not doxing.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if they changed the TOS to when these accounts are doing super fraudulent things, like pretending to be American and it's obvious they live somewhere else. It's like,
oh, yeah, they should be banned 100%.
Yeah.
100%. All those accounts pretending to be American, pretending to be Israeli, or pretending to be Pakistani, pretending to be Palestinian, or pretending to be whatever, all those accounts should be 100% banned. Should be against TOS.
Look, and if you don't want to ban them, just set up a feature that I can mass block them. I can just click a button and be like, all of you are gone.
You can block everyone from India.
Yeah. Look, I don't need that.
People talk
about
shit. That, the great Twitter wall, the great internet wall.
Why not?
Gotta build a big internet wall, keep India out.
Are we really losing anything?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Bobbing Go for $5 says Andrew is a member of the Eastern Orthodox Church. It might be a smaller pool than you think. Well, he doesn't have a lot of options.
Oh, for the wife situation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Eastern Orthodoxy. Like, why does someone choose to be an Eastern Orthodox of the various flavors of Christianity? Why would you choose that?
I mean, I've listened to my share of Andrew Wilson debates, so I mean, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of his game plan.
Mm-hmm.
He's super condescending, and you guys know how I love condescending people. Oh my God. That's my favorite thing.
Uh-huh.
Condescending people. Oh, love it.
Mm.
Although the last condescending motherfucker I called out quit the internet, so that was actually pretty cool.
Ooh, how dare you?
That was Econo Boy, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was you. You made him leave.
Nah. Someone else did.
Messy Tenant for $5 says Andrew's wife having multiple kids with multiple people just proves Andrew's point about women. He's just working with the tainted gene pool he's trying. Okay.
That's another thing people were saying. Oh, you went after his wife. His wife was in the chat and super chatting regularly about what a dumb bitch he was debating.
Isn't she on the show before? I think we've seen her on the show.
She's been on the show.
On the whatever podcast, yeah.
Yeah. So I just like, isn't she involved by then? Here, look.
How dare you? How dare you? Must, when I call you a stupid, dumb bitch, you must take it. You can't fight back. How dare you?
I took a screenshot of Rachel. Rachel Wilson is his wife, okay? And she is a debate bro, too. So she has a $5 super chat here. It says, debate me, you imbecile. You heard a bunch of lies about me and repeated them after getting humiliated by my husband. So much for the sisterhood. So look at that.
Well, assuming that sounds like she was saying that in response to the comments, right?
Yes, I believe these were in response to the comments. But I just look. I mean, I wouldn't want this going on.
No.
Your wife has to come in here.
That woman's point was super. That woman's point. Well, here's another question too for the people that are like trying to run some kind of interference here. So the girl's point, the sniz liquor.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Sniz liquor.
The sniz liquor.
We say it, and it's just
funny.
an endearing way. I mean,
it sounds like if Dr. Seuss was to describe lesbian sex,
right?
Like that's how he would describe it.
Yeah, of course.
He's like, and all the snoz goers were snozzing, and all the sniz lickers were snizzing. Not a snoz nor a sniz was not licked in sniz snoz land. Like you could see it very clearly, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I see a bunch of like furry people licking.
Like a bunch of like
private parts.
Bunch of like who's, right?
Yeah.
So no, but like, and here's I guess the final thing I'll say to people that I think are just wildly either biased or just being silly about this whole situation with Andrew Wilson. We're like, oh no, he doesn't believe that, Sitch. He doesn't believe that. So the woman's point was that she said, well, my point is that in my worldview, your action is totally fine and not something to make fun of. And in your worldview, your actions would not be okay. It would be totally fair game to make fun of or say is wrong, right? If you want to tell me that that's not true, that Andrew Wilson's worldview doesn't say that, then why the fuck did he not say that back to her in that conversation?
Yeah, why didn't he say there's nothing wrong with my wife having kids from a previous marriage?
Or anyone's wife from having kids from a previous marriage? Why the fuck did he not say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Be so easy.
Whoops. Uh-oh. David K for 39 months. Thanks so much. Says Andrew Wilson is just like all these other super red pilled bros. It always comes out just like that Jack guy. Why people follow him is beyond me. That is true.
Yeah. What was it? That guy, the guy that was paid by internet people to like put a thumb up his butt or something. Who was that guy? Jack Murphy. That's
Jack
it.
Murphy.
Yeah. I hope Andrew Wilson doesn't. It doesn't.
Well, probably not. Yeah. I would be skeptical.
I hope this is the worst that people can do towards Andrew Wilson. Look, and if you guys like Andrew Wilson, I got no problem with you guys liking Andrew Wilson. So.
Yeah, but listen, you can like it, but you got to take the L's. Okay. Don't cope. You got to take the L's when he takes the L's.
My problem with Andrew Wilson is I don't think he's a good representative of Christianity. He doesn't seem like a loving person to me. He seems like a hateful person to me. So
right. Well, for as bad as Andrew Tate is, at least he was living what the crazy shit he was saying. At least he was consistent with his horribleness. He was very consistent. Yeah. Whatever happened with that fucking
a good thing. I would rather if he was.
You'd rather not be a hypocrite. Yeah. Whatever happened with that fucking case?
Who knows?
That just
he hasn't been pardoned by Trump.
I don't well, it wasn't in America, so okay. Anonymous Coward for $5 says, surprised you got this wrong. This was a 6-hour debate where she said his wife would be less promiscuous if she deleted her children. Well, first of all, it was a 6-hour debate. I ain't watching that shit. But did she say that she's a feminist. She shouldn't really care about promiscuity. Was she saying that under his definition of promiscuity, that it would be less? I don't think that would make, I'm guessing that's what she would say. If that's what you're saying, she said.
Yeah, I don't know the context.
But also that's completely irrelevant to what we were talking about. So I don't even know why you brought it up. Sella for $10 says, I know conservative Christians who are kind, generous, compassionate, and non-judgmental, and I know liberal Christians who are judgmental. Usually for conservative Christians, it's about personality.
I totally agree. Yeah, I 100% agree.
Yeah, that would make sense. It is like a personality traits. The Oceanist for
I hate to get judgmental of people. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
I think because I don't like people getting judgmental of me, so I just repay the favor.
Well, we all know.
Don't be judgy. Don't be finger pointing at me.
You all know there's Christians that are very much like forgiveness, love.
Yeah, totally.
Things of like that seems like to be the main animating energy. And then there's the Bible thumping Karens who want to hit you with the Bible and finger wag at you and tell you you're going to hell. And
love
maybe
and forgiveness versus fire and brimstone.
Right. And maybe it's just personality differences.
Yeah. Some people want to get in your business and fucking judge your ass. And some people are like, judge not, lest ye be judged. You know, I'm doing some fucking around myself.
Well, that's the benefit of the Bible. There's enough things in it you can kind of point to whatever you want to focus on.
How dare you say that? The Bible is the word of God. There are no contradictions in the Bible.
I'm not saying it's contradictions. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying there's enough elements, there's enough things you can point to where you can focus on. You can focus on where like there's the don't judge lest you be judged, pull the plank out of your own eye, or you can focus on Jesus like whipping the money changers. So there's a lot of things to focus on.
Saying these vipers.
Yes, exactly. The Ocean is for 3 months. Thank you so much. Is it accurate to say this guy is just the great value Matt Walsh? That's funny. Great Matt. Is that's the Walmart brand. So Walmart brand Matt Walsh.
I do think Matt Walsh has been married once, and probably married to his high school sweetheart. I know Ben Shapiro is that way.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Andrew Wilson likes Ben Shapiro or hates him because of the Israel shit. I don't know.
In terms of like how he looks, I think that's funny, and that's fair. He's the Walmart Matt Walsh. But in terms of like, I would imagine that Andrew Wilson would be able to out debate Matt Walsh on most topics. So the Oceanist for $5 says, how would Christian nationalism even work? There are various sects of Christianity. Which sect would be in charge? The Mormons? It's a great question.
Yeah, the Latter-day Saints.
It's a great question.
And every sect of Christianity says all the other sects are liars. All the other sects are sacrilege. It's funny. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying this to someone I have no experience with this. I would assume, I could be wrong. Maybe it's like the bigotry of small differences, or the narcissism of small differences, is the way you say it. I would imagine that other Christian sects would look at non-Christians as more heretical or worse than like a Christian sect that's just a different sect than them.
I'm not sure they do, though. I'm not sure they do because...
Well, obviously, I mean, we're kind of stereotyping because there's lots of Christians that probably don't give a shit what sect of Christianity you exist in. But the ones that do care, right? That's what we're talking about.
Right, yeah. The ones that are going to say Mormons. They might say Mormons are worse than Muslims because Mormons get so close, right? But...
Well, I could understand some Christians being specifically mad at Mormonism because it is very different than Protestantism and Catholicism, and because it has all the things with like multiple gods and owning your planets and all this other like shit that the other
golden plates,
things that the other sects don't have.
They have a whole nother book written by some other guy,
right? Like it's significantly different. Where I mean, with the difference between a lot of like Protestant and Catholic sects, I think it's different, but is it like that different? Just they don't follow the church in Rome.
I think Catholic and Protestant is vastly different, right?
Is it? Well, one you have to go through salvation through the church, and one you can do it on yourself, right? Isn't that the difference?
Catholics focus on Mary a lot. I don't even know what that's all about. Like we barely in Protestant church, we barely even talk about Mary. We're like, we move on to Jesus. Jesus is the important part.
Well, it's funny if you go back in time. Part of the KKK's big thing was not just to kill black people; it was to kill Catholics. They really did not like Catholics.
Really? Wow. Okay.
They really did not like Catholics because they looked at them as like foreign invaders who were gonna make America listen to Rome or the Vatican. So
I did not know that.
Messy Tenant for $2 says taking moral lessons from a lesbian. What a joke! No, you should. Okay, you missed it. You should have said taking moral lessons from a sniz
liquor. Yeah. Okay. What are you talking about?
The sniz lickers and the snob gobblers. I want to see the Dr. Seuss book.
The snob gobblers.
Snob gobblers and the sniz lickers.
That's like a blowjob and a
gays and lesbians.
And a snizlick.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
We all got it. We all understand.
Interesting.
Losing us also for $5 says, I recently rewatched Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. We need a concerted patriotic effort to restore golly and gee whiz to common American parlance.
I do like golly and gee whiz.
Gee willikers.
Holy moly.
No, that's so gone.
For the love of God.
Oh, the humanity. People still say for the love of God. It's not like gee whiz. Gee whiz is gone.
Gee whiz. Oh gosh.
Gee whiz is gone. Golly's gone.
What about gosh? Come on. Gosh?
People still say gosh, yeah. It is weird that because I remember growing up like crap was a curse word. Crap is not a curse word anymore. It's completely gone into like the PG realm.
What about blimey?
Blimey. Well, we're not. What is that? The Brits or is that the Brits or the Australians? I don't know. One of them says blimey. That was never an American word.
Oh, brother.
Bob Van Gogh for $5 says, I think you guys would be surprised if you asked Andrew on not to have a debate, but a nice conversation. I don't think that's possible.
That is ridiculous. Yeah. I don't think he can behave himself.
Lord Stark for 5 get the memberships. Thank you so much. Sorry, I missed one. Lady Dragon for $20. Sorry, I missed this. It says there's a good faith version of Andrew Wilson's argument. The problem is no one wants to extend Wilson good faith because he's such an asshole.
Oh my God. Well, look, I am interested in the good faith version of it. I don't trust Andrew Wilson to be able to deliver it without losing his shit. So,
Panda Tree 66 for $20. Thanks so much. Says this meeting, talking about the Trump Mamdani meeting, is so interesting because it's being used to rewrite Mamdani as a left-wing populist, on which I know they very general term, but does it apply for him? His supporters trying to rewrite his internet history, LOL. So left-wing populist is just a nice way of saying socialist. That's all it means. That's all it means. Don't let anyone trick you. Left-wing populist is just socialism.
Well, what's a right-wing populist? National socialism?
No. It's right-wing populism. Some people say it's fascism. I don't agree with that. But it's right-wing populism is it's interesting because we have had time periods in America where we've gone through it. We haven't had a right-wing populist economic movement in like 50 years until now. I guess the Tea Party was really when it kind of came back. But it wasn't.
If you're saying left-wing populism is socialism, is that national socialism? Because then you're making an argument that the Nazis were on the left.
No, see, I was going to bring that up. It's very interesting because there's like this weird contingency of people who are making this argument now that like, oh, the future of the Republican Party and the future of the Democrat Party, they're saying the future of politics in America, they want to say, is to be economically socialist, but to be socially like hyper conservative. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny because that's kind of the mentality that led to Nazism to some extent. And that's kind of
economically liberal and socially conservative.
Not liberal, to be economically like collectivist.
Well, economically left wing. Yeah.
Yeah. To be far left on the economics and to be far right on the social issues is kind of how Nazism came to form. And that's why it is true that Nazism and fascism did come out of socialism. It is true. And so, maybe that's why a lot of people are trying to blow smoke up in this whole Trump Mamdani uniting situations, because there are some weird people that are kind of pushing this idea.
Have you heard the Scaramucci story where he says, Scaramucci tells Trump that he is economically conservative and socially liberal, which I think is basically the libertarian platform. They've been saying that forever, right?
Yeah, right. Exact opposite of what I just said.
And Trump says, look, you got it all wrong. The American people are economically liberal and socially conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a big epiphany to Scaramucci, but he thinks Trump was ultimately right. Like, look, people want I always think back to the healthcare and immigration. Healthcare and immigration. People they're having to choose between their two most important issues.
I have to think about it. Is the American people broadly economically liberal and socially conservative?
If you want universal health care, I don't see how you can't. It seems like universal health care is a economically liberal position.
It is. It definitely is. Yeah.
And zero immigration is a socially conservative position, correct? Well, there are obviously many other socially conservative positions.
The majority of people, I don't think, want zero immigration. They just want zero illegal immigration. They're fine with legal immigration to some, obviously, to some amount that you would, there'd be some limit to that.
I mean, people seem to think, I mean, a lot of people on the right seem to want no immigration at all. Like they've had it. They're like,
yeah, but but it's kind of like their argument is, well, there's so much illegal immigration. We need to stop legal immigration till it's like we fixed everything.
Till it's fixed. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, maybe some of those people are just lying and they would be like, no, I want zero immigration forever. But taking them at their word, it would be until, once you can solve and get rid of the illegal immigration, then you can start having the legal immigration again.
Well, and you have a left-wing party that doesn't even believe in assimilation anymore, which is just
horrifying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Assimilation is socially conservative, right? You're like, look.
Yes.
We have a social environment here that we want to preserve.
Well, it's interesting if Trump said that, because I would definitely say, I mean, maybe this is sort of where Trump views things, like the time period of like the time. It's so funny. The time period that all the people point to is like the Great America, right? The post World War II era, like the 1945 to like 1955 or 1960, before all the civil rights shit, kicked off.
After the last fourth turning.
Yeah, after the last fourth turning, if you want to frame it that way. that would be considered a time that was economically very liberal and socially very conservative.
Yeah, of course.
That was that time period.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So
your wife and kids.
It would make sense that people would want to return to that vibe. And it's so weird because most of my life it's not been that. Most of my life has been the conservatives being just hyper libertarian. It's only recently that now they're moving away from libertarianism.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where things are going to go. We have two major things on the horizon. Obviously, there's the social situation with the culture war and all that, which may get worked out. But technologically, this whole AI thing is a complete wild card in a way that is unpredictable.
Yep.
In the same exact way that nuclear weapons were completely unpredictable. I mean, that must have been crazy for people to see nuclear weapons and think, oh my God, that thing could go off in my city.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe will.
Yeah.
The threat of AI is just, God, that's going to open so many conundrums for us.
It is going to be so interesting. I did see, I don't know but there was a fact check on this. I did see people saying there's some newer version of like the AI that self-drives the Tesla cars that is supposedly like even better than like significantly better than whatever existed before it.
I saw Waymo this morning just driving someone down the street, and I tried to slow down so I could get a good look at it, but I was like, oh wow, okay. So I've seen two in my neighborhood now.
Whenever they get that thing is gonna dominate so fast.
I've heard people in San Francisco say that it's mostly Waymos now, that it's like it's predominantly self-driving cars.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like when that takes off, it's going to sweep probably faster than any technology sweep we've ever experienced, because it's going to be so nice, so convenient. People are just going to eat that up.
Yeah. No.
That was one of the things I liked in the terrible Running Man movie. Everyone had the self-driving cars, so they're watching TV. Yeah. They're all watching TV and talking to people
realistic
on the internet while they're driving, because no one's actually driving.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. We're in a very crazy place right now. So.
Angry Bell Sprout for $10. I say he's having some trouble with the super chat going through. Says, how many fire memes came from 9/11? Sometimes you can celebrate memes even if they're born of tragedy. Jet fuel can't melt still beams. The way you've melted my heart was a great Valentine's Day card back in the day.
Wow.
Well, you know what they say. What is it? Comedy is just tragedy plus time.
I've heard people say that. Yeah.
It just takes a while.
The thing about comedy is really about everyone being safe. Laughter is the signal that is like the all clear signal. So I think that's why there's the time element is necessary.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
So people have processed it.
True. Because if you're afraid of, well, in some way, I mean, gallows humor is a completely different situation. Whereas like you are afraid you're going to die. So you are making the joke of it. But maybe that only works because it tricks you, because normally you make the joke when you're feeling safe enough to make the joke. So yeah, that's what's going on there.
I always think of like grandma falling down the stairs, tumbling down the stairs, and nobody's laughing. She hits the bottom and there's silence, but nobody laughs until grandma says, "I'm all right." And everyone lets out a big laugh. Oh.
Right.
Grandma fell down the stairs. That was hilarious.
Right.
But if she fell down and died, okay.
Not so funny.
Not so funny yet.
Unless she was a bitch.
But look, after the funeral, a few years later, everyone's safe. Yeah, everyone laughs about it. You made the all clear, right?
Right.
Yeah. I think that's the evolutionary origin of laughter. That it was a signal for people. Because look, obviously hunting could have been very dangerous for people, right? How do you signal that?
I don't know if it would
okay?
be, if it would have evolved for safety.
For communicating that you're safe?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's primarily humor is used to communicate that you think something funny.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're saying would be like a secondary effect of it.
Yeah. Well, things can change after they actually evolve.
Although other animals, well, actually, no. See, like if we're talking about from evolutionary perspective, other animals do laugh when they're tickled.
I've seen that. The rats, the rat laughter, but I don't know if I buy that they're laughing.
Well, they're making, I think monkeys, I could have swore there's something I saw with like monkeys or chimps will laugh if you tickle them. So maybe it is just it evolved from a physical sensation, not a communication sensation or communication signal. Losing does well specifically for $5 says friendship ended with Hassan. Now Donald is my best friend. There you go. I like that.
That's great. I wonder how Hassan reacted to the Mamdani and Trump
what the
thing.
fuck? Mamdani, he fucking denounced me publicly, but now he's over here pounding around with Trump, smiling while calling him a fascist. What the fuck? The fuck, Mamdani?
Yeah.
Did you see? There was this clip. It was hilarious. I don't know where it is, where Hassan was like complaining. He's whining that he didn't get any good viral clips from his China visit.
I did, and I loved every minute of it. I loved every second of his fucking complaining.
I was like, he did have viral clips. They were just bad viral clips that made him look like a
clips
fucking
of him
douche.
dunking on him. Yeah.
Yes, making him look terrible.
Look, he's a dog shocker now. Nobody gives a fuck about him. He's the animal abuser.
Yep. BW8582 for 25 months. Thanks so much. Make 25 months a real seeker. Says alternate theory, Trump is being supportive, so when Mamdani fails in his policies, he and the progressives can't blame Trump for getting in the way. I don't think that's the thought, but that could definitely be a useful outcome.
Yeah, that's a good way to play it too, because obviously, he's going to be looking for a fall guy when things fall apart. That rent control really fucks shit up, right?
Mm-hmm. Mad Knee for $5. Thank you so much. Says most people vote based on vibes and not policy or qualifications. Universal suffrage has its downsides.
Look at that. He's basically saying all the women are vibes voters.
Well, he said, to be fair, he said universal. It's not just the women.
Mm-hmm.
No. I agree with the first part. I don't agree with the second part because since there's no way to determine, there's two problems. There's no way to determine who's not really a vibe-based voter when I think that's like 99% of the population. And then
it's the white males that own property, Sitch. What are you talking about?
Well, no, but I was going to say, like theoretically, say you could weed out all the vibes-based voters. You have like the 1% of the population that's not vibe-based. I'm not sure that those people would have good outcomes based on who they vote for either. Having having a collective vibe of the whole country maybe is the best way to do it.
I mean, I would vote for tax cuts for all non-vibe based voters. That's what I would do.
Wow,
and tax increases for all vibe non-voters now, because obviously they don't get a say.
Well, you're just being cynical, Adam.
Isn't that basically how everybody votes? I look at this mass deportation thing, and it's Trump he's like, I'm going to deport all their fucking voters. Good luck in the next election, dickheads.
Well, it's more, I would say, you can deport like the people that are illegals aren't supposed to be voting. So you're only you shouldn't really be losing that much by focusing on that, right? As like a scapegoat, because you're choosing a class of people that can't vote as a scapegoat, which makes it the perfect scapegoat.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would deport Democrats if they could.
Probably. Coding Jesus, thanks so much for 26 months of Freedom Seeker. Says, are you going to watch Andrew Wilson freak out at the guest saying his wife had 3 baby daddies? Why did he freak out so much over it? Seems fragile. Well, we did at the beginning. You can check it out.
Just rewind the stream. It's right there.
Andrew Bear for $2 says, Gavin, quote, ICE targeting polling place clip. I haven't seen that clip. Is that a Gavin Newsom clip? Panda Tree 666 for $10. Thanks so much. Says, as a New Yorker since birth, I hate that the blue, no matter who, is strong here. Silwa was a pretty traditional liberal, but the Republican label pushed people away from him. That and the beret would probably do it.
The red beret.
The red beret was kind of
He couldn't just take the beret off for the election.
He should have, yeah. Really should have.
Saga Divinity for $5 says, divorce is permitted under Christianity. Charlie just assumed it wasn't. Like you two, Andrew's family dynamic isn't sinful, so how's it hypocritical? I don't think his family dynamic is sinful, but I do think a lot of people think raising another man's children is a cuck thing to do. They talk about it all the time. Yeah. So a lot of that energy can get leveled at Andrew Wilson. I think it is unfair, ultimately. I don't have any problem with stepfathers. So look at it. I think the 2 baby daddies, I think, is part of the equation here. Like if she was divorced and had kids from a previous marriage, I think a lot of people would give a lot more grace. It's the fact that no, she has a kid from a previous marriage and then a kid from another marriage. And then now Andrew Wilson is the 3rd husband she's having kids with, that everyone's like, I sense a pattern here.
So my understanding, I mean, we already talked about the death, and I think it's silly, but my understanding as a non-Christian, and I know things have changed because, things become more liberal over time, right? Just Cthulhu swims left. My understanding was that didn't the whole reason that the Anglican Church start in England was because they wouldn't keep granting the king annulments because the Catholic Church doesn't believe in divorce? Isn't that why he started his own church, so he could divorce his wife?
The Protestant church? I don't know the history of it.
Yeah, I thought that was the entire reason why it started. So
why Protestantism started? That's not why Protestantism started.
The Anglican, isn't there a specific Anglican church?
I don't know. I know about Martin Luther pinning his "fuck you" note to the Catholic Church, and that's how Protestant, it comes from protest, and it was a protest against the Pope giving people giving people some sort of get out of jail free card from purgatory for doing naughty things. They could buy indulgences, I think is what they called them.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for. So rich people would just do whatever they wanted. They're like, look, I have 10 mistresses, but I need to buy some indulgences so I don't stay in purgatory forever. The concept of purgatory is great. They're like, look, Jesus died for your sins, okay? So you get to go to heaven. But how long do you want to wait in the waiting room? Okay? You could be stuck in there a long time if you're bad.
Yes, people are saying. The king had like 7 divorces and the church said no, so he created his own branch. The king wanted other wives. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. I know obviously there are Catholics nowadays that get divorced. But obviously I'm pretty sure under the theology of Catholicism, you're not technically supposed to get divorced. I believe you can get annulments and there's, ways around it, but frankly, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Kristen Brandon, thanks so much for $5. Says, can someone tell me who righted? What the fuck? Why are you killing me, Kristen, with this? Can someone tell me who righted this peace plan and what with this wording? If you bring me with some pieces of paper and a pencil, my cat Rocky can do better than this.
Thank you.
If you're just listening,
for the $5.
A lot of those sentences were like 6 words squished together, which is why it was very difficult.
Well, I think it's because he had to
fit in the space.
Yeah.
Right.
But he could have taken some of those words out.
Ryan Macbeth did a good breakdown of it, so check it out. He kind of goes through it point by point. If you're looking for someone to go through the various points of it.
Clockwork for $10 says, you do good work, fellas. That's nice. Yeah, I gave him a little like there.
Thank you, Clockwork. Lives in Deswall, specifically for TR, says Mamdani took Piccolo's lessons to heart. That is true. He learned
Piccolo
to dodge.
Oh.
He dodged.
Crack
Rock Steady, thanks so much. Our favorite intros we were going for 44 months. At this one equals freedom. Says, I saw Socialist post about the Mamdani meeting completely denouncing him since he was too palsy with Trump. The period testing was wild. It's a surprise to no one that the left always eats their own. Interesting.
Wow, yeah.
Well, I know
I saw Kyle Kalinske post that Mamdani owned Trump.
Oh.
See, Trump was his simp.
That's what I saw in terms of most people's reaction to it. And I know Lucifer the Doberman sent me a video. Now, this is a fan channel, so it is named by the fan channel, not Hassan. But the title is Zoran Mamdani charmed Donald Trump with his socialist plan for New York. So I'm assuming that was Hassan's narrative as well, was that Mamdani was based because he tricked Trump into being a socialist.
Giving him all that government money that they're going to use to fund their socialist plot.
Yes. The Oceanist for $5. Thanks so much. Says 2028 will be Jeb Bush versus Kamala Harris. Oh,
please no.
We wish. I mean, no. He could have won, Adam. Jeb could have won.
It's going to be Jeb going, please clap, and then Kamala going, yes, please clap. Please clap.
If you had, listen, that's actually, if that were to happen, we would actually have to enact a national emergency, a global emergency to prevent that from happening. Because if Jeb Bush and Kamala Harris were allowed to be in the same room at the same time and have a political debate.
Talk about the boredom singularity.
The lack of charisma created by both of Jeb Bush and Kamala Harris would be so powerful. It would create a black hole of charisma that would destroy the entire planet.
Yeah, we'd all be goners.
It cannot be allowed to happen.
Or would die of boredom simultaneously. Yes.
BVS for $5. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks.
Become the Knight for $20. Thank you so much. Says Carl identifies as, quote, classically woke. Eye roll emoji. Still love you, Carl.
Classically.
Classically.
Just like Coke Classic, right?
Yeah. Lives and does Wall Street for $5 says, as long as he's here, ask Carl who he recommends for beginner. Sorry, I didn't get to this. Beginner mini painting tutorials. I would like the quality of my tabletop games to improve.
Did you look up his stream? Was he doing the paintings, the little paintings?
I didn't look it up.
Wow.
No.
I've discovered those little miniature brushes are great for painting myself because they have these little triangular nubs on the handles that make it so easy to control the brush. Like, wow, it's fucking great for detail work. But I use them on my real oil paintings, not these little miniatures. Ugh.
Oh, you do oil painting?
I do, yeah.
And you have to like carve the oil or something?
Carve
or like
the oil.
Like the oil, like I'm using it wrong. Isn't it like really gloppy? You have to like
gloppy, yes.
Yeah, isn't it like really gloppy? Don't you have to like do weird shit with it to do what you want?
It can be gloppy, although I never have called it gloppy in the past, but it can be thicker and you have to you're not watering it down, you're using liquid, but you're you're thinning it.
Can you paint over, like if you fuck up, isn't it easier to like paint over other like acrylic and watercolor than it is with oil? Or no? Is it?
If you use liquid will dry usually in about 24 hours. So, but you do fuck up. And it's interesting because I do so much digital drawing now that as soon as I fuck up when I'm painting,
you're like Control Z.
Yeah, exactly. My mind immediately jumps to undo. And I'm like, fuck. Like the fuck immediately follows because I'm like, there is no undo.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this bullshit? No fucking undo. Oh man.
Terrible.
Digital drawing is so much better than painting in every way, shape, or form. But look, if you want to create some sort of artifact in the world, you got to hit the canvas. You got to make it real.
There's gonna be some 3D printer where you can like print your oil painting that you drew digitally.
I mean, they have that kind of already. Giclée inks that are all artist archive quality and whatnot. That's how they do the prints and stuff. I've had people ask me about doing a print run, but I'm so chapped about mailing out all those comics that I just
like I'm never doing mail.
I
like,
don't
God, ever again.
I mean, I'll mail a painting to someone, but I don't want to. I don't want to have weeks on end.
You won't have order after order after order.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wonder if I could do like maybe after doing 1,700 packages, like 100 prints seems manageable. It is a much smaller investment, right? But right now, I think the economy's crap and everyone's broke, and now is definitely not a good time to do some sort of print run.
J./ for 10 Canadian. Thanks so much. It says check out the Julie Bindel versus Helen Weberly debate with Bunny's NDQ. Amazing case study on how tone and rhetoric can make you win or lose a debate. It's an old school man-hating lesbian versus a trans ideologue. Oh.
Well, that sounds fun.
Right. Biology versus ideology. Okay. Let me add it to my little queue here. Rico Zorro, thanks so much for 44 months. It says 44 months practicing Orthodox free will seeker. You got to walk the walk if you talk the talk, unlike those filthy free will commies and the British. Yeah, fuck the British. How dare they? How dare Carl come in here and pretend like the Brits started things like the Bill of Rights or constitutions or freedom, because we all know they didn't do any of those fucking things. We all know those were invented by America. All right? The Brits that wanted to do those things, the Brits kicked out of Britland. That's what it's called, right? Britland. They kicked them out of Britland and they had to go to America to become the based Americans.
Didn't they send some to Australia? I mean, they were shipping people out all over the place.
Well, that was the criminals.
Right.
So.
Well, who'd they ship here? We didn't get our share of criminals?
I don't think so. They didn't.
Okay.
No, these people came here willingly. Well, not the slaves, but the people who were not slaves came here willingly.
The white ones came here willingly.
The white people came here willingly. There were indentured servants too. I believe,
there was indentured servants. Yeah. What are you talking about?
There was, yeah.
They were screwing everyone over.
That's true. Mike Mills for $5. Thanks so much. His thoughts on Trump posting about offing Democrats for sedition. Yeah, I thought we might have covered that. I thought it was fucking stupid. I thought it was dumb. I watched the clip or whatever thing he was responding to. It seemed fairly innocuous. It was just someone like, oh, if someone gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it, which.
Look, I'm 100% on Trump's side. I think these people, the intent.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I think the intent was to undermine Trump's authority, to send the message that Trump was sending out illegal orders, that you should look at every order that you receive from your superiors and think, is this actually legal? Should I be doing this? Which completely undermines the chain of command for the military.
Well, technically, they're supposed to do that.
I think what the Democrats did. Really?
You're not supposed to follow legal orders, are you?
You're not supposed to follow illegal orders.
Right.
But look, I think what conversation are we having here? What are the illegal orders that Trump is sending out that these people need to be aware of and keep in mind constantly?
I assume it was something about ICE or the sending the National Guard to states or something to that effect. I assume that's what they'd be referencing.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I understand what you're saying.
I think the Democrats are completely in the wrong, and I think what they did is abhorrent.
This is, I guess, the issue I take. I understand what you're saying, and yes, obviously, when whoever it was that said that or put out the video or whatever, made the comments about this, there's an implication that like Trump is doing something wrong and you should, not follow whatever this wrong thing is. Right. But then they use the correct language, which makes it legally correct to say, well, you don't have to follow wrong, illegal orders, because it's true. And so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but look, if I'm a commanding officer and I got a bunch of knuckleheads that I'm supposed to command, and now these people are like, I saw my representatives say that I should keep track of what's right and wrong and maybe not follow your orders. I'd be like, fuck you. It's tough enough to get these guys to do what they're supposed to do. And now you're out here undermining my authority? Fuck you, Democrats. Okay. That's what I would say.
I was going to continue my point, but now I feel like compelled to be like, okay, well, obviously, if you're in the National Guard and you're deployed to some city, theoretically,
maybe you should follow your commanding officer's orders. The commanding
officer
let him worry about whether or not it's legal.
You see that group of protesters that is just staying there, like
fire into the
open fire on them, yeah, and you're just like, yeah, man, just go for it, just fucking rat-a-tat away. Okay, that's not my position. I don't think you should do that in that situation. I don't think you should do that at all.
Do you think that's going on though? You think?
I don't, but you're acting like there's a very big difference between like being in some kind of active war zone where like shit's going down and people's lives depend on you making quick decisions and like whatever fuck nonsense is going on here, where you're like, you're making this like this huge deal, like, oh my God, there's all these people are going to be turning against the National Guard or Trump or the government because this stupid cringe fucking ad that would have got zero traction from the Democrats if Trump hadn't responded the way he added and totally made it a Streisand effect. Because that's what I was trying to say before you interrupted me was, I think I understand what your point is. And I saw the ad. I thought it was cringy and like lame.
So you disagree with what the Democrats did. So you're saying the Democrats shouldn't have done it, but Trump calling
I don't think they should have done it because it's stupid.
Right.
I don't think they should look, we agree. Lame and stupid. And is done. It was just kind of like it to me, it kind of really hit like the whole resistance lib meant like vibe of we're going to stand up against Trump, but we're like not going to stand up against Trump kind of vibe. And I think that's how people have interpreted it, is super weak. And then Trump comes out like 10 alarm, like, oh my God, these people should go to jail for treason or sedition, all this other crazy shit. And I'm like, why would he just blow up this fucking non-story? And then now the people left say, oh my God, Trump is crazy. Look what he's doing.
Trump is the way I read the Democrats' video was them saying Trump is obviously on the verge of sending out orders to murder people in the streets. and you should not follow those orders because they're totally illegal. That's a subtext of the video, which I think is repugnant.
Okay.
They probably believe that. They probably believe that Trump is about to send out the order to like mow people down, fire into the crowd.
So the response should be to say that seditious behavior is punishable by death. You don't think that's like we've gone way beyond the appropriate response?
I mean, look, if you're going to key my car, I'm going to light your car on fire.
Okay. Okay. I disagree. You're very sensitive to the left attacking Trump. So, but it is what it is.
It is less about attacking Trump and more about undermining the military. Like I said, I empathize with the captain who's got a bunch of fucking meatheads that he's trying to keep in line, right? If they're undermining his authority, which they could be, that hurts him. That doesn't just hurt Trump. It's not just a victimless crime that they've committed here. They are undermining the authority of the military. I mean, maybe you disagree, but I do think they're undermining the chain of command in a fucking insidious way for political advantage.
Do you really think if Trump hadn't responded to this video would have got like no eyes on it? No one cares about Alyssa Slotkin and like the former intelligence officer, random people that no one's ever seen in this video.
Right.
You know, look, I cringe. Don't give up with this ship. Like
I completely agree that Trump pointing it out made it a bigger deal. But the reason Trump pointed it out was because of how insidious what they did is. So obviously he's going to capitalize on it. I don't think Democrats should do this shit. I think the Democrats are 100% completely in the wrong. Completely in the wrong. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously if you think Trump's in the wrong for pointing it out and he should have just let it go. Just what they did is so, what the fuck? I don't like it.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't like it. Who are these Democrats?
Okay.
I hope none of them are in California. They're probably both in California, aren't they?
The Wooster, I think there's like 3 or 4 of them. The Wooster for
how many Democrats are they? These Democrats are traitors, Sitch. I can't believe you. Okay. We should try these people for sedition.
Did you
at least put them in the stocks and make them sit in the street for a while? They're trying to tear our country apart.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, yeah. Definitely not. Trump's innocent baby angel, never engaged in any sort of behavior to ratchet up the temperatures or divide the country or anything like that ever. Okay.
Well, has Trump ever done anything to cool temperatures? I mean, we did watch that Mamdani thing. He should get some credit for that.
There
right?
you go. There you go. Yeah.
Was that turning up the temperature or cooling it down? The Mamdani thing.
I guess it'd be cooling down. I didn't really perceive it as cooling down. It's just
the whole Republican Party has been using Mamdani to tear the country apart, saying, "Look, we're on the verge of socialism."
There
oh my God,
Trump's
it's gonna be the fucking end of the world.
I'm so glad that he's
cool.
I'm so glad the one time I don't want Trump to cool things down, he's cooling things down.
Oh my God,
that's so fantastic. Thanks. I'm so glad. I'm so fucking glad. Yes.
You do think God. The Republicans cry wolf on socialism a bit too much, don't you?
They do. And then you have an actual socialist and you're like, well, he's not so bad. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah,
what is happening?
The wolf is in the Oval Office and everyone's like, it'll be fine.
Right. Did you see this month the district court dismissed with prejudice Trump's legal case against Ann Seltzer?
I did see that, and thank goodness, because obviously poor Ann Seltzer was totally innocent. I hope she didn't have to spend too much on her legal defense.
Yeah.
I worry that it was excessive. Hopefully she just hired an attorney for like $300 and he filed a frivolous lawsuit. Slap.
I think Fire helped with her case.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
So,
good.
it's the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't remember, Ann Seltzer was a pollster, and she had an Iowa poll that said before the election
that Nikki Haley was gonna fucking
right. Yeah, all the other polls said that Trump was going to win Iowa, and then she had a poll that said Trump was going to lose Iowa. So Trump sued her for that.
Even though he won Iowa like by 20 points, or some insane margin.
Right.
So she was obviously super wrong.
Yes. And so she was being sued. I don't remember what the actual, she was being sued for fraud or something insane. But the Rooster for $2 says, trigger warning, about to go hard on Carl. Oh, I guess I should have read that before I read your $50 one.
No.
Yeah,
You didn't need to read that one.
Thank you.
We were all making fun of him in the chat for the trigger warning. We're like, this is a safe space. I thank you for the trigger warning.
Thank you, Rooster. J.Slash for 10 Canadian says, Carl, my interpretation of where you have come from versus where you are now is you see liberalism as the means that will justify England not being made up of English or appreciates history and traditions.
Yeah, I can see that.
That is what I
see.
That's
exactly what's going on. Carl's like, my whole small town. Isn't he's from Swindon, right? Everyone talks about Carl from Swindon.
Yeah.
I don't know the population of Swindon. With a name like Swindon, I'm going to guess it's 50,000.
It just seems silly to me when America and England, America longer, I would say, than England, has been a country rooted in liberalism, and there were immigration controls and only recent immigration problems. And the idea to be like, well, it's liberalism's fault, even though your country's existed under liberalism for over 200 years.
Swindon has 233,000 people. That's pretty small.
Sure. Well, it's bigger than that place that Candace was so worried about.
Right. And 200,000 of them are Pakistani.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's the problem. Edward Senior for $5 says the foundation of Carl's argument seems to be that liberalism permits, even encourages dissent, and that makes it susceptible to utopian undermining. I don't know if that is the foundation. It seems like the foundation is that, again, he's making that argument. I wish I could remember that guy's name. He's making that argument that like ideology is inherently bad, rationalism is inherently bad. Anything that's against traditionalism, I guess, is bad, which I guess it's just, that's why I was in the conversation, I was confused, because he acknowledges that there are times where you need ideology to come in and to buck existing bad traditions like slavery. So then how do you do that if the framework you want to lay out is that ideology is always bad and traditionalism is always good?
How can you have an ideology that's impervious to dissent and think that that's going to be a winning ideology? Because the environment obviously changes. That's why ideologies change.
Yeah. Well, and that's true. And it's interesting because it's kind of antithetical to what Carl's even saying, because Carl's saying that you need to always take in, you need to always be responding to the environment. You need to be responding to the practicalities that are going on the ground. And if that's the case, then you always need to be changing.
Right.
So you should ask for $10.
Also in the current environment with the left-wing woke stuff, aren't they discouraging dissent? Aren't they just saying, oh, just look, obviously trans women are women, don't dissent, right?
Yeah.
You can't dissent.
Of course.
It's immoral to dissent, obviously. Borders are racist, so you can't dissent. I win.
Eagle Shadox for $10 says, given enough bad votes and decisions, I think people can vote themselves out of liberalism for authoritarianism. American currently has enough sane people to avoid that. Britain is a different story.
Britain is just swimming in insane people. It's all Candace Owens over there.
It definitely seems like it. Got a license for that meme.
That is terrifying.
For Falafel for $2 says, first time watcher, long time donor. JMac, is Cornstar name? Is he the same guy? Cornstar?
Porn star.
Oh,
they say
porn. Oh,
star because they can't say porn.
He can't say
star,
porn.
So, yeah.
J-Mac's the name of a porn star.
J-Mac is a porn star.
I didn't know that. I don't. J-Mac.
We'll have to ask J-Mac if it's the same guy.
J-Mac, are you?
I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that it is.
Just Google J-Mac porn ad and see what comes up.
No, thank you. But
you don't want to do that.
J-Mac is happily married with a couple of. I think he's got 3 kids. So yeah,
he's got 2 kids.
Yeah,
but who I met. Very lovely. They drew pictures from me.
Well, I think he was working on another one. I don't know if he had it though. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. But his son totally like fucking. He did the whole like went for the high five and he snaked me. He did the behind the. You take the head, you do the pullback.
Yeah, that's a great move. I love that one.
I was like, wow, this child just psyched me. God.
Wow. And
it was so demoralizing. The whole day was ruined after that moment.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man.
Solid for $2 says, have you seen the graph that young men are more interested in marriage than young women? Do you think it's because of feminist messaging in the media, because most young men aren't worth marrying, or something else? I haven't seen that graph. I wouldn't be surprised though. I do think it is because of feminism. And I know because Sam would tell me this all the time. He'd tell me that like, she grew up in she went to college in more of like a thick of it, of like the woke shit. Actually, she was kind of like before I think it got really bad, so it was even worse. Was like there was so much feminist messaging that she experienced about you don't want to get married, you need to go fuck a bunch of guys, having children sucks, they're parasites, blah,
ruins
blah, blah,
your
blah, blah.
body.
Ruins your body, all these things. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the cause. And it's funny. It is weird too. It's so interesting because obviously historically, men are the ones who because of biology, were the ones who really wanted to just like bang and not be so concerned with marriage. And women were the ones who were like the protectors of marriage, which makes sense from a sexual reproductive standpoint. So it's very interesting to see the culture has become so warped that we have a complete reversal that you'd expect.
Based on technology called the birth control.
Yeah. Right. And it's because a lot of young men are not happy. And I think they realize they would probably be more happy if they're married, which is funny because I grew up in a time period where the punchline of every joke was, if you get married, you will be unhappy. The punchline of every joke in like the 90s, in the early 2000s was like, oh, the wife's the ball and chain. It's going to ruin your life. Now we've completely changed. Now we've gone the opposite direction.
The thing that I always hear people complaining about is that their options are dismal, that every woman who they could pursue a relationship with has already been banged by like 50 guys.
Right.
Yeah. And they don't want to be a part of that. They don't want to be in Andrew Wilson's situation where they're like,
All I could say is, I know the way that I met Sam, not your average experience. Okay. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, she's not like that. She wasn't doing any of that shit in college whatsoever. She resisted the feminist programming. We went to a wedding recently with one of Sam's friends, who both of them big nerds, and they met on Tinder. Huge nerds somehow met on Tinder. The girl that he met and is marrying, she's attractive and everything. So there's hope out there. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you can find a hot nerd on Tinder, then there's hope. Just got to keep trying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or no, never mind. I'm not even going to finish what I was going to say. It's too dangerous what I was going to say. Never mind. We're going to move on.
I don't know what the marriage market is like. Right. Obviously, I've been married forever, so I would be disparaged by that. Most men want to be in a relationship with someone, it's just, they don't want to be number 25, right? Is that wrong?
Of course.
Of course, according to the feminist mantra, it is wrong.
There was a video that I don't know, maybe we'll also watch it one of these days, or watch parts of it. It's kind of funny. The bread tube is dead video.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hilarious because there was a part where he's talking about Ian Danskin. That's
right.
right.
Now he's a literal cuck.
Yeah, the Innuendo Studios guy. And yeah, and I totally forgot because we covered all those stupid alt-right playbook videos. I forgot. Yeah, he was an actual cuck, and he made a whole video defending cuckoldry being a cuck. It's like Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Look, this is why I hate to be judgmental. Is just because I think, well, look, if a guy doesn't have a lot of options and really being number 25 is the only option they have. I'm not I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say no.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to
Well,
say no.
look, you're more judgmental than me then.
It's not a question of being judgmental. It's a question of listen, we're all in this prisoner's dilemma here, okay?
Mm-hmm. You're like, you can find someone better.
You can, yeah. Well, first of all, number one, you can find someone better, all right? Mm-hmm. We're not in the fucking dystopian world where like 90% of women have been, killed off by the plague, and like all the men are fighting over the tiny percentage of women.
It's not the plague that's making them unmarriageable.
I know it's the dating app.
Yeah,
I'm saying, well, no, but there's a difference between saying like, oh, you have to go out with a girl who's fucked a lot of dudes because that's it. That's not making you a cuck. But Ian Danskin was like a literal cuck in that he was in these like massive poly relationships.
Yeah, but isn't that just because that is the best he could do? Like, obviously he would do better if he could, but this is why.
No, it was ideological for him, or at least he was saying it was ideological.
This is why people gravitate towards that ideology, because they're like, well, look, this is the best I can do, so I need some sort of ideological cover. Here, let me say I'm cool with cucking. Look, obviously there are people who are into that, right? They're attracted to that.
That's where
but I do think a lot of people who are in these polyamorous relationships are in them because that's the best they can do. And they're leftists because that gives them some ideological cover where people aren't pointing and laughing at them.
I think there's 4 groups of people, and they could be a lot of overlap here. There's the one that you're talking. Let's say number 1 is the person that you're talking about.
Okay.
They don't think they can get a girlfriend on their own, so they have to open themselves up to this weird poly market in order to get any access.
Right. Yeah.
To the sniz, as we're calling it now.
The sniz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sniz access.
They just want to lick a little sniz. Okay.
They just want a little sniz. Right. So that person exists. Right. I'm not sure that things are so bad for people that's the majority of them. There's also I think probably the largest group of the people in this poly situation are guys who think that they can fuck a lot of chicks.
Right. They're in there because they want to nail like 10 girls.
Yeah. They want their harem. They want a harem, or they want to be able to cheat, finger quote, cheat on their girlfriend with it being okay.
See, I think this is why Destiny was involved in that, because Destiny was like, look, I want to fuck. I'm semi-famous now. I have all these women throwing themselves at me. I want to fuck them all.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think then there's also, and I think there's a lot of overlap between
no woman wants that though. That ultimately cost him his marriage, right? Because the woman is like, I'm not going to wait around for this guy to see that I'm the one he should be focused on.
Oh, Destiny? Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, Destiny.
Maybe, yeah. With Ian Danskin, apparently he had a polyamorous relationship, and the girl left him for the other guy, which you
look,
fucking duh, right?
Yeah, everyone goes with the best option they have.
Yes,
that's just human nature.
Yes. No, but I think there's an ideological thing that people have where either they have this stupid feminist ideology, or there's been this drive for a lot of young people to like disassociate sex from emotion, and try to like tell people this lie that's like, well, you can just bang infinite number of people and then also be in a relationship with one person, and it's not going to impact you whatsoever. And that's not true. And that's never been true, unless you're like, I don't know, some weirdo, like a sociopath or something. That's not true. It will affect you.
People in the chat are saying that Destiny's wife wanted the open marriage, but I just think that's a ploy. Like the woman will say, "I want an open marriage" to make the man jealous, and then the man says, "No, let's not do that."
I think Destiny said that. Destiny has said that because I can remember the clip of him saying that. I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe it. That's a test.
And
that's a woman testing you right there. The woman going, "I want an open marriage." You're supposed to go, "No, honey, I love you so much. I don't think I could ever do something like that." And then she goes, "Thank goodness."
Right. Well, he claims that her other relationship before him was open or something. So I'll say one of two things. Either A, I don't believe that to be true, or B, even if I were to believe that to be true, I think if Destiny was not a sex pest, he would say, "No, I'm not doing that because I don't want you fucking other people." Like, why would anyone want that?
Right. Usually it's the man that's like, "Listen,
yeah,
I'm going to fuck a lot of girls. Okay."
Yes. Why would anyone want that?
But you're going to stay home.
Right.
Yeah. You're going to be my number one.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I understand. That's the male fantasy. They want their anime harem of cat girls.
Yeah, but I think there's a female fantasy too. That's why they do all this. That's why they like the gay guy thing.
Yeah, but it seems like the female fantasy isn't necessarily a harem of guys. It's like having the harem guys fight over them, and then like she chooses one. She doesn't end up with the harem of guys usually.
Vanessa says she left Destiny. She left Destiny for some twink. Yes, she left him because that guy said, "You're going to be my number one. It's just going to be you and me. We're not going to be in this." Yeah, we're not going to be in this polyamorous relationship. We're not going to be fucking other people. She left Destiny because someone offered her the thing she always wanted: monogamy.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, no, seems obvious. But did she leave Destiny for this other guy and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to also be fucking other people"?
Yeah, she's still in an open relationship.
Yeah.
If she is, that guy's fucking stupid. He's like, wait a minute, what's happening?
But but look, Vanessa says, but she's still in a poly with the twink. How do you know all this, Vanessa? God, she keeps shooting us down at every turn here.
There you go.
Okay, well, maybe she's just dumb. Maybe she's just a slut. We just have to
just a big hoe.
We have to knuckle under and just come to the realization that that's right.
She apparently
hoe.
She's like, what was her name? Fiona. What was the girl's name from the Scott Pilgrim?
Mm-hmm.
Ramona
Flowers. You don't remember Ramona Flowers?
She's Ramona Flowers. She's just cutting through all the guys left and right.
I don't think Ramona fucked all those guys. So
no, but a lot of them they were pretty young and they didn't date for a very long time. But
no. Anyway, okay. Vanessa says, "I'm a woman. I know the gossip." Okay, well, look, we stand corrected.
This was your narrative.
Look, you were going. You were.
I was just going along with the ride. It's like yes, ending. Okay, I don't know.
Bet. Oh, okay. Yes, ending. Well, that's good.
Don't blame me for this. I'll just be a good friend here.
Look, I love that. I love that. That's great. Okay,
well, listen. I know how it works. I know how yes and works.
You proved me wrong.
Yes.
Sitch was just along for the ride.
You're like, I was wrong. You turn around, I'm like in the lifeboat, like a mile away from you.
Wait.
And I'm like, take care, buddy.
Come back. Is that the last lifeboat?
Whoops. You can swim for it, right? You were steering the ship. I was just saying,
I'm an excellent swimmer. Okay. You did the right thing.
Okay. Fadu for $10. So last chance to get my anime recommendation. Oh, look, we missed it. For Sargon, 12 Kingdoms and Legend of Galactic Heroes. Well, we'll bring it up next time. Remind me. Dr. Live for $6 says, I was watching football. Run the stream back for me so I can be angry at something else today. Oh, there was someone else, another super chat that was mad about the Packers annihilating in football today. Which I don't follow football, so I don't give a shit. Dr. Dill for $2 says anyone willing to pander to groypers is a filthy wrench and deserves all the backlash they'll get for covering them. They're radioactive waste, toxic, not glowies, and I hope they bring down Tim when they fall. Wow.
Wow. Tim is getting a lot of hate. I don't have that much hate for Tim Pool.
So. Love it. I do.
Fuck I have more hate for Destiny's ex-wife, so I just do. I can't help it.
Anonymous Coward, thanks for $10, says, hey, Carl, most of the critiques I see of post-liberalism is that you can just apply laws that exist. Is there a point where a liberal system has to do something illiberal to maintain its values? Oh, that's a good question. I'll ask him that when he comes back. Andrew Wait for $5 says, fantastic discussion you guys had with Yarn Brooke. Hope he comes back on the show again.
He wants to. His assistant sent me a really nice email saying that he really enjoyed himself and wants to come back on. So
look at that.
Yeah. Ace. I tried to set up a debate with Yarn and Warren Mosler because I know Warren Mosler, who's the MMT guy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would be interesting because look, they're both economists, right? Sitch and I, we just read economic stuff.
I barely
the
understand
accolades.
Just.
I understand every bit of it. Sitch is a little.
I was gonna say you understand every other. You understand every other sentence. So you're missing 50%.
I understand every bit of it.
Okay, I don't.
Sitch is a little slow. So
I am a little slow. That's true.
Read this Ace super chat. Oh my God, Ace.
Ace for $5 says.
No, Ace for $10. What are you talking about? The one that just came in.
Oh,
Adam, thank you for reminding everyone that your calls for civility are total BS because you think Trump has a right to act like a crazy person. Please keep wondering why everyone calls you right wing. Look at that. Do you think Ace is mad at me?
Yes. I think he is mad at you. Yeah.
Look, I mean, I don't care if people call me right wing. I just think I look at it. I have a bunch of family in the military, and I just look at it from that perspective. Seems like those Democratic senators are making their jobs harder. But look, if you want to be mad at Trump for calling it out, more power to you. I mean, I really didn't think of it as defending Trump as much as I thought of it as I was mad about what the Democrats did.
Ace for $5 says, how isn't this a self-contradicting statement? Excuse me. Liberalism is bad for everything, but good for some things. It's not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't really understand the whole argument that like ideology is bad, but then sometimes you need it, sort of thing. So maybe we'll be able to hammer that out next time. Ace for another $5. Excuse me. Says, and isn't Carl confusing descriptive statements with prescriptive ones? Carl isn't just describing things, he's saying how they ought to be. If he was, I missed it.
This is how you can tell Ace is a Destiny fan right here, this super chat.
Well, first of all, I don't think you should give Destiny the descriptive versus prescriptive, because I do think that is something that happens a lot, that people are unable to mentally break those things apart at all. So I don't want to give Destiny the win on that one, to let him, claim that. But if he was, I was missing it. I interpreted everything Carl was saying as prescriptive the entire conversation. So lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says, I keep reading MTG as Magic Gathering. True Power Zay for 33 months. Thanks so much. Because I have heard from a reliable source that Macron's wife's penis has ordered the Mossad to assassin Candace for telling the truth about Charlie's assassination. That's the real culprit.
The penis did it? The detachable penis?
Yeah, Bridget Macron's penis. Did you ever see that episode of South Park where like Carl was pretending his hand, where Cartman was pretending his hand was alive and had a mind of its own? Well, no. It's that, but it's Brigitte Macron's penis. It's got like a little smiley face on it and tells everyone what to do. Lives in Diswell specifically for $5. Says Charlie Kirk's assassination was carried out directly by Brigitte Macron's manhood. It was exactly like the horror documentary One-Eyed Monster. I knew it.
That's where the bullet came from?
Yes. That's where the bullet came from. Yeah. Grawl or Grolf for 23 months. Thank you so much. Says the worst part is that AI tools make realistic websites, videos, and images. Candace will probably be trapped in these conspiracy channels. That's true. I didn't even consider that. With all how easy it's going to be to fake content now with AI, it's just, oh my God. You're never going to be able to pull some of these people out of this shit. They're going to be forever
Yes, she
stuck.
keeps saying, oh, yeah, we verified this. Look, I clicked on the link. It's like, what a dumbass. What a fucking dumbass. This is the #1 podcast in America. Oh, we're fucked. We're fucked.
Candace has massive like boomer energy where
hugely boomer energy.
Where it's like, oh, you know, you have the parent that calls you and you're like, did you say that you needed $1,000 because you got in a car accident and I should click this link? No, don't do it. Don't
totally.
Do it.
Yes,
I didn't
exactly.
I didn't say anything. We're gonna have to fucking build a wall that keeps out like fucking India from the internet.
I
from
know.
America.
Why don't we just wall them off now? What the fuck are we doing?
It's gonna be. Oh my God. You know what? There's literally, mark my words, there's literally going to be a service that you are going to pay for your parents and you when you get old too. That will make it so that your parents have a phone and internet that can literally only access sites in America that have American IPs. Yeah. Now, obviously, they'll have to have some way of getting around.
They should have that now.
Because it's gonna like the scamming is gonna be so fucking bad with people faking information and calling up you know, old people like looking like their children or pretending to have the voice of their children or something and scamming them for money. It's gonna be so crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous already. So
yes,
not fun.
Ace for $5 says Oli Sunvia is a great target for content. She has claimed that it is fascist for cops to stop incidents of domestic violence. What? How do you possibly get that? That's a fucking batshit crazy. Okay. Holy. Check it out here. Adding it to the list. Righteous Indifference for $5 says, you guys don't get it. Candace knew the Jews worked in that building because she knew that lawyers worked there.
Oh my God, you're
Candace
right.
Owens,
You're right.
Checking logic. Oh my God, you're right. How do we miss
She's
it?
like, my lawyer works there and he's Jewish.
Yes. God, you're right. How do we miss such an obvious connection?
Right.
Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says it's an evolutionary cruelty that high levels of feminine crazy usually pair with a draining intensity and a kung fu grip.
Oh my God.
That's funny.
Oh, that kung fu grip. Oh yeah.
Or Candace Owens' husband.
Right.
Batman's Pet Goldfish for $2 says international flights spooky.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Bring in the ninjas.
Right.
Straight out of Japan.
Right. Become the Knight for $10 says for $12 says I'm 30 minutes behind. Sorry, but I was able to confirm that the FDA, there's an FDA office in that building, the 920 North King, and a MapQuest result for the Secret Service at that building. It's a little odd, but still doesn't validate her insanity.
Well, and I think you can look. I think you can submit businesses to MapQuest, and I mean the people who are gaslighting her might have done that. That's why I was. That's why I was saying, look, anyone can go and submit a business to Google.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's difficult to find, the people who are gaslighting her might have just done it, right?
That's interesting. Yeah.
He says USDA, not FBI. Or USDA is different. in the Super
He
Chat.
said FDA, not
oh, he
USDA.
did. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I read it.
I gotcha. I didn't see the $2. You did it good.
I know. I'm a smart boy.
You did it correctly.
Yeah.
Smarter than Candace Owens, that's for sure.
I try. Okay. Jason Mulgreen, thanks so much for the $5. Says Tucker tried several times to get Haley's son to take shots at Israel, but he never took the bait, which was oppressive. I didn't actually watch that interview, so I just watched the part where he was lamenting the Groypers. Nux HB6 for $5 says, anyone remember Jack Murphy? He was discarded pretty easily by Tim and the internet riot. You'd think it'd be easier to do this with Nick and Candace. Well, it's not, because Jack Murphy didn't have an audience. He lost his own audience. So it was easy for people. It's so easy for people to throw him away when the audience is against him. It's like when the audience is in favor of him, then that's where it gets difficult.
Yeah. This is why Nick Fuentes has leverage. Leverage that Jack Murphy never had. Jack Murphy was on Temple trying to gain an audience, right?
Right. Aspiring whale psychiatrist for 26 months says it's so surreal hearing Tim simp for Fuentes. You used to watch him every day, and now I think he's just a total loser. Has anyone fallen as far as him? It's sad. It is sad. Righteous Indifference for $5 says Tim's brother once famously parodied lazy React streamers to go on to watch his brother become a lazy React streamer. His brother's words. Wow, I hadn't thought about that in forever. Reactor. Remember Reactor?
No.
Tim Pool's brother.
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, you probably would if you'd see what he looks like.
Oh.
Tim Pool had a brother who was very funny called Reactor. Remember, he used to wear, he'd always wear the gray Superman hat that has like the purple and blue Superman icon. And he would do like these like parody videos.
Sit in the corner of the screen and just watch viral videos.
He did like a lot of different like funny things. I think I remember like I met him once, I think. I don't know if it was at VidCon or something. I don't know if he was on the show once. I don't know. He seemed like a cool guy. And then remember he got into some kind of crazy legal dispute, I think, with Tim. Like, didn't they like sue each other over something?
Yeah, I think there was some fallout.
Yeah.
But I think they got over it.
I haven't thought about reacting forever. Oh, where was I? Overseas Logs for $5 says, I remember when Tim was actually a reliable news commentator and street reporter. I miss those days. It feels like he sold out for money. Yeah, actually, I mean, I remember very vividly him talking about that he wasn't going to do on the street reporting anymore because he just wasn't profitable. And then he's going to switch full time to doing punditry, which I don't have a problem with. I mean, that's what we do. But I guess that was the beginning of the downward spiral. Aspiring whale psychiatrist for $2 says Destiny isn't the only creator to suck off Fuentes. Let's see what you did there. Ba, 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 ba. Solo for $5 says, JQ, what Jewish denomination were you raised in? Orthodox, conservative, reform, reconstructionist. Who's asking me?
Yeah.
What's the JQ? JQ?
This is the JQ.
I said this in our conversation with Seamus.
You gotta go back and look it up. All right, next super chat.
My first temple, I think I was in was a reform temple, and then I ended up in a reconstructionist temple. And it's kind of funny. The reason for that is, so if you're not Jewish, the way your bar mitzvah works when you're 13 is you're supposed to lead like a normal Shabbat service. And the way it works is that the Shabbat services are the rabbis will read out a Torah portion, some portion from the Torah, and they kind of just do it like in order and in sequence, in some sort of linear time sequence. They're just kind of going boom, 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 boom. And that's when they read that section in the Torah.
What did they give you one about menstruation or something?
Did I tell you this story already? Or did you just fucking guess this?
What happened?
Oh my God, how did you know? How did you
Tell us.
fucking know where I was going with this?
They gave you a dirty one, didn't they?
Did I say the story? I don't
They
remember telling the
gave you
story.
one. They gave
No,
you
it wasn't
one
me.
about...
It wasn't me. It was my brother. So
Oh.
my older brother, when it was his time to do his little Torah portion, or it would have been, I think it was like a year out because I kind of planned these things like in advance. It was like, oh, well, he's going to do the Torah portion on how women, when they menstruate, are unclean for however many days. Jewish custom says they're unclean, and they have to be segregated from the rest of the population. And my mom,
they got to go sleep in the little outhouse.
Yeah, exactly. And my mom, the good feminist that she was very not happy about this Torah portion, and was like, no. He's not going to read that bigoted, anti-women Torah portion. He's got to read some other Torah portion. And they said, no. No,
Bitch,
you're not.
Get in your place.
They said, no, everyone's got to do it like in chronological order. And then I think she was like, well, can't he just do it like at a different time? And there's some issue they want to do a different time. So we left that temple, which is a Reform temple, and we went to a Reconstructionist temple. They're a lot more permissive. So they're just like, oh yeah, you just do whatever.
You do whatever. You bring in whatever you want.
Right. Yeah. So that's why we ended up at a different temple. That's fun. How did you fucking?
I remember. No, I remembered it. You told the story.
Okay.
I remember.
Maybe.
I remember the story about your mom being a great feminist.
Yes.
A good girl. Menstruation? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
You give my boy something about killing people.
He's
a warrior for Jesus. Oh, I guess not Jesus.
No, not for Jesus. I remember what my Torah portion was on. Like you had to segregate some amount of your crops to give to poor people every year. I don't.
Oh, that's great. That's right up your alley.
There you go. Right up my
taxation.
Yeah, or taxation. I don't even remember what my brother's Torah portion was, so I don't know what he ended up with, but presumably better than the menstruation one.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $10. Says when talking about the Russia-Ukraine situation, Trump tactically admitted he didn't win. He said it shouldn't have started, but you didn't vote for the right president. Kind of crazy that slipped by. It shouldn't. Is that? I didn't interpret it that way. It shouldn't have started, but you didn't vote for the right president.
Yeah. Trump
I see what you're saying.
That he didn't win the election.
No. Oh, I see. Oh, I understand. You're right. Holy shit, that did slip by. Oh my God. There you go. Look at that. Got him.
That's the way I framed it.
Got him. Well, good catch, Kyle. Cameraman 52 for $2 says Andrew needed to ask if there's a snook in the sniz. Yeah, exactly. Kumbe Madra for 125p says, are you aware that Rob Noir reposted your debate with him on Hunter Biden? Comments say it aged poorly for you given recent revelations. Thoughts? I didn't know that. I don't even really remember that debate. Was that, I assume it was about the firing of Shokin situation? Right? That would be what the debate. What came out? Does new information come out about the firing of Shokin? That would somehow show that yes, Joe Biden pressured Ukraine to fire Shokin to get Hunter Biden money. Did new information about that come out? I'm unaware of that being the case.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
What's the new down low on that came out? I thought there was some like Epstein thing that came out with Hunter. I just saw it, I kind of like glanced at it.
I saw Rob Noor posted a response when we had counterpoints on, and we're calling him out for being part of Progressive Victory. I thought that was cool, but this does not sound like cool behavior by Rob Noor.
How dare you? I don't care. You can repose whatever I want. I stand by my comments about Shokin. Become the Knight for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says if you guys need clarity on Christianity and its sex, just ask. I'm surrounded by this for work daily, and I'm deep in the Christian YouTube space. Well, look at that.
Cool. Whatever clarity you present, people are going to say, oh, that's incorrect.
That's what always happens.
Yeah. So you really can't clarify anything.
Well, you can. You just ignore the retards.
Well, yeah.
No, it doesn't follow my version of things, so therefore you're wrong.
Yeah.
QB Madre in the normal chat says that's what the comment said. I don't know either. Okay, well, people are just always going to say that whenever there's any news about anything, even if it's completely not related. Oh, Van Darian 29 for $20. Thanks so much. Says for Yarn Brookstream, you guys are right about frogs and libertarians being the same. They can't understand Peterson's lobster argument because of the framing. They always think he wants people to dominate each other. It's hilarious.
Yeah, well, in a lobster hierarchy, it is dominance, but in a human hierarchy, it's competence. So, giant difference. But still, the same neurochemistry is going on.
Yeah, I really didn't understand. I don't understand why Yarn was so hesitant to say that there is a biological component to status-seeking behavior.
Because he thinks it's wrong.
Yeah, but there's lots of biological behaviors that are wrong.
The whole reason we are interested in things is because we perceive we can compete in some sort of status hierarchy. And even if we age out, we can no longer compete in that status hierarchy. We can then move to judging other people who are competing in the status hierarchy.
Right.
This is what we do as human beings. When you and I discuss who has a higher status, a 2-term non-consecutive president or a 2-term consecutive president, I mean, we're playing the game.
Right.
And to say that game doesn't exist at all, well, it's just strange.
Well, again, like you can say it's morally wrong. I think that's fine to make that argument, but it doesn't. There is an objective reality that I would say that humans evolved to engage in that behavior, and you could fight against it if you want to, but you have to realize that it's biological to accurately fight against it.
Yeah, but you lose all the competence hierarchies if you're saying that it's wrong to even compete in them, right? Because look, the whole reason you're interested is you're thinking, well, this is something I'm really good at. People generally are not interested in hierarchies that they're not good at, right? If they're terrible at sports, they're like, I'm not interested in sports because I suck at sports. So why would I be interested? But if you're really good at video games, you're like, I'm good at video games. I'm going to be interested in video games. I'm going to compete in video games.
It's right, but I'm assuming, and it might have come up in the conversation. I'm assuming that he would say that the competence hierarchy and the status hierarchy are different, because I'm assuming he says that people are chosen based on competency in a free market system. So he does believe in a competence hierarchy. He just wouldn't believe in a status hierarchy. Or
they're the same thing. They're exactly the same thing.
They don't have to be. There can be status.
Someone with higher competency has lower status? Come on.
There's lots of, what do you mean?
Say it. Go ahead, say it.
Yes, wait, hold on. There are times where you can be in a job where your boss is like horribly incompetent, and yet he's higher on you than the status hierarchy of the business.
On paper, he has a higher position. He has a higher job status position.
Well, there's no like magical, unless God is sitting up there with the magic chart of all the hierarchies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
look, there's a clear chain of command, right?
Yeah.
That the chain of command is a status hierarchy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're taking orders from someone above you in that chain of command. When you're organizing a competence hierarchy, you're trying to organize it. You're basically trying to order a chain of command in the same way as the competence hierarchy. I agree that errors can happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone's promoted because of nepotism, but they're not the most competent person for the job, right? So they're actually above someone who is far more competent than them. But I would say that is an error. And if you looked at the competence hierarchy, you would say, okay, obviously the better person is clearly higher on the competence status hierarchy. But in the chain of command hierarchy of the business, the boss has a higher status.
Okay.
Still, we're talking about status. We're totally talking about status. Women are attracted to status. That's literally one of the main things that women are attracted to.
If you're working at a job and you're less, and you're at the lower position, but you're way more competent than your boss, who's working at the higher position and making more money than you, you think women are gonna be like, well, the guy working the lower job, he's got the higher status because he's more competent. Or they'd be like, well, the guy who makes more money,
but there's
the higher status person.
There's two competency hierarchies going on here, right? There's a money-making competence hierarchy, which the boss is winning at. He's got a higher status, higher competency for making money. Okay. There's a skill competency hierarchy, which the boss is failing at, but people would say, oh, who cares about that competence hierarchy?
Sure.
But still, women will be doing this. She'll be like, do I like the man competing in the, oh, he's so good at what he does. He's such a skilled craftsman.
Mm-hmm.
But are women going to say, look, I want a guy who doesn't give a fuck about any status, and therefore he has no status. He's homeless, actually. He lives under the bridge. Come on. This is laughable. Sitch agrees. We can move on.
I agree.
What were you looking at? Who emailed you? So, did some hot girl email you?
Some hot girl.
It was like, oh my God. Sitch, I love you.
She sent me a bunch of cosplay pics. So
she's like, you're winning in my status hierarchy, baby. Yeah, look at this.
There you go.
Wow.
Walling Grong for $20 says, tuning in late. Hope my dogs are doing well. Well, thank you for $20.
Yeah, we're doing great. Thanks.
Yes. Metalworks 411.9 for $5 says, did you see Wick's panel about whether we should do Nuremberg style trial for Trump and MAGA? I don't think you're gonna like Dev's opinion on what to do.
Oh my God.
No.
Sounds awesome though.
No.
Dev was getting hate in the chat earlier. What's going on?
No, come on.
Is Dev going on these panels and pissing you guys off?
Was Dev in the chat?
Every time I piss off Ace, we make like $50. It's like reinforcing. It might be reinforcing the wrong thing.
Yeah. What Nuremberg trials for? Like, that's fucking crazy. What has Trump done? Like already that you would say, what someone would say is worthy of some kind of Nuremberg trial?
He said the Democrats should be tried for treason and executed. Okay.
If he does that, then I'd say, okay, well, then you have the conversation. Then, then we're talking about Nuremberg trial, right? But he hasn't done anything yet.
Can you imagine if he had them arrested?
I mean, he's wrongly sent people to prison in El Salvador, which is super fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think we're at Nuremberg trial levels yet.
If he did that on purpose, then yeah. But if it's some sort of mishap, some sort of accident.
Wow. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says, back to tradition, dating is giving her father cows. True. That's a good point. Yeah.
How many cows do you have? If someone has 4 cows and someone has 8 cows, who has higher status?
The one with more cows. What do you mean?
Okay, so everyone gets it. It's easy, right?
Yeah, but someone can have more cows and be less competent at like farming. Like maybe they just inherited the cows.
What if he's got
got lucky
anemic cows that are completely like pygmy cows?
He just got lucky. He's got a better plot of land.
Mm-hmm.
There's no competency involved whatsoever. Maybe the guy with 4 cows got thieves took his cows in the night.
I mean, looks is a kind of status too. Women, obviously,
Sure.
they're like, look, this guy won the genetic lottery. He's high status genetically.
Right. How much dowry did you get, Adam, when you got married?
$10 million.
What, your wife's family gave you $10 million? Wow.
Look, I'm a winner. They had to pay through the nose for me.
Interesting.
Are you kidding me?
Interesting. I'll have to ask Sam's parents about this. I'll be like, what's the dowry I'm getting?
You haven't asked yet? Oh,
I have not asked. How many cows?
How long have you been dating? Jeez.
How many cows am I going to get from Sam's
That's
parents?
a question that you ask early on.
You know what? I fucked up. You're right.
Yeah.
I should have asked from the beginning. I should have been like, before we get in this relationship, I gotta, how many cows am I getting?
Know.
Yeah.
What's the cow quantity?
The cow to girl ratio here. Okay.
What's one girl, obviously?
Yes, I'm saying, like, how many cows per girl?
How many girl? Oh, you're going to take on multiple wives?
If we're going dowries, why the fuck not? That's how you get more cows, Adam. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
What are we doing? I want to be the high status cow lord, all right?
Going for the polyamory with the cows and the girls.
Yes.
Sick.
You
disgust me.
Grawl TH for $20. Thank you so much for $20. Says, I think part of the issue is that dating apps are like speed dating on crack. Tons of window shopping and low commitment / responsibility. It also attracts undateable people. If you're a good find, you'll barely be on the app. That is the big problem. 100%. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ace, you read that one. Ace for another $10 says, none of this would be so awful if you just stop pretending to care about civility. You don't care about a madman offing to Dems in their home. You're dishonest and should just own it.
Do you really think that I don't care about civility? Sitch, do you think am I uncivil?
I think you care about civility.
I definitely care about civility.
Yeah, I think you have a mental block where you give Trump a pass on uncivil behavior.
Look, if you think what Trump did was abhorrent, that's fine. Okay. Right. I think what the Democrats did is abhorrent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think what the Democrats did is totally fucked up. What's that have to do with Trump? The Democrats did it. Like, just the end. What the Democrats did is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making a statement about Trump.
Well, I'm assuming.
Why am I not allowed to say that what the Democrats did is fucking horse shit? How is that spun into me protecting Trump? I mean, that's completely unfair. I listened to the Democrat statement. I wouldn't listen to it myself.
Ace for $10 says, don't forget, according to Adam, being mean to Trump is an incitement to violence, but Trump saying to off Democrats is a fine response. And I thought J-Mac had bad takes. How dare you besmirch? I mean, you can besmirch Adam all you want, but how dare you besmirch J-Mac? Okay.
Yeah, leave J-Mac out of it. So
yes,
I just look,
you bastard.
If Trump, I would have the exact same feelings if Trump said nothing about this. If someone else came out and said, "Oh, the Democrats said this," and Trump just bit his tongue, I would say that's fucked up. I would say those Democrats should be fucking tried for treason. Should be thrown in the stocks.
Okay, well,
we're almost done with super.
We only have two more left, I think.
All right, good. So, sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. Are we back?
I think so. Yeah, everyone seems to say that.
Hello, everybody. We're back.
See us.
Yes.
We're just look. I can't remember what we were talking about, but it was getting good.
Yes, it was too
I was
powerful.
Getting ready to rage quit until the internet rage quit for me. So
right.
That was not fair.
I know. Okay. Board for $2 says, "What's your guys' opinion on the Abundance book?" I don't think either of us have read it.
Books? Read it? I don't read books. What the fuck? Books?
Listen to.
I didn't read the books.
I didn't read Abundance. I did listen to quite a bit of interviews with the Ezra Klein's co-author talking about it. Or did I listen to some of it? Actually, no, wait, I think I did listen to some of it. Now that I think about it, I'll check my Audible. But
Ezra Klein coming to the conclusions that I came to 10 years ago is just doesn't seem like a fun read.
yeah, from what my understanding of it, when I heard them talk about it, I think I support it. It sounds like a lot of stuff I would agree with and support. There's too much overburdensome, over cumbersome bullshit regulations and people all throwing their ideological nonsense onto projects that prevents the government from actually doing anything and kind of bogs it down. It sounds like good stuff to me. Mike Mills for $5 says, why was the Democrat sedition video so wrong when Trump has literally ordered his subordinates to do illegal things before, like the fake electors?
I mean, I've said again and again and again, because it undermines the chain of command in the military.
So it's it
makes the grunts think, oh my God, they're asking us to do illegal shit. Should I actually do this? It introduces this idea of hesitation that I don't think should be there. People shouldn't be hesitating whether or not they should follow orders or not. That's not how the military works.
Yeah, but I think that like it is. I guess the question is it conceivable that if Trump was ordering, and that wasn't the military, but he's ordering other subordinates to do illegal things through the fake electors, is it that inconceivable that he would order the military to do something illegal?
Yeah, but you cross that bridge when you get to it. Is Trump ordering the military to do illegal things? I mean, the insinuation is right. The insinuation is that Trump is ordering the military to do illegal things.
Right.
Yeah, it undermines the military.
I understand that, but he might be regarding I don't know, isn't there some litigation about the whole National Guard stuff?
So the grunts
and
should
there
be,
is
the grunts.
No, I don't think they should be
considering this.
Right.
The grunts should be going, oh, I should be considering this. Now I got to be an attorney.
Not on that issue.
Yeah, what the fuck? Bring it up with the attorneys. How is a grunt gonna know whether they're breaking the law or not? I mean, if it's obvious, sure, right? Fire into the crowd, right? It's just, oh man. I think it is seditious. I think it's totally seditious. Well, I think these Democrats should be impeached and thrown out of office.
Okay.
Possibly jailed.
It could. I think that's insane. It could.
Well, look, that's what I think.
It could with the Venezuela stuff, because the Congress isn't going to fucking vote to go to war with Venezuela.
But you don't, as someone in the military, you don't know. Your job is to follow orders. And the Democrats are introducing this idea that, look, no, you have to know. Your job is no longer to follow orders. Your job is to consider whether or not the orders are legal or not, and then maybe follow them. That to me is insane.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. If there was something like, I guess it's weird. If there was something tangible that they were referring to that I was like, okay, that's crazy, then maybe I'd be more on your side of this. It's just, to me, it was like the height of vague posting to the point that I just interpreted as like useless virtue signaling, because it was so vague what was even being referenced that I wouldn't animate me.
Oh, look, it wasn't vague at all. The intention was to undermine the chain of command.
No, but like on
they knew exactly
issue?
What they were doing on whatever
vague,
issue,
it wasn't on
anything,
any
issue, any order Trump gives.
Okay.
It was to get them to question that order, the legality of that order. It's exactly what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. These people are traitors. These people should be thrown in jail. These people should be incarcerated. Look, and if Trump sent someone to their offices and said, look, we need to bring you in for questioning, I would support it 100%.
Well, that would seem like be a massive infringement on freedom of speech. Or telling someone something that's actually like
sedition isn't legal speech. Okay?
Wait, hold on. Telling someone they don't have to follow a lawful order, which is true. You saying, well, there's an implication in there You can't be like, well, we're going to arrest someone for an implication.
I didn't say
what they
them.
said.
I said question them.
Even
I said question them to find out what their intent was.
Even question them. Okay.
Look, I think you should question them.
Slippery slope to me.
I think you should question them to find out what their intent was. You should definitely send the message that this isn't cool. What do you think their intent was? I think. Look, I 100%
told you I thought their intent was. I thought their intent was to do some bullshit virtue signal that they could hold their fists up there and say, "Yeah, we're fighting back against Trump." Now that the Democrats they caved on the budget.
Why do you give them such look? Why do you give them such charity? Why do you give them such
you understand
charity?
that when you say that, the people that are yelling are saying you're giving Trump like infinite charity on all these subjects.
I'm fucking not even talking about Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the Democrats and their statement.
I'm not giving them charity.
Statement,
how is me saying
look, I'm saying their statement was intended to undermine the credibility of the chain of command and Trump as the commander in chief. That was their intention. Trump has no part of this, okay?
I did not interpret it that way.
Well, I 100% think that's what they were doing.
That's not what
which I do think is sedition. I do think it's treasonous what they're doing. These people should be questioned. These people, look, we've talked forever about how the left hates America. They fucking hate America. They want to see America burn. They would love the military turning and not following orders. They would love a military that just did whatever that undermined Trump's orders, that believed Trump's orders were illegal. And
I don't think that those, I'm unfamiliar with those Congress people. I don't think that those Congress people are in favor of America burning and being destroyed. I'm just guessing.
Well, they're catering to the people who do.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're catering. No, they're catering to the people who say that Trump is a dictator and is going to do some sort of evil dictator-y thing to take over the government. And so they interpret the statement as like, well, we're protecting America. We're protecting democracy. Or you could interpret it. I think it was just bullshit. But as we're going to protect democracy by, when Trump gives the order to go and arrest all the innocent people and make himself king, that they'll stand, they'll listen, they'll remember to that 5-minute video or that 1-minute video that was produced 2 years ago. And they'll say, I don't have to follow this lawful order.
What if Congress people came out and said, and it basically promoted jury nullification? If they said, look, you don't have to, as a jury, there is the law, but the jury can make whatever decision they want in the courtroom. They don't necessarily have to follow the law.
Just like generally,
what jury nullification is.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I'm saying, are they saying it in regards to a specific case, or are they just saying it like generally?
Just generally.
I would not be in favor of that. I shouldn't really say that.
So if they're saying something in the context of jury nullification around some Trump decision, that would be wrong, right?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
How is this? I mean, this is definitely in the same vein as that.
I guess I just don't see it the same way. Because this requires
if someone doesn't follow the orders of their commanding officer, are they going to be in trouble?
Yeah, unless it turns out the orders were not lawful.
Right.
They're going to not be in trouble.
But whether or not the person knows those orders are lawful or not, I mean, that's up for grabs. Who knows when the court martial comes, right? They're going to figure it out in court.
Sure.
Why would you even introduce that idea? I mean, it's the same thing as introducing the idea of jury nullification. Just follow your heart.
Okay. Okay, I said why they did it, but they're just trying to get political points. Where the resistance
So undermining the chain of command to score political points is okay with you?
I really don't think it was undermining the chain of command.
Right.
I don't think that there was a person.
So if someone's intent is to undermine the chain of command, but fails, then that's okay.
It would, to me, that's a fair question. To me, it would change the impact, I guess, to how I view it, right? That's why I'm saying, like, if there was something specific, maybe, like there was some specific incident happening right now, and they were very clearly, explicitly, or even implicitly referring to this very specific thing, and it had like an effect, then I would probably have a much different opinion on this.
Right. Yeah. But since it was an utter failure,
but since it, well, yeah, since it was completely vague and not even clear what it was referencing specifically, and it seemed cringe.
What's wrong with bringing them in for questioning and asking them exactly what they meant? Say, listen, it's not really clear here. I think you might be trying to undermine the chain of command in the military, which is treason and sedition. Well, we want to ask you a couple more questions. We want to figure out if that was your intent or
when
not.
you say the very specific thing that is legal, I don't see how you can push that. Say, well, we're gonna bring you in for questioning to try to. Well, first of all, it'd be really bad to do politically, because then all those people would get like held up as heroes. So it'd be like really dumb for
by all the people who do want to undermine the chain of command and hate America.
No, just I think a lot of people would be like, "Oh, that's weird." Trump is now calling in Democrats. You know, the FBI is calling in Democrats.
Trump, look, I agree. It would not be right for Trump to do it. But what if the FBI stepped in and said they wanted to investigate on their own?
I would think that would be stupid politically, right. And it would also be stupid in terms of it doesn't seem like there's any crime that was committed, at least from my perspective.
There was definitely a moral infraction.
Okay.
I know. And there might have been a leak. Look, I'm not an attorney.
Do you think that video was worse than the elector scheme? Your favorite elector scheme?
Worse than the elector scheme?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. The elector scheme could have caused far more damage than this.
Sure.
Yeah. But I do think this is undermining the fabric of our democracy. I do think it's undermining. It's giving people who might want to undermine our institutions cover to be able to do that. And that's what I really don't like about it.
I understand. Yeah.
We're in a situation right now where the credibility of our institutions should be being, strengthened. And
I agree.
You got a couple of Democrats that come out that want to weaken those institutions, and people wanting to give them a pass. I just think no.
Well, I mean, people. It's kind of ironic because I think obviously so much of the Trump administration's goal is to weaken all these institutions as much as humanly possible, and that's kind of where
the Department of Education, not the military. It's so different. Look, defunding the Department of Education and undermining the military.
I mean, we're threatening to pull out of NATO and shit. Like, I don't know. It feels like we're weakening a lot of institutions. But,
well, NATO obviously is not the United States military.
No, but
coming out and saying, look,
involved.
Trump should disband the United, or if Trump came out and said, look, we're going to get rid of the military. We don't need the military anymore. That would be much different than
I understand, but I understand.
NATO,
I was just saying, yes.
Or getting rid of the Department of Education.
I agree with you. I don't, from my understanding, Trump has not tried to weaken the U.S. military, to the institution of the U.S. military, but the Trump administration and a lot of Trump's goals have been to intentionally weaken and destroy many U.S. governmental institutions
that he feels are corrupt.
As opposed to strengthening them or fixing them. It's just been to dismantle them and then leave them broken.
Do you think the Democrats want to weaken the military? You think the left in general wants to weaken the military?
I think the left does. I don't know if the Democrats
Well, yeah, they do.
Because
of course
usually,
they do.
No, well, usually actual individual representatives, they usually have, they have people in their districts making guns and tanks and shit. So they're kind of soft on that stuff, which is why the military budget seems to always expand regardless of what anyone wants to actually vote for. But that's a different story.
Just bring him in for questioning, okay? It's harmless. Just a little questioning.
There's something I was going to say, and we kind of got sidetracked. Oh. Yeah, no, I understand. I guess I understand what I think you're saying. You're saying that, like, you interpreted the statement as there's there could be people who essentially would question whether to follow chain of command, and then that these Democrats have created a video that would be like, oh, if you go against your chain of command, we will protect you, right? That's sort
of course, yeah, exactly.
I understand. I don't see it as being particularly effective at doing any of that, or even.
Look, how can you say that? Like, you have to be omniscient to be able to say that, because you don't know the state of the United States military. You don't know the conversations that are taking place between the guys who are fulfilling these orders. You're talking from a place of total ignorance.
It's based on my vibe, yeah. My vibe
so
why of the video and the vibe of the situation. Why would
you say that? Why would you say that?
Because I'm giving you my honest opinion about why, when I looked at that video, I didn't react emotionally.
Yeah, but you're saying that because I didn't have an emotional reaction to it, then nobody in the military would use that for any. Well, that's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Yes, right.
You're saying, look, I completely disagree because of the way I feel.
Yeah,
it's just, I mean, how can you even say that?
Well, because that's what do you mean? What else am I supposed to say? It's how I feel about it.
Well, have some humility. Think, okay, other people might take this differently.
I could be wrong.
And they might react differently.
I'm not saying.
Well, I can't believe you're so bold to come out and just say it like, oh, this is the way I felt. So obviously everyone else feels the same way.
Completely misunderstood everything I said. I wasn't making a fact claim. I said this is why I felt the way that I felt and why it didn't bother me.
Yes, totally.
Okay. I wasn't saying, and why it doesn't bother me is because I perceive that it won't have an impact on anything. I could be wrong, obviously, but that's just my view of things based on my interpretation and my vibe.
Because it didn't have an impact on you.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, because it had zero impact on me and it seems super cringe and lame.
Okay. Look, I would like to see how different people in the military responded to the video. So,
okay.
Maybe I'll call some people in my family and say, hey, what did you think of this?
Well, I would assume they wouldn't like it.
Yeah, they probably think, oh my God, the fucking Democrats undermining our authority again. What the fuck?
Well, okay, but then it won't even have they don't have the counter intended effect, right?
What do you mean?
Then the video would have the opposite effect that they'd want to have. It wouldn't actually get anyone to buck command because they just look at this and say, oh, this is fucking piece of shit.
I'm sure they know. I'm sure they have problem people in their ranks that would be like, oh yeah, this guy's just looking for cover to do something, to act up.
Okay, where was I? WTF 181 for $5 says, what do you guys think of smart growth American plans to make everywhere a city where even one is living where even one is living in compact living? I don't even know what you're talking. I have no clue what you're talking about. Smart growth American plans to make everywhere a city. I'm unfamiliar with what that is.
Here's exactly what you want your teammates when you're going into a situation to say right here. Mm-hmm. Isn't it our civic duty to challenge the government when it's being tyrannical? It's exactly what you want the guy saying.
Well, it's true. I get the question, just when is it being tyrannical?
This is a time to have that conversation when you're on riot patrol.
Look, I don't know. It could be. It depends what the orders are. What's going on? I mean, this was the argument? Well, whatever. But we can move on.
Yeah.
The Curtis.
Well, this is why you wouldn't be in the military, though.
I'm in favor of everyone having to serve in the military, or
I know
some
it's
sort of
very ironic.
Some sort of government service for 2 years. So
this is why I'm not in favor of everyone serving in the military, because then you're enlisting all these people who hate America and want to undermine the system. Why would you want to invite that into the military?
Yes. Yeah, there you go. Food riot in progress. You're Arnold Schwarzenegger, Adam, and they're like, you got to mow down the food riot.
Arnold should have followed orders.
No. He's Arnold.
Life is not like Hollywood, okay?
Okay. The criticism MK2 for 279 Canadian says the Democrats heard Adam talking and they cut the stream.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
That's true.
I might lose. My internet was so spotty last night. It's kind of fucked up. 9 o'clock rolls around and I get spotty internet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's my dog? I need to shock a dog. Holy shit.
Right.
This internet is crazy.
Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, Adam, I think you're overreacting as bad as Dev from the other side of the spectrum by necessarily sacrificing political capital for no reason.
Well, I don't think Trump should. Maybe Trump shouldn't have said anything. Maybe the authorities should have just gotten involved.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I see why Trump did it, because it's too good to pass up. I mean, it really does make the Democrats look like America hating fucking idiots. So I do think Trump pointing it out is good politically. It really is.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I consider myself moderate, but it just, oh God, it makes me hate the Democrats even more.
Ace for $5. What is? I'm not reading this. What the Ace? What the fuck? Why are you attacking JMac? If JMac says something and you disagree with it, you can say it. I'm not gonna just read you doing some like ad hom attack. All right. The fuck? What is this? What's happening?
I don't know.
Why are you guys even? I don't even know why the fuck you guys are even fighting. WTF 1A for $5 says TLDR. Oh, this is regarding the Smart Growth America. You won't be able to own your own land or house. You'll be a forever renter because companies will own the multi-story housing units like in cities. I mean, that sounds terrible.
Oh yeah,
Very
Trump
much
and the
against that.
50-year mortgage. Fuck that.
Oh, that's right. We did talk about the
You want me
mortgage.
to be angry at Trump? The
There you
50-year
go.
mortgage? Oh my God. What a way to give middle America the fucking middle finger. The
Right.
50-year mortgage. You're going to bring out the 50-year mortgage and say that that's a good deal?
Mhm.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. True. Okay.
Totally
I think
insulting. All right. We made it. Oh, look,
We
J-Mac
made
is
it.
still here. He says, I'm not fighting.
That's good. I'm glad you're not fighting. It's a one-sided fight.
All right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your isekai protagonists. Thank
I'm
you
switching
all.
roles here. Anyways,
bye-bye.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You that made it in the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists who would never ever look at a bunch of random airplanes or get emailed anonymous sources and then repeat it on air or to the world like a dumb fuck retard.
God.
You would never do some sort of unhinged behavior like that. And JMac, I saw you follow for $100. Look at that. Thank you so much for the $100. Says, I'm not fighting. I think we should all come together as Americans.
Tell those Democrats. Tell them from their jail cell.
Come together as Americans. Anyway, and we'll see you all probably on Tuesday, but not Thursday.
Bye-bye. Have a good night, everyone. Don't be treasonous.
It's treason.